Everybody don't stop, don't quit. Do it like this. Do it like this. Don't stop, don't quit.
Hey guys, it's VCT Pacific. We are here in Seoul, South Korea, and it is a very special weekly recap. Not only is it the last one, but we're all here together as one.
Jazz hands.
All right, I'm going to start with the introductions. I'm Victoria. We've got Tasteless.
Tasteless, I can't believe we're finally here. It's been many, many weeks, but I gotta say, this event has been incredible, and I've really enjoyed being part of it.
Been an honor. We've got Will.
Yeah, that's
Will
me.
Cho.
William Cho with the lowest prediction rate here on the global broadcast.
Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
We've
I'm
got
Valdez. I have the highest prediction rate.
Okay.
We don't mention that other guy that's not here yet, or today.
What
He's
guy?
not coming later either.
Yeah, this is all. Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And then you got Quack, PaperX loyal supporter. Accurate, very accurate.
Yeah, Quack, the betrayer supporter. Anyway, we're going to recap everything that's happened so far, and mostly we're going to talk about the finals, lower brackets, and the grand finals, which won't be here. It's going to be at Jeoncheon Stadium. Let's talk about our prediction results. Speaking of.
There it is.
Oh, there's me with the lowest rate in both playoffs and overall. Hey, I got. At least I'm consistent. All right, let's put it that way. At least I'm consistent.
As the host, I need to point out one really important thing. I know we have so many experts here in Korea, but somehow the host has the highest playoff prediction.
Yeah, but the host also has
Correct.
the lowest because I've also hosted the desk a couple of times.
The superior host has the highest
alpha host.
prediction. The alpha host, thank you. You have,
Yeah,
but Valdez,
Can we talk about the overall prediction rate?
Yes.
Because the larger sample size, I think, is where the truly the best predictors are found. And Achilles and I have gotten the highest one because we are very safe and not interesting at all and have taken zero risks over the course of the entire league.
That's the tip.
Well done.
That's how to predict well.
congrats. Everyone, round of applause. Good job to our star predictors. Now let's talk about the actual competition that's going on, the playoff brackets, and how we've come to this very point. Let's pull up the chart. Tasteless, please take us through that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the ride here. So far, we've got the teams eliminated here, Team Secret and Zeta falling down. And just recently, we saw Genji be taken out here by T1. In the finals itself, it's going to be PaperX, and then we're going to find out who their opponent is. It's going to be one of the two Korean teams, either DRX or T1.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, you can see what our predictions were on the previous weekly recap. I mean, we thought Team Secret was looking so hot coming into the playoffs in Zeta Division. Maybe the miracle run happens again, but Team Secret kind of lost their touch right at the end against Gen G. And then Zeta Division, I mean, quite frankly, T1 was just the better prepared team here in this gauntlet of a bracket.
That's right, and we were really surprised by the last matchup between DRX and PaperX. We had the first upset with PaperX finally defeating DRX, but let's see if they can do that again. But before that, we're going to go into the lower bracket finals. We've got DRX and T1 facing off. We've got two Korean teams. And again, we didn't expect DRX necessarily to be in the lower bracket. I know most of us predicted PaperX, but we were kind of like, is that really going to happen?
I don't know, it just felt like it was their time, right? Like PaperX have had many, many years where they weren't able to defeat DRX in quite a while, and they were able to get it done. As we're taking a look at the head-to-head record between DRX and T1, of course. This is highlighting their previous matchup that they did have. It was relatively close, actually. So even though DRX were able to take the victory, they did play on blind. They were the first team that were able to take out T1 on that map. And then it went to Pearl, where also DRX were able to take that down. So even though DRX did win, maybe T1's got an angle here.
I want to say I think that there's a really realistic possibility that T1 causes an upset. As we've had every passing week here at VCT Pacific, it does seem like everybody's been watching a lot of tape on DRX. And It's just going to be one best of 3. If T1 can really figure out those weak points, like we've already seen Paper X do, maybe we end up with a finals here where T1 moves on.
But still, right, it is like lower bracket finals, best of 5 maps. Can T1 really prep that much, and has DRX shown their full strength?
I think that's the biggest thing. I think the current trajectory from T1 is that they are looking stronger and stronger. However, having to go that deep into the map pool, I mean, surely DRX have a couple maps where they're able to bring themselves back, even if they were to lose the first map.
I mean, that really is the question. Initially, we thought it would be quite easy for DRX to defeat T1, but at this point, with T1 looking so good, I think you're right, Tasteless. It could be T1. And with that, let's kind of do a head-to-head comparison with Paper X versus DRX, and also Paper X versus T1, and see how that's been going over the season. First up, Paper X versus DRX. Quack, how do you feel about this rematch?
Just look at the numbers. It's like Paper X on top of everything. It's the best team ever, guys. I mean, yeah, I think DRX did beat Paper X once throughout league play, and it was good. But today, just Paper X showed this completely new form. Apparently, something on Reyna on Bind is the secret ingredient. We just go really fast, really aggressive, and DRX cannot do anything against us. Meanwhile, for T1, it's like slightly the same thing, but also different, because that back then it was like Paper X having Forsaken on that lurk. He had 2 aces, some knife kills. Paper X all the way.
Do you think Paper X can have another, run with win over DRX?
Yeah, I think it's possible, just because they did win in this upper bracket final, and because they get that advantage in the grand finals. If they had to come up from the lower bracket with the map, ban pick advantage going to DRX, I think it would have been tough. But now Paper X, not only can they ban out whatever map they don't want to play, but they can also ban out whatever they think is DRX's strongest suit, right? And then they get to choose whether they pick map or side first. I mean, that is a massive advantage on a DRX currently that does not look as complete as they used to.
I think we got to remember that when PRX beat DRX, it was really because they just took control of every round so quickly that a lot of what DRX had planned, we didn't really even get to see, right? It's just Paper X comes out firing, they come out swinging. And so if DRX is going to have successful finals, assuming they get that far here versus PRX, they're going to have to be ready to basically absorb the first initial blows and figure out how to reconfigure from there.
Yeah, you guys are, I completely agree with you guys. But we did also see Mako get knifed for the very first time in Pacific, maybe ever. Have you guys ever seen him get knifed?
I don't think Mako's ever been knifed, no.
Yeah.
He's rarely in that position.
Yeah, it's crazy. So it could be Paper X again, and again, it's just so shocking because it's really the first time Paper X has been able to do this. Now let's look at Paper X and T1 and their past head-to-head record, the track record there, and they could be facing off T1 too.
I think that's, the first time you'll note in league play, it was match 12, so that was quite a long time ago. And then they did meet, of course, in the upper bracket there, which was much closer. And this is, a Paper X that's getting better and better. It's also a T1 that's getting better and better. I think you can look at the first match and kind of write it off as, okay, Paper X, they were a more well-rounded team at the time. T1 definitely needed a lot more time to put everything together, put all the pieces together. Yet still, the second time that they met up, which was very recently, Paper X also was able to take a 2-0, and even though the map score was much closer, it still felt like kind of Paper X was leading the entire time. So personally, I do feel like if these two teams do meet up, though it will be a different look because T1 will have defeated DRX at that point. So we will have to look at it in kind of different lens. But at the same time, Paper X, to me, still feels like the strongest team in Pacific, and I would have to give them the advantage, regardless of if T1 defeats DRX.
Yeah, I just want to add in one other point. If T1 are able to win in lower bracket finals and get to the grand finals, normally we would say, okay, this team, they haven't been together for very long, playing on a huge stage. That's going to add a lot of pressure. However, all 5 of these players, or I guess 4 of at least of the main starting roster, has played on big stages before across different games, across different regions. So I think that part's not going to affect them at all.
With that, let's actually talk about our predictions going into grand finals. Who you guys think is going to be the champion, runner-up, and third place. I actually don't know what you guys have predicted. William, you're still sticking with
I just don't get it.
DRX.
I mean, look.
Victor is at a loss for words.
I'm like, why? Obviously, it's Paper X. You know what?
The good word now about paper. Look, I kind of switched sides here. Obviously, beating the Korea region, we were so familiar with DRX, but I just looked at the way that PaperX was played, and it was so different. It was so aggro, and it was such a pleasant change from, I think, the more kind of methodical and careful approach the Koreans have. And I think that PaperX can probably still take this. Keep in mind that whoever's going to come out of the losers bracket finals, they have to prep for an entirely different team, and then the very next day go up against a super aggro opponent in PaperX. So I just feel like they've got it.
How about you, Valdez? Why have you
We're just
converted?
skipping over the
Yeah, we're not going to talk about this DRX fanboy over here. The reason why PaperX is going to win is, again, like I said, I just think they're the best team. Like, after you 2-0 DRX in that fashion, I don't really think any other team is going to match you. So, in my opinion, they're definitely going to be the first place. I think DRX will shore up some of their mishaps that they had against PaperX. I don't think it should be that one-sided, even though I did predict PaperX to win it against DRX. But I think that T1, coming into this one, maybe on a bigger stage, they'll have some opportunities. But DRX have also been on multiple international stages, and currently their form seems to be better. So I had to pick them over T1, and then, of course, PaperX on top.
Okay, that's fair enough. I mean, Team Secret did also 2-0 DRX, but you're right, in the fashion that PaperX did it with so much confidence. And Quack, we're going to come to you, Will. Don't worry.
This is feeling like an intervention at a certain point, but go ahead. Yeah.
I just want you to rethink your prediction, and we're going to let everyone make their case.
Quack, let's see if we can
besides the
convince
bias.
Will. Yeah, I mean, besides the bias, it's really just how unique they are. Do you see any other team play Phoenix on Pearl, Reyna on Bind? It's only PaperX, and they are the only ones who can make such compositions or such strategies work because they are that capable. I don't know if DRX, following that sort of standard kind of methodical gameplay can adapt to that fast enough, especially if you're going through, like Valdez mentioned, going through low bracket finals first, and then the next day, it's so much to consider. And then also just Coach Alex and his desk. I think PaperX has a lot of things going for them in this current standing.
All right, Will. What
do you
say
got?
you about
Okay.
DRX?
Give him flip-flops. Give him flip-flops.
No, just first of all, let it be known I did predict PaperX in the upper bracket finals, right? I thought they
Okay.
were going to beat DRX.
That's true.
I do have a very specific reason why I think DRX will eventually come out on top. Because quite frankly, I think given the current form, T1 might even have a chance to beat DRX in the lower bracket finals. But I think there's a slim chance that Zest comes back into the roster. And if Zest comes back in for a best of 5 where you need the mental endurance, where you need the focus, and they just say, you know what, we need to get that first seed to go to Tokyo, if they bring back old DRX, right, play by the textbook, go for just retakes and set plays, I think that might be the key to, beat PaperX. It's worked for them 4 times in the past, and surely it's a consideration they're making right now as they have a couple of days break leading up to the finals weekend.
I think honestly, I think we all agree with that. That's a really fair point, just simply stamina-wise, except for Quack. But, there's a reason why PaperX jokingly calls DRX their oppas. They've taken a lot of DRX's plays and made it their own, and they're their oppas. They're the OGs, so who knows how this is going to turn out. Now let's talk about next week's schedule. On Saturday, we've got a show match, and I'm pretty excited for that. We have a lot of the top streamers, the pro players from the teams that have already been knocked down. You're going to see them in LCQ later. Pro players from Game Changers who are going to be playing.
This is going to be just an exciting weekend. I can't wait to just get in there and cast this or be at the desk, whatever it's going to be, because this is the first big, truly international event here. And this game has been blowing up in Korea, and to have what is going to be, no matter what, a Singaporean team versus a Korean team, that's going to be hype. The audience is going to be going nuts.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see, can PaperX gain more fans? They've had a lot of fans in Korea just because of their playstyle, but now they have to play against the home crowd, the home team in the grand finals. Curious to see what kind of show they're able to put up. But starting with the show match as well, this is a celebration for VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and one last bit on the DRX versus T1 in that lower bracket, and then having to go up against PaperX. If you do want a little bit of hopium and you are a DRX fan and you've been one for a long time and you're hoping that they can eventually take back their throne, they're going to get even though it is a little bit of a detriment to, of course, have to prepare for 2 teams, you also do get that day before experience to kind of get comfortable with the stage and say, okay, I know exactly what this feels like. I am not going to be as nervous, and I already defeated T1 if that does come to pass. And so I'll have a better time against Paper X. Same thing for T1 if they end up defeating DRX.
Totally. I was just thinking about what that stadium's gonna look and feel like playing on it. I wish the 5 of us can be a stack to play in a show match there, but at the same time, just like PaperX versus T1 or DRX, this is, like Will mentioned, a big celebration for Pacific. Let's have a bit of Pacific pride because this goes into Masters Tokyo. And maybe like PaperX actually lifts the trophy for the first time, or DRX lifts the trophy, or T1, I don't know. It's gonna be insane playing against like all the other regions.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the first team ever to lift the trophy in VCT Pacific, right? Opening season, opening year here for Pacific. Very curious to see which out of the 3 it's going to be.
I'm really excited for it. It's the first time we're all going to be in the stadium. We're all going to be there together, including Paper Thin and Achilleos. And I think it's going to be a freaking good time. Again, like you said, all 3 of these teams will be going to Tokyo. They will be going to LA for champions. But whoever is going to be reigning supreme next weekend, well, that remains to be the question to be answered. With that, I bid you adieu for the very last weekly recap here at VCT Pacific here in Seoul, South Korea. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. I'll see you guys in the stadium.
Turn it out. Turn it out. Turn it out.
발로란트 챔피언스 퍼시픽 2023 결승 진출전으로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요, 이정현입니다. Hello and welcome everyone to VCT Pacific 2023 Lower Finals. I'm your host Jen.
안녕하세요. 여러분의 호스트 신경민입니다. Hello guys, this is your host 경민.
네, 이렇게 또 오늘은 특별하게 파이널 주간 동안 여러분과 장충체육관에서 함께하게 됐습니다. We're coming to you live from Jangchung Arena, where the finals will be held for the next couple of days and where the champions will be crowned tomorrow.
네, 특별한 장소에서 진행되는 만큼 많은 팬분들이 선수들을 응원해주러 와셨습니다. 또 the turnout for today's match is unbelievable and it's fantastic to see so many fans coming in to support their beloved teams. 아무래도 많은 팬들이 주목해주시는 경기여서 그런 것 같은데요. 본격적으로 경기에 들어가기에 앞서서 오늘의 경기 일정을 간단하게 말씀드리겠습니다. And especially since this is a match many fans have been waiting for. So, but hold on, just before we jump into the action, let us quickly explain to you about today's match schedule.
플레이오프의 5일차인 오늘 결승전의 마지막 한 자리를 두고 DRX와 T1이 맞붙게 될 예정인데요. 오늘은 현장의 열기를 끌어올리기 위해서 쇼매치로 출발할 예정입니다. We're 5 days into the playoffs, which means 2 teams will battle it out to meet Paper X in the grand finals tomorrow. Now to hype things up even more, we're starting today with a show match prior to the best of 5 lower finals between DRX and T1.
네, 쇼매치는 버니버니 선수와 슈퍼버스 선수가 팀장을 맡아 프로 선수와 인플루언서로 구성된 두 팀으로 경기가 펼쳐질 예정입니다. Yes, indeed, today's show match will be a game between two teams consisting of pro players and their favorite Vol streamers and influencers. 그럼 두 팀을 무대 위로 모셔 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 팀 버니버니와 팀 슈퍼버스입니다. Bunny and Superbus will duke it out against each other with their own unique teams. So everyone, let's make some noise for Team Bunny and Team Superbus! Woo!
네, 이렇게 해서 두 팀을 무대로 모셔봤는데요. 살짝 이야기를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. Now we have the players out for the show match right now. Let's take some time to talk to the players one by one. 그럼 먼저 팀 버니버니의 주장 버니 선수와 함께 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 오랜만에 또 VCT 무대를 다시 밟은 것 같아요. 지금 유니폼도 들고 오셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요? Now, Bunny, you're back on VCT stage. Again, does it feel weird to be back? What does it feel like? And I also see you have F4Q uniform with you.
거의 2년 만에 경기장에 섰는데 사실 요즘에도 프로 하고 싶다고 가끔씩 생각하긴 해가지고 또 좋은 기회에 있어서 또 재밌게 할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
It's been almost 2 years since I stepped foot on VCT stage, and sometimes, even today, I feel like I want to go back pro. But this is such a great opportunity for me to perform on this stage once again. Now, 이제는 또 CGRS 선수께 여쭤보도록 할게요. 어제 트위터에서 제트 타임이다 이렇게 얘기를 했는데 과연 오늘 제트 칼픽하신 건지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now CGRS, this one's for you. Now you said it's gonna be jet time on Twitter yesterday. Are you going to insta-log the jet?
Actually, I want to play Jet, but Gecko never disappoint me. Thank you.
제트를 하고 싶지만 그래도 개코가 자신을 실망시키지 않을 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 이젠 젠프리 선수와 함께 이야기 나눠보도록 할게요. Now, Zenfree, I wanna go to you. What do you think of this huge stage where the finals will be held soon?
I don't know. It's a really nice stage. I'm just excited to be able to play on this stage. Yeah, I'm just excited.
이제 이 무대가 어떤 것 같냐고 물어봤는데 정말 큰 무대가 너무 멋진 것 같고 다시 한번 이렇게 무대 위에서 관중 앞에서 경기를 치를 수 있을 것 같아서 정말 기대가 된다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 이어서 클러치파이 선수에게도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 이제 많은 팬들이 기대를 하고 계신 것 같은데 짧게 팬들에게 한마디 부탁해 보도록 할게요. Now I'm gonna go over to Clutchify. I know a lot of fans are looking forward to your clutches today, so I'm gonna ask you any message over to the fans. So 日本のファンの皆様に一言お願いします。
日本のファンの皆さんに。はい、そうですね。ストリーマー対決と思ってきたらみんな周りプロで正直びっくりしてるんですけど、この後の試合の前哨戦ということで楽しんでいきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。
And Zenfree for translation.
He said that he came here today thinking it was a streamer battle, but he's just really surprised that there's a lot of pros around playing with him today, and he's just gonna have fun.
오늘 스트리머로만 구성된 선수 팀들과 만날 줄 알았는데 와보니까 프로 선수들도 있어서 깜짝 놀랐다고 합니다. 그래도 오늘 최선을 다해서 경기를 치를 거라고 얘기를 했는데요. 자, 그러면 프로 선수죠. 또 다른 프로 선수인 엑스페로 선수와 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 과연 에이스는 몇 개나 따내고 또 나이프 킬은 몇 개나 할 예정인지 물어보도록 할게요. 엑스페로, this one's for you. How many knife kills or how many aces are you looking for to farm up tonight?
As long as I can get the ace, I will get I will try to get every round.
Okay, and knife everyone?
Yeah.
라운드마다 에이스를 할 수 있으면 그냥 에이스를 바로 해버릴 거고요. 또 기회가 있으면 상대팀 모든 선수들을 또 칼로 한 번씩 찔러서 죽여보고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. 네, 여기까지가 팀 버니버니 선수들이었고요. 이어서는 팀 슈퍼버스 선수들과 이야기 나눠보도록 할게요.
네, 팀 버니의 자신감이 엄청나다고 지금 느껴지고 있는데요. 또 여기서 질 수 없죠. 이제 팀 슈퍼버스와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. Yes, looks like Team Bunny is more than confident in winning today's match, but let's see what Team Bus has to say about that. 오늘 슈퍼버스 팀 리더로서 오늘 경기의 각오가 어떻게 되시는지 여쭤보겠습니다. So what was your mindset coming into this match?
We're gonna win.
우리가 이길 수 있다라고 아주 깔끔하게 보여줬는데 확 와닿고 있습니다. Okay, yes, we can definitely feel the confidence for Superbus team. And now I'll go back to 유리하나. 유리하나 선수께 질문해드리겠습니다. 팀 플레이어들을 처음 봤을 때 첫인상이 어땠는지 물어볼게요. So what was your initial impression when you saw your teammates?
일단 저도 오프라인이 처음이다 보니까 생각보다 아는 사람도 있고 모르는 사람도 있었는데 긴장이 좀 많이 되고 잘 해보겠습니다.
As it's my first offline experiment, I feel kind of nervous, but I have a few I know and a few I don't know, but I'll try my best. Now I'll go to Latsi. Yes, so you've been really enjoying Korea. So what was your most memorable experience? 이제 한국에서 좀 시간을 보냈는데 가장 기억에 남았던 경험이 어떤 건지 물어보겠습니다.
I think being here in this wonderful stage is one of the best feelings ever. So I hope we have a good fight later.
Okay.
Thank you.
네, 한국에서의 경험이 여태 경험했던 것 중에 가장 좋았던 추억으로 많이 남는다고 하는데요. 이번 매치도 많은 기대가 된다고 전했습니다. 그럼 이제 다음에 또 크루즈 선수 만나볼게요. So now we'll go on to Cruz. We all know that you're really into dances and you love dancing. So can you show a little bit of your victory dance? 오늘 또 크루즈 선수가 춤을 사랑하고 잘 추는 걸로 유명하거든요. 그래서 오늘 좀 승리의 춤을 보여줄 수 있는지 조금 여쭤보겠습니다. 이제 카메라에 보여야 되는데 잘 잡힐까요? Can you come a little bit front here? 크로스! That was 크로스! 네, 크로스 선수의 몸독적 하나로 승리의 기분을 마음껏 만끽할 수 있었는데요. 네, 다음으로 또 우리 주목되는 텍스처 선수 만나보겠습니다. So now go on to texture. 텍스처 선수 요즘 좀 영어 공부를 많이 하고 계신다고 들었거든요. 팬분들께 영어로 메시지 한번 보내주시기 바랍니다. I mean, we heard that you're studying English really hard, so can you send a message to your fans in English?
I love you guys.
We love you too. 네, 사랑합니다 라고 전했는데 저희도 텍스처 선수 정말 사랑하죠. 네, 오늘 팬분들과 함께 하이텍 넘치는 마음으로 경기를 즐겨줬으면 좋겠고요. 다시 또 우리 주장에게 한 번 더 마지막 질문 물어보겠습니다. Okay, back to you, Superbus. One last question. Anything you've got to say to your opponents? 또 이제 상대 팀에게 한마디 하자면 어떤 게 있을지 물어보겠습니다.
What?
Okay. Anything you can say to your opponents?
Trash talk, trash talk.
No worry, guys. You're gonna lose, okay?
상대팀한테 너네가 이길 방법은 없을 거다라고 아주 자신감 넘치는 모습을 보여줬습니다.
잠깐만요. 그럼 버니버니 선수 답변해야죠. 네, 한마디 해봅시다. Now, Bunny, I know you have a lot of trash talk in you, so let's go.
Should be fine. You're gonna go home fast.
칼퇴할 거라고 또 한마디를 해주셨네요. 네, 이렇게 해서 두 팀의 인터뷰를 모두 만나봤고요. 경기를 어떻게 풀어갈지 기대해 보면서 저희는 중계석에서 경기 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Now we got to hear from all the players who will be playing our show match. Now without further ado, let's throw it over to the casters to get things started.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to our show match. I'm Tasteless, joined with me is William. That was a fun little bit of banter we saw with our two teams.
I love that Bunny's like, you're going to go in fast, but we know that a bunch of those guys are actually going to be watch partying here in the stadium right after their show match, so they won't be going anywhere. But just having a little fun, obviously, I think it's nice, especially for Pacific, to have all these influencers and pros, or some of them ex-pros, kind of join in from all the different countries to celebrate VCT Pacific Finals weekend.
So obviously, we've got the lowers finals later on tonight. This is kind of like an appetizer before the main course of the evening. It should be fun. I think we're going to have a lot of unusual agent picks.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I would expect so. Probably some unusual plays.
Although,
it should be interesting.
Can we really say anything's unusual in Pacific now that we've even had Reyna become a Tier 1 pick by Paper Rex, and Gecko has become Tier 1 by T1? I mean, Phoenix is picked by Jing. Like, everything. I guess Yoru. Yoru's still missing.
We're still waiting on Yoru. Fingers crossed we're going to get him. But you're absolutely right, William. I mean, this has been quite an incredible journey.
Yes.
Over the 2 months of VCT Pacific that we've had. Crazy stories have been developed. Crazy agents have been picked. And over today and tomorrow, we're going to be crowning a champion for the region. But first, a quick look at our lineup for our show match. Players from all over the Asia-Pacific region.
Yeah, of course, we have Team Bunny going up against Team Superbus. So Bunny against Superbus. They will be playing on Bind, so a little extra taste of Bind. We actually have been seeing more and more of it here in Pacific, but of course, it did go through that kind of remake coming into this season. So we'll see what kind of fun they'll have there. But as we saw during the interview, Bunny's team will be with Xpharaoh, CGRS, and Zenfree. Of course, those three we've actually seen on the main stage of VCT Pacific as well, and then joined by Clutch Fi, who is a streamer under Zeta Division, and then Superbus is joined by Cruz and Texture from the VCT Pacific rosters, and then Yuri Hana, who is actually part of the DRX Game Changers roster, and then Razzie Binks as well. I actually got to catch a little bit of Razzie Binks' vlog as he was coming out to Seoul a couple of days ago last week, and he's actually been watch partying in the Sangam Stadium with us during some of the VCT Pacific matches. He's been absolutely excited to be part of this event.
All right, so momentarily we're going to be hopping into this match. Again, it's just for fun, but it's very cool to see these players from all over the world, all these different regions coming together. Some of them pros, some of them from the background of maybe streaming or YouTube content creation.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just nice to have this opportunity, and especially as we go into, furthering VCT Pacific and VCT overall. I mean, all these organizations, they have these extra content creators under their banner, as we're seeing today, and to have them to kind of get a taste of what it's like to be on the main stage, right alongside the main roster, or kind of as that prelude to the main matches, and have a little fun, and then watch party here in the stadium. I don't think there's anything better than that for the ladies and gents up on stage today.
And by the way, what an incredible stage we have. Look, we're just getting started here. We're going to be here all evening, but already the stadium here is filling up. And we're going to get to see the actual agent lineup confirmed, and then we're going to be hopping into this match.
All right, Tasteless, do we remember what the abilities are called for Chamber? Because we're seeing him in Pacific
I'm going to be fishing deep into the recesses of my brain to try to remember what those are called. But
and
we got a Reyna pick here as well. Gecko here.
Yep,
and
then Bunny will be returning for his trademark Raze, and then Texture on his trademark Jet as well. Of those of you guys who have been watching Valorant for a while, you'll remember Bunny back on F4Q when they made it to Masters Berlin. I mean, people were praising him. The observers were praising him as the best Raze in the world. See if he can continue to prove his status there. And then Razzie Binks, my eyes are on Razzie Binks to see if he can get more kills on Chamber than Sadak did last night over in VCT Americas, all right? On Loud, Sadak played Chamber. On Bind, he got 8 kills. Only 8 kills, okay? See if Razzie can do better.
This is going to be so fun. And I'm glad that we're getting to see the appearances of some of the players on teams that have already been eliminated, but were real stars here at VCT Pacific. They're going to get one last showing here as we go into our first map, Bind. If you're just now joining us here for the finals, maybe you weren't following VCT Pacific, or maybe you weren't following much of Valorant recently. Bind has had some changes here, some adjustments, some improvements, if I'm going to be frank, here from Riot. And so it's going to be fun to see the application of these agents on our new map.
All right, Team Bunny versus Team Superbus. This is our best of one show match to kick off the finals weekend here at VCT Pacific. Got a couple fun picks lined up and ready to go. Curious to see how, I'm also curious to see how, all the teammates gel, right? I mean, they haven't really ever gotten to play the games together because they're all playing on the different servers across Asia.
It's a good point, right? I mean, there's got to be some language barriers here. Not everybody is going to be fluent in their native, well, I guess not their native language, but the languages they're going to be used here. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comms in English, some in Korean here. But either way, I mean, we're here for fun. Looks like we've got Team Bunny over here on the attacker side, ready to try to plant that spike at B or A. Superbus here on the defense.
All right. Let's see what the setups are here. Rendezvous set up for lamps for that chamber. And Texture just says we are kicking things off right away. Bunny gonna answer right back with the frenzy at long range.
Yeah, a bit of a trade out there. There is a wraparound here from Cruz. He could end up with the flank onto Clutch, and he doesn't quite get it. Good reaction timing there. Cruz has already been dropped. And we've got a very squishy position over at B. That's going to cause Yuri to wrap back around over to that side to confirm that it's safe.
Oh, Classic versus the Headhunter, and Zenfree wins out on that one. Razzie Binks not finding the kills he wants just yet. Superbus just gonna chill out, of course, here representing Thailand in full sense, and Superbus will be able to stop the plant actually entirely from the wingman.
All right, just Yuri left over here, and what looks to be a fairly impossible situation. The spike's gonna go down. She gets one.
Spike planted.
Still has the Trailblazer. Cooldown still going for Guiding Light. We're not going to see that anytime soon. Just has to break through this with her aim. CGR's is just waiting for the right timing and gets the headshot.
Yeah, tough position there for Yuri, but a good first round here overall. Team Bunny's going to take that. Not the most explosive pistol round. A very methodical play. People kind of trying to get peeks and surprises on each other.
Just kind of testing the waters. It's only round one. I mean, obviously, it is just going to be a best of one between these two teams, but they're still just kind of testing to see how each other is playing, how they're warmed up so far.
All right, so we'll now go into round 2. See what exactly Superbus has planned for us. It is going to be a Marshall over here for Texture, and they're going to have a big 4-player push down into B long. Nobody's going to be there, so A's pretty wide open.
Oh boy, the shorty. It hasn't been nerfed yet. It's only 150 credits, and it's finding full value. Already 1 kill. And a little bit of a potential upgrade here for Superbus. No, he's just going to make sure he's cleared out the entire short area, and he just goes out on his way.
You know, this actually is not impossible here for Team Superbus to try to come in and pull this off. They've already dropped 1 player. With him still having the shorty now, they can slowly try to push in.
Oh, Xfero, he's trying his best something. Impersonation, and he makes it work. Zenfree comes right back as well.
Yeah, baiting through U-Haul, and then ultimately cleaning house their Team Bunny with the 2nd win. But again, I like seeing that shorty.
Yeah.
While it's still cheap.
Yeah, while it's still cheap.
Getting some play.
Yeah, before it gets raised to what sounds like it might be a ridiculous number in my opinion, but I know Achilles doesn't agree with that. Oh, man.
It is cool, by the way, to see, you know, from when Valorant came out to where we're at now, where people have just really figured out the shorty's actually really good in certain situations.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a little too good.
It's a little too good, being airborne, being able to pop in and you know, not have to worry about accuracy and get those kills, especially early on when armor's low.
Man, it's always nice to see some of the current pros as well playing some agents that we haven't seen them a lot in. And Bunny, all right, he's warming up with his blast packs. Nothing too crazy just yet. Just flying right into elbow.
Superbus finds 1. Going to keep with the lurk up here. Starting to see Team Bunny thin out.
Oh no, the dismiss is good. Razzie, oh, he does follow through. Finally gets the kill, and calmly goes for the next kill from Cruz as well.
Beautiful round there. The spike will be diffused. Superbus is able to even this out. Not one-sided, thank God, as we go forward here in this show match.
Yeah, you know, when we first saw the rosters, it was getting a little tough to call, but then, you know, a lot of us were thinking, well, if Bunny, like, plays Raze, is that even fair? Like, that's always been his main. He's gone to an international event with that. And then you have someone like Xfero who has been hard carrying RRQ, like, all season long. Like, I don't know if this is fair, but all right, Superbus, they're trying to prove us wrong here on stage.
Frozen in time there. I'll never forget round 3 either. Someone put that one on a postcard.
He looks so happy, too, in that shot.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, Blades drawn this time around. Zenfree going to try to move through showers here.
Well, why use Blades when you can use a judge? According to Bunny.
It's just a better shorty.
Xfero, he's quick with those dismisses, man.
Yeah, he's very on top of that. And, you know, as long as he keeps getting kills, this is sort of the snowball-ish element of Reyna. So they haven't planted that spike yet. They're going to try to push in. This is still doable for Superbus.
I mean, absolutely doable, right? I mean, Guiding Light's coming. Oh, I was going to say in the next 5 seconds or so, but Xfero's going to pick up that kill as well, and Cruz all alone with a judge. I don't think they know exactly where he is yet, though.
Yeah.
Oh, he's. Are you going to try to go for a? He's just going to creep up for a knife kill. Oh, he gets one.
Kinda. I'd call that a moral victory.
Oh man, yeah, gotta do what you can do. Maximize your experience up on that stage, right? Enjoy the moment as much as you can.
Some great control there from Texture into showers earlier on. And I like that, trying to go out with style, accepting your fate.
Yeah. And who better to do that than Cruz, right? I mean,
Right.
the guy knows how to just really entertain the crowd.
So this is going to have to be a pretty creative round here for Team Superbus as they're going, you know, into it with empty pockets. It's going to be Texture.
Oh no, we're watching a Texture. Oh no, it's happening. Oh, Xfero just dismisses right out. Gets
What
the
am
kill
I
behind.
seeing here?
I mean,
That was wild.
This is like a cinematic, right, between
Yeah.
Jet and Reyna. They just use all their abilities.
I think I saw this in the trailer for the game.
Oh, man. You know, I can just feel the energy from Xfero on stage right now, and he's just trying to prove a point to his coach, Coach Ewok, and be like, we should have played Rain on Bind too. We might have beaten Paper X.
All right, just one left here. Razi gonna try.
Oh no!
No,
it's happening!
No!
Razzie Biggs hide! No! That's one knife kill. All right, Xfero. That's
All
one.
right, Xfero.
One on the board. Oh boy, it begins. He's just gonna start racking it up. He wasn't kidding during the interview. Well,
another postcard moment.
I was like waiting for the dramatic transition, and it just freezes right there.
And fade to black.
Oh man. Oh, that fan wants Bunny to get an ace. I don't know about that one. And then I assume that's a typo for texture. It's
No,
a
text
lure.
lure.
Text lure.
It's how he baits him in. It's with his text lures.
I want to see crazier blast packs from Bunny. He's keeping it way too simple. All right, Razzie. This little short little rendezvous back. Not really seeing. Well, I guess we are seeing why Chamber isn't picked that much. We're not seeing much, from the utility of Chamber, but there's not too much you can do. I think Bind is probably one of the maps that you can continue to use him on. As Loud try to prove. Oh, Bunny. Okay, he gets the kill.
Yeah, Bunny finds the first target. Xfero finds another.
Oh, but Superbus holding strong on Labs. Oh man! Firing back. The spike will still get planted by Wingman though.
Shinfree's so clutch here.
All right, you know both of them are on site.
Ooh, dodges the blind.
Oh!
Yeah, hot peek confirms she's still there. And Clutch gets that final kill. 5-1 now.
It's starting to slip away, Tasteless.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can actually have this go out pretty long. I'd like to have this be a pretty deep game here since we only get one with all these players. But
yeah. I mean, I'll just say it like it is, okay? Xfero's gonna calm down, all right? This is not it. This is not your last. Don't make this.
Let me be clear with you, William. This is his VCT Pacific Finals, okay? This is his own personal finals.
Yeah, he's playing this like it's a revenge match against Paper Rex in the round robin, but it's not it. Xfero, you gotta let that pass go, okay? We're in a show
We're gonna find out his dashboard just says Paper X names on it.
Razzie Biggs with a nice open though. With the tour de force, shuts down Bunny. That should slow down things just a bit. Of course, sure, the firing rate has been changed, but the power of that ultimate will never change. Still one shot, one kill.
Oh, Razzie whips. That's too bad.
Nice jiggle peek as well. I mean, goes both ways. Oh, Yuri Hana. Oh, man. Does Clutch expect this? He does suspect it. Oh, but he doesn't get the shots.
Nice shot by Yuri.
Oh no!
That peak. CGRS.
Oh, he just slowly waltzed right in.
Yuri was the only player keeping this held together here. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Just Superbus left over. Sheriff in hand.
Yeah, but he used the ultimate. He's trying to bait them in. The shorty's coming in. He knows it. Oh, he tried to get the other angle.
The idea was good.
It was good. Oh, man.
The idea was very, very good.
Oh, man. That would have been sick if you got that, though. Superbus
I was ready for it.
Yeah. Imagine if he had the shorty. Why spend 800 credits when you can only spend 150?
Yeah, crazy peaks, by the way, from CGRS. That was wild.
Yeah, he's just sneaking out and picking off kills. He's like, ah, yeah,
okay.
Let's go. Oh, this is a sign specifically for Texture's Jet. That's Texture's Jet.
That's Texture.
Oh
It's uncanny. God. It's funny because the moment I look at it, I'm like, yeah, that's Texture's Jet.
Oh, man, that's a true fan right there. Oh, they've been cheering for Texture his whole career.
It reminds me of that old Korean commercial where it's like that talking ginger root or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Oh, Superbus trying to fight back now that they've got some actual guns. Bunny has a op in his hand as well.
Yeah, Bunny on the hunt now. We're going to have the... Oh, he's just going to not
like,
even waste a bullet on that.
Yeah.
I don't kill animals. Just backs away.
This one's looking like it's going Superbus's way. I think they've finally calmed things down a bit.
Well, I'll tell you, William, they need one here.
What?
Hold on, Bunny gets another.
Say that. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no. And they know where he is. They know where Texture is.
He's going to get the plant. Texture going to try to push around. Gets one.
One enemy remaining.
Texture could try to stick this, yeah. Oh, go for it, Superbus, you got this!
Yes!
Yeah! Oh man, knife kills on both sides, let's go.
That was hilarious. All right, a much-needed Superbus win. You see his hand, he's like, I can't believe it.
I just love watching his cam. He's like so just happy that he's
You can
got
feel
that.
the charisma.
Oh man.
Damn, that's how Texture got that kill? Totally blind? That's amazing. And watch Superbus here.
Yeah,
He actually, his reaction's delayed. He looks around.
Yeah, he's like, oh, can I cheer? Like, are we good? All right, and op continues for Texture.
Well, that's going to be a good stream alert now here. Okay, so going into round 9 here. Texture with the operator. He's going to peer down B long. Nobody there. It's going to be a push into showers. Razi gets the best of him at the start, but then it's a bit of a trade.
Okay, evens out 3-3. Oh, but Bunny knows, and he just shuts down Superbus. The celebration lasts only 1 round for him.
Spike planted.
All right, Texture and Yuri.
Oh, they're going to play this separately? I guess he has an op. All right, go for these 1v1s.
Texture gets it first.
Bladestorm now. Oh!
Oh my God.
I thought he was going to get that kill.
Yeah, well, the camera man thought so too. We got that set up, and it's like, nope. Completely taken out. 7-2 now.
That's just how hard it is to be an observer, by the way. Like
Oh,
you,
yeah.
you basically take your 50-50 when your duel is coming.
I feel like no matter what, if you're the observer, you have to always go to the jet in Bladestorm. Like,
I mean, because if you get the kill, it's always going to be cooler if it's the Bladestorm than if it's a Phantom, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Phantom, you just hold left click. How hard could it be, right? Oh,
Okay.
Shorty push out. Here we go. Here we go, Tasteless. This is Achilles' favorite round in all of Valorant. Shorty and a Bucky pushing out.
all right, Superbus gets a double.
Oh, no. Clutch just answers right back with the paranoia. He's like, well, I don't care if you guys have close guns. Oh! Oh, nice try, Superbus. I like the idea.
All right, Bunny looking for a target here.
Also trying to get us all nauseous as much as possible.
This is a crazy moment. Cruz is almost surrounded.
Yeah, but Texture's got to be able to help him out from, oh, heaven.
This is going to be so tough for Texture now. I don't even think this is doable.
Well,
he starts it.
Yeah, gets one.
Clutch finishes it. Still can't get over that knife in the back. That was too funny.
Yeah. Well, we have 1 knife on each side, right? So
Yeah.
see
Well,
if we can get a couple
in
more.
case you guys are confused, we're going to tally the winning team up by who gets the most knife kills, okay?
Oh, man. I love Korea. Is that a shirt that says I love Korea?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. Fans
love it.
Oh, from Hong Kong.
Excellent.
Shout out
Welcome,
to Hong
guys.
Kong. All right. Welcome, welcome. I love that he's just excited. He's like, oh, that's me with my shirt.
Now's the time to show my shirt. Okay. We've got to push into B. And Bunny and Sinfree are already killing it here. B is just open. It's theirs for the taking. We're going to have 2 through teleporter, it looks like. The door is going to get smoked off. And it's going to be another difficult retake round here for Superbus.
As it has been these past couple rounds, Tasteless. And
it just gets worse, too. Another round win.
Team Bunny, just no mercy. Like, calm down.
This is brutal.
Last round before the switch.
Okay, final round in the first half. Good luck, Superbus. They really need 1 win. Not going to be an easy one either. They are starved as far as guns go.
No, I see though. They're going for the curse, man. They're going
All
for
right.
the 3-9. They're trying to
All
prove
right.
it. They're trying to prove you
They're
wrong,
trying
Tasteless.
to prove us casters wrong. Us adding the numbers up and trying to be honest about what it means.
Yeah.
They're trying to stop it.
Yeah, this game, it's not about facts.
Yes.
It's all about curses and myths and legends.
These Valorant scores, it's postmodern, man. This doesn't mean anything. All right, we're not in the second half yet.
That is true.
They're proving they're in control of their own destinies.
It ain't over till it's over.
Yeah.
Oh, Razzie. Judge gonna get spotty. Just tries to go for a quick kill. Oh, Bunny flies right by.
Oh, he's like already past him.
Yep, there's that raise. Oh, Zenfree's having a game here with Jet.
Zenfree's. Oh, coming around. Cruz gets the first. Cruz, can you make this happen for your whole team? He's going to wrap around the other side.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go? He's in my nightmares. Oh, okay.
All right.
Cruz, nice.
Can he do it?
Love to see it. I mean, 1v2. This is doable.
Yeah, this is manageable.
This is totally manageable.
Oh, no, he didn't see him over there on the side. That's too bad.
Not at all. Didn't even have an inch of an assumption that he could be there.
I think he saw the man bun when he jumped up over it, and that was sticking out over the bubble, and then just shot Cruz down.
Sparrow's quick. We've known that throughout the regular season. Oh my God, that was a sick shot. Yeah, Zenfree's he's been let loose, man, on that jet.
He's just gobbling up all the kills in a given round. Okay, so, I mean, hey, it's 10-2 right now for our score, but what do we know?
What do we know?
What do we know?
We don't know anything. We just talk about the game.
Yeah.
Do we play the game?
We all know attacker side on bind is going to be an easy 12-12 overtime from here on out. Just got to switch sides for it.
Yeah, that's all they had to wait for.
I like what we did in production here. This is certainly show match music in halftime.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's a little groovy. I like it. And then we find out this is actually what plays during the lower finals as well. Like DRX with their head in their hands, they're trying to figure out what to do in the timeout. It's like, bam, bam, bam.
They might be going home after this, and we're playing music from a racing car game.
Oh, man. Wait. Oh, what? The pistol round happened. Bunny.
Oh, that's so funny.
We were enjoying the music too much.
No, we don't need to go in a round 2 in the second half. Hey, get more shots of the stage and play that music again.
Well, it was pretty quick, apparently. Zenfree just...
Dude, that's so funny. As we go to the lower finals, it's the same music playing. We're like, that was a weird choice. Next day at the grand finals, it's even sillier music.
Oh, man. Oh, my God, Zenfree. Let him play the game.
Yeah.
Superbus just wants to play some Valorant, man.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Team Bunny's like so confident. They are literally just walking around, stomping all over the sands of mine.
Team Bunny is trying to plant the defender's spike on the attacker's spawn.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Now they're just playing with their food.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, well, that is map point coming up for Team Bunny.
All right, how do we spin this one as casters? Well, guys, you know, it could be 10 wins in a row. You don't know.
It has happened.
It has happened. It's happened somewhere on the servers. In the history of the game, it happened. All right, please don't make this the last round. Let's get some wins here.
Yeah, come on.
Our team's down with only 2.
Listen, I get it. The fans want to see more texture, and to see more texture, we need to see more rounds. All right, that's just how it works. All right, Superbus, come on, you guys. Okay, well, I was gonna say you guys got guns, but there's an Odin in Xsparrow's hand, and Xsparrow, my man.
All right, trades out.
Well, at least the Odin's down.
Yeah. Hey, the glass is half full. You're right. Unfortunately, the score is not half full.
It is far from half full. Yeah. Oh, see, the smile's gone from Superbus's face. We can't see that lovely smile anymore. Come on, Team Bunny. Oh, no. They picked it up again. Oh, nice peek. Oh, my God. Oh, Razzie Banks is playing this so well in a 1v2. Oh, my God. He's making it happen. Oh, my God. He's getting away.
He's Matrix dodging bullets in there.
How did he do
How
that?
did he not die?
What in the world? Oh, my gosh. All right, Bunny. Trying to just close this out. He's like, I don't want to play on stage anymore. Just want to be done with this match.
All right, Yuri. Can she bring us to another round? It's one.
All right, 1v1. Yuri versus Clutch. DRX versus Zeta.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, Clutch is like Clutch is like knife fight, and I was like, hell no.
Yeah, not so much.
All right. Well, you know what? We still get a couple more rounds. I'm down with it. Never know when it's gonna happen.
30 seconds left.
They're all like,
fun.
yeah, you know what? I'm okay with that disrespect. Just take the kill. Let's go for a couple more rounds here.
Why not? Bunny here with the Marshall. Obviously, they spent heavy last time.
Yeah. That aggressive Odin on the defense in the third round of the half. That's coming back to bite them just a bit. Marshals and judges and sheriffs. Oh, that's like the full trio. that can roll the Wild
Yeah,
West. The
that's
marshals
right.
and judges and sheriffs.
They're going to take all the outlaws out of this town. A little shot through there.
Cover going.
And already, CGRS has been eliminated from the picture.
All right, nice entry. Okay, creates enough space, yeah.
Yep, just Bunny left over with a Marshall. And probably not even a dream.
Spike planted.
Not even a dream.
Yeah.
Wow, way to just shut it down.
It's just, well, it's my bias casting. Oh! Bunny gets winged.
Oh, well, he did. He tagged Superbus initially. Oh, I guess he got the headshot the second time. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. I thought he maybe got the tag on the first one. We just didn't see it update right away. But all right, Bunny, I see you. He's got that showstopper.
That's right, and Blade Storm's available here for Sinfree.
Bunny's going to fly out as soon as those barriers go down, man.
Now look at this. This is just a sign for Valorant. That's a really positive message.
That's a true fan.
That's a true fan.
That's a true fan right there.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, no,
hold on.
never mind.
No, his biases were exposed at the last second. Okay.
Oh, man, he baited us in.
Yeah.
You want to play? Let's
Well,
play.
some T1 fans from Sig. Oh, Razzie shuts down Bunny. Man, that feels bad for Bunny. I mean, if he was ever the greatest at anything, it was going to be blast packing forward and getting those kills. Oh, nice little Astra wall coming up.
Texture gets another. Now, you got to remember who's left here. It's Sinfree.
Oh, no.
And CGRS, who get a little greedy with these kills. Oh, they're going to go for the defuse.
Well,
Oh,
the plant.
excuse
Yeah,
me.
the plant
What am
is
I
just going
talking about?
down. Okay, all right. Thrash doesn't find any targets, but now you know that they're all on that side. Texture still with another kill.
Just CGRS left. I think we're going to get another round here, William.
Oh, it's not over yet. Look at all these pets. You thought it was a 2v1.
He's going full Beastmaster.
Oh, that little bounce tech is kind of nice.
Oh, my God.
My goodness. Nice little trade from Razzie Banks, though.
All right, next round. Big buys here for Superbus. Obviously, Bunny, the whole team Bunny, is able to kind of, have some fun with this in the show match.
Yeah.
As, they are just one round win away from closing it out. But I got to say, I'm glad to see Superbus fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, Team Superbus, whatever, maybe they really did just need to switch sides. I mean, they really turned it up, right? Razzie Banks is hitting some 6 shots. Texture is really coming alive. Superbus himself has been holding and anchoring down a couple areas of the map. See if they can continue it forward. Little misbounce there on the mosh pit, but it'll get where he needs to.
Oh, sees
no.
the gun barrel.
Oh, Texture's like, oh no.
Oh, tis but a scratch from that shotgun.
You see him dash just backwards. He's like, I do not want anything to do with that, Judge.
Razzie gets the first.
Oh,
And the
Razzie
second.
Banks. Nice, just racking up the kills. Oh no, Zavero. Oh no, Xvero. Oh my God, what are you doing, Xvero?
Yep, that's going to be it. Killed right when he gets back into physical form. 6-12 here. The streaking continues on up. For Superbus here, they're doing a great job.
When you said physical form, I'm like, yeah, well, Reyna has 3 forms. She has her gaseous form and her solid form.
And her liquid form.
Oh, man. Oh, another fan for Bunny. Of course, Bunny is under the T1 banner as well, so
Right.
it would make sense that a lot of T1 fans continue to support one of their favorite creators.
That is the nature of a lot of these teams now. You've got your pro team, but you also have some kind of a content creation team there as well.
And especially with watch parties being so common now, and a great way to kind of be able to cheer for your team in your own community. I think it just makes a lot of sense. Love to see it. Obviously, we've been seeing a lot. I mean, we talked about a couple of these members already coming to the studio a couple times to watch party from there. They'll be watch partying here in this stadium today, in Junction Stadium. I think that'll be sick. Very cool to see.
All right, nice Superbus taking clutch out. Bunny gonna wrap around. He gets Superbus. Things even out. And Bunny is with 3 HP. He's so low, but actually gets another kill.
What?
That is shocking. And he looks almost like for a second he was going to kamikaze even further in there.
Well, we did hear the teleporters. Zenfree on the hunt. Do they know that he's going to wrap around right behind him? Xfero's trying to just buy time and space. There's a Belier. Oh my god. Do they know? No, they don't, but now they do. They're trapped. Oh, Zenfree. Texture, 1v3. Blaze Storm.
Can he do it? Oh my god! No! Death by shotgun!
Ends with the judge.
Yes. In a very bunny-esque ending, it's a hopping player with a judge. And that's going to do it for our best of one show match. But if you're just now joining us, do not go away. We have the lower finals up next.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, this was, as you put it, Tasteless, at the beginning of the show, this was just the appetizer. This was just to celebrate us entering our first ever finals weekend here at VCT Pacific, bringing together, all these pros and content creators, streamers from the different team banners to come together, celebrate the start of the weekend. But now we had some fun. We gotta switch gears, all right? We're gonna do,
no more fun.
Yeah, in a little bit we're gonna.
Fun's over.
Yeah, the fun police is here, and we gotta get all these serious business coming forward because the lower finals, that best of 5 is waiting for us, and it's between DRX and T1.
Yeah, it's a big one here. Our two Korean teams are about to go head-to-head here in a fight to decide who will go into the finals to face off against our Singaporean giants, PaperX.
Yeah, and PaperX has been looking absolutely incredible, of course, with a couple of the roster changes they made as well. See who's going to accept that challenge. Now, DRX, they have never been pushed down to the lower finals, here within Korea, obviously now for Pacific. Can they win this best of 5 and go to the grand finals? This has been the furthest they've ever gotten on an international stage like Masters of Champions. See if they can kind of overcome that burden now here in Pacific against T1.
Now let's remember as well, T1 has looked so improved. They're in by far the best iteration of themselves that we've ever seen as a team here. So it would be incredible to see them win, and who knows, if they can win here, maybe they can take the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, right? Momentum seems to be a little bit more on T1's side, but of course DRX has the history, and they have the experience. They've played so many best of 5s before, all the way, into a map 5 and things like that, so that will be the lower finals coming up. Of course, tomorrow PaperX plays, but we just had that show match, and for anyone, if you maybe are watching the global stream, but you're still here, or trying to make your way over here to the Changchun Stadium, we've got a bunch of stuff going on outside as well. We've got, event zones, merch from all the teams from Riot. I was going to point to our little Tactibear friend here on the desk, but we're not on camera anymore.
Oh, you can just call me Tasteless. It's no problem.
Yeah, you can buy your very own Tactibear, the Tasteless size, here at the Riot shop. No, you can buy the Tactibear plushes as well.
We'll show them in a second here.
Yeah, but this is of course how the show match went. Team Bunny, I think, just kind of ran away with it in the first half, and Zenfree, 21 kills. Trying to prove to his teammate Soldum that he too can play Jet.
Yeah. Zenfree really running away with the show there. Too bad it didn't go a little bit longer, but hey, it's really fun to have these pro players as well as these big streamers and content creators all here together. I mean, all these people make Valorant, what it is today here, and give all these new people, these new players, I really should say, access to the game in a very personal and intimate way. So if you had some fun watching those players here today, definitely go check out their streams or their YouTube channels. And obviously, if you're a fan of their play and their pros, check out their teams too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, just find, if you can find your communities, that's just going to make Valorant so much more fun. But we have an interview on stage, so let's go over to the stage, and then we will be getting ready for the lower finals.
네, 바인드에서 쇼매치 팀 버니버니의 승리로 끝났습니다. 이제 선수들 모시고 각 팀의 팀장님들과 이야기 나눠보도록 할게요. Now we have the winners of the show match today. It's Team Bunny. Now let's take some time to talk to the team captains for a little bit. Now 이제 버니 선수 승리를 가져가게 됐는데 아직 살아있는 것 같아요. 프로로 다시 돌아올 기회가 없는 건가요? Now, Bunny, I think you still got it. Any plans to come back?
다 좋았는데 칼로 죽여가지고 살짝 흔들렸어요.
Yes, everything was good except the part that I got knifed.
그럴까요? 아니 칼로 맞았잖아요. 그때 뭐 몰랐어요? 고개를 약간 보면서 안 것 같았는데. No, I feel like you saw that coming like a second before you actually got knifed.
분명 그 한 명이 더 있을 것 같은데 이게 어딜 봐도 없는 거예요. 그래서 얘나 죽여야겠다 하고 있었는데 갑자기 뒤에서 하길래 좀 아쉬웠습니다. 네.
Actually, I looked around, but I saw no one, so I didn't expect that to happen.
그러면 이제 슈퍼버스님 칼로 버니버니 선수를 잡으셨는데 사실 오늘 승리보다 그게 더 값진 것 같아요. 그렇지 않나요? Now, Superbus, you knifed Bunny, and even though you guys lost the show match, I mean the knife kill is what counts, right?
Yeah, I am the captain. Then we win. I'm not the enemy team. The captain, the enemy team. So, yeah, that's it.
네, 이제 승리를 하진 않았지만 이 나이프 킬을 함으로써 조금 오늘 좀 기분이 좋았고 승리보다 어떤 좀 재미있는 순간이 아니었나 생각이 든다고 했습니다.
네, 그리고 오늘 상당히 경기를 빨리 끝내서 팀 슈퍼버스 팀이 굉장히 아쉬워하는 모습이었거든요. 좀 왜 이렇게 빨리 끝낸 건지 여쭤볼게요, 버니 선수. Now, Bunny, I saw team Superbus players kind of bummed out that this ended so fast.
질문이 뭐였죠?
상대가 너무 빨리
네.
끝났다고
네네네.
불평을 하더라고요. 왜 이렇게 빨리 끝냈어요?
저는 아무것도 안 했는데 여기 젠풀이랑 엑스페로가 갑자기 말없이 빡겜을 해가지고 저는 잘못이 없고
I mean,
젠풀이랑 엑스페로가 너무 잘해가지고
I mean, it was not my fault. It was Jenfrey and Xpera who were like seriously doing the show match, so I don't know what happened.
젠프리 디나잉이 제프리 선수 아니라고 하는데 그냥 몸풀기였나요? You know, you didn't put your 100% into it?
It was my first time playing Jen in a while. I was really just, having fun, enjoying the moment, and my teammates were really strong, especially Mr. Xpero. So, yeah.
네, 사실 제트를 오랜만에 플레이하기 때문에 정말 재밌었고 좀 엑스페로 선수가 정말 두각을 나타냈고 우리 팀 전체가 되게 강한 모습을 보여서 재밌었습니다.
Now, Xpero, you can't deny it. You put your 100% into the arena, right? 진짜 진지하게 임했다는 걸 좀 부정할 수 없을 것 같아요. You can't deny you put your 100% into that arena, right? You were playing it like it was a VCT match.
Yeah, I mean, I don't go here to play for fun.
사실 재미로 한 건데 이겼네요.
Now, I want to talk to the Superbus players as well. Who was it that was complaining about how fast this ended? 이제 좀 슈퍼버스에서 강력하게 이게 너무 빨리 끝내서 아쉽다고 항의를 하셨던 분이 있거든요. 좀 오늘 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다.
Stand a little different. Nice.
So, Rizzy, how are you feeling? There's one fan screaming his name, but are you a little bit sad that this ended so quick? You were trying to, enjoy it for as long as possible.
Ang ganda niya guys, natakot ako. Why did they play so fast?
No, are you sad that this ended pretty quickly?
Yeah, I don't know. I think they just wanted to win. But if it was a best of 3, we could have won maybe. Best of 3, maybe 2-1.
네, 저쪽 상대팀이 상당히 이기고 싶었던 것 같다고 그렇게 말을 전했네요.
그러면 이제 매치 MVP를 좀 슈퍼버스님께서 뽑아달라고 여쭤보고 싶어요. Now, Superbus, if you could pick an MVP of the match today, yeah, from both teams, who would it be?
네, 엑스페로 선수를 개코 MVP로 뽑았습니다.
네, 그러면 이어서 이제 DRX와 T1이 경기를 앞두고 있는데 이제 각 팀 주장분들의 응원의 메시지도 들어보도록 할게요. And now we have DRX and T1 waiting for their lower finals. Any message over to them? I'm going to start with you, Bunny. 버니 선수부터 한마디 해주시죠. 마이크를 받으시면 돼요. 네.
저는 T1을
응원해야죠.
적극 응원합니다. 네.
I mean, I'm definitely rooting for T1.
슈퍼버스 선수도 응원의 한마디 부탁드려요. And Superbus,
Who is the MVP?
any message
Any
over
message
to DRX or T1?
T1, I think they are gonna win.
Okay.
Yeah.
그러면 이제 옆에 있는 꽃감님한테 DRX에게 응원의 메시지 부탁드리도록 할게요. Any message over to DRX?
당연히 우승은 DRX라고 생각하고요. 네, BO5인데 일찍 돌아가시게 되어 정말 죄송합니다.
Of course, the winner will be DRX. Yes, and sorry for like going home so fastly. 오케이, 그럼 이렇게 해서 쇼매치가 팀 버니의 승리로 마무리됐습니다. 저희는 잠시 쉬었다가 DRX와 T1의 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. What an exciting end to our show match today. Congratulations once again to Team Bunny. And now, after a short break, we'll come back with match between DRX and T1. So I will toss it back to the desk.
And text, Thailand in full sense, and Superbus will be able to possible situation. The spike's gonna gain. CBRS is just waiting for 30. It hasn't been nerfed yet, it's sold. Right into elbow. He does follow through, finally gets the kill. And
better shorty. Texture.
Oh no, we're watching a Texture. Oh no, it's happening. Oh, Xero just dismisses happening. Razzie Mix hide.
Sorry, Xero finds it.
Strong on labs. Oh,
we're gonna find out his dashboard just says
he does suspect it. Oh, but
DRS.
Fully walled straight in. Go for it, Superbus. You got this. Yeah. Oh, Zen. He's gonna be able to help him out from. Well, around ceaseless.
Around.
No, he didn't. Zero's hand. Oh no, Clutch is like. Oh no.
And
it's not over yet.
Red Bull gives you wings. 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 Red Bull gives you wings.
Today is the moment you've been waiting for. It's the finals weekend of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me, there's no desk, just chairs. We've got Quack and Achilles. How are you guys feeling? This is our first time in the stadium together.
It is. We're here at Jangchung Stadium, right here in Seoul, and it's been electric so far. Great little show match to kick off the day, but now it's time to get into brass tacks with our lower final. One of these teams is going to be moving forward into the grand final tomorrow.
That's
so
right.
Fast turnaround for you, whoever it is, and PaperX is waiting.
They are waiting. How are you feeling, Quack? What did you?
You know, I feel good. It's pretty awesome here. The show match went quick. There were a couple of knife kills. It was fun to watch.
What was your favorite knife kill?
I mean, you gotta root for the one with CGRS. The Thrasher jumping into it. It was just good.
Yeah, I mean, the show match is always great. We had a lot of pros who were on those mixed on those teams. I don't know how balanced those teams were, but it was pretty fun. Nah, you don't think?
A little off kilter. A little off kilter. I think maybe if you flip CGRS to the opposite side, maybe for like Razzie or something like that, maybe it'd be a little bit more level-headed. But at the end of the day, it was all about fun. So for everybody in the chat who was taking it seriously,
get a life.
What's wrong with you? It's a show match. It's a bunch of streamers. It's a pros. It's fine.
It's fine, guys. We're going to go into the pro match. First, let's talk about the standings where all the teams, how we got to this very moment in time. Let's pull up the brackets for the playoffs. DRX is in the lower bracket, which I think that surprised some of us. Not all of us.
We normally see this.
Not us two.
We normally see that. Yeah. Higher overall prediction rate right here. Anyway, this is something that we're used to seeing for DRX at the international events, at Masters, at Champions. They usually make it out of groups, fall in the lower bracket, make a run, get close.
Yeah.
And this would be typically where they would fall to the likes of Loud, Optic, etc., and find themselves in a third place position. But yeah, I think it was a bit unexpected the way that things went for them, because while PaperX is an incredible team, they've been looking unstoppable with something in the roster, we didn't necessarily anticipate that it was going to be a 2-0 fashion for PaperX to be able to take that series. The first time that they were able to actually able to best them in show match, in VCT, doesn't matter. They finally got that win under the belt on the, I believe, the 5th try, and it was a monstrous performance from them. Something again says, you just got to play Reyna. And I'm going to run all over you guys. And DRX just clearly was not prepared for it at all.
I mean, he played Reyna, he played Breach, and you kept count, 5th try. All right, man. But I also think this is not DRX at their full strength.
Yeah, we are definitely going to dig into that, break that down a bit more in a bit. But let's also talk about Zeta. This is one of the teams that we thought could have been the 3rd team actually going to
I had
Masters
forgotten,
Tokyo.
and now you just tore that wound right back open.
Sorry.
Why you gotta do that, Victoria?
Picked up the scab a little bit.
Yeah. Look, it's unfortunate, but at the end of the day, you need to be able to contend. You need to be able to be in that top 3. You need to deserve that placement. And unfortunately, Zeta, while they did see improvements and they started getting into that form that we knew they could, that Zeta that made that run all the way back in Reykjavik, it just wasn't quite enough. The other teams had kind of further evolved and had surpassed them. So while it is unfortunate, them's the breaks. It's just the way that it is. Obviously, there's still a chance that they can take part in international competition, what with the LCQ and whatnot ahead of champions. So there's a chance that we will get to see them back on an international LAN, but we need to see further growth from them.
I think Seth is right. Just watching how they've played so far, you can always admire how they never give up, that tenacity, right? The way that they keep on trying. Even when it looks like the game's almost over, they still fight back, and somehow they bounce back, just not quite able to close it out. And hats off to T1 for that, because they really had so many team plays in all of those maps, especially Fracture, I think, was one of my favorites. But yeah, it's like what Seth says, you have to deserve it. And maybe right now, it's harsh to say, but Zeta, not quite there yet. They can come back, though, and that's the thing that we can all look forward to.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're looking forward to a lot of these teams that we saw throughout the playoffs coming back in the LCQ. Now, we're going to see the matchup between 2 mega Korean teams, T1 and DRX, today. So we're talking a bit about DRX being in the lower bracket after their loss against PaperX. Let's talk about the roster. And this is a bit surprising with Zest coming back in today at this moment.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, they've been less fluid of the roster throughout the Pacific season. We've seen them do a couple of adjustments. We've seen some shakeups on the roles and who's playing what, but widely, Zest has been absent. We saw him come in the only time, and the last time that we saw him come in was versus Team Secret during the regular season, And that ended up being a 2-0 victory for Secret over DRX. That really set the stage for them to then make it into the playoffs. It threw a ton of other teams in the flux and ruined the hopes and dreams for the likes of, Global and RRQ by making things immensely more difficult. But they've decided that they are going to do this again. And frankly, I don't necessarily disagree with this decision, because it is time to just buckle down, get yourself into that grand final tomorrow, and then put on a stronger performance versus PaperX. I think that overall from what we've seen, there's been a lot more inconsistencies with DRX when Foxy9 is in the lineup. And he, in his own right, is an incredible player. He is so mechanically gifted, but it feels like the team comfort level has not quite been the same compared to when Zest was in the starting five, compared to what we saw from them at, Champions last year, at Sao Paulo earlier this year. It just feels like the peaks with Zest in this original kind of starting five just seem to be a bit higher and a bit more consistent overall. Granted, again, it is kind of difficult to talk about the consistency because they did get run over by Secret in that series.
Yes.
But that was also with very limited prep time, very limited scrims, and not much notice for the likes of Buzz, who suddenly is like, oh, I'm playing Jet again. Because we have seen him playing a bit of Duelist, but it's widely been raised because Foxy9 has always been there to play the Jet.
How do you feel about that, Quack?
I
The
think
switch with Foxy9 and Zest. Do you agree?
It's very much, kind of what Seth's saying. I do agree, but it's also a little bit more than that, because while we can talk and zoom into Foxy9 a little bit, he is the rookie and he has shown a lot of great performances. Yes, sometimes inconsistent, but you also have to think about how this shakes up the entire DRX composition overall. With Foxy9, you have that flexibility to go in a double duelist, which can be one of DRX's strengths playing against T1, but at the same time, now that you have Zest back in, Buzz is the sole duelist. It's back to that kind of classic DRX set play, execute kind of composition. Does that work out that well? Has T1 prepared for that even?
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about T1 actually. Now, T1 has a monster player, and that's Saya player, who's really just been nailing it.
He's just been incredible. Was able to overtake the likes of Depp in a lot of statistics, whereas Depp was leading throughout pretty much the entire season as far as total kills, first kills, etc. Saya was always right there nipping at his heels, and then was able to best him at the end. And he just has at times been a one-man wrecking crew, and that's just really terrifying, because while you typically you want to see that support structure around him, the fact that he is able to make games so close just by his efforts pretty much alone is a very terrifying prospect. But T1 across the board has just been a Cinderella story, because this was a roster that coming into it, we said, maybe they make playoffs. That's possible, depends on how, the other teams look, if Global's going to work out, if RQ is going to be able to get themselves on their feet, but still getting into the top 6 for T1, that should be a challenge. That was the narrative coming into the season, and then they just completely blew us away.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, in fact, it was almost a swap with Gen G. I think we expected a completely different outcome.
They sucked the power right out.
Space jammed.
That is one way to look at it. But T1 is on the up and up, and they've just been performing really well, even with their matchup against DRX during the playoffs. Still look pretty good. Now with Ban, he was another player that we've seen kind of grow over the course of the 9 weeks, and Carpe was also fantastic as a controller.
Yeah, because while we do have Saya player as that monster duelist, he does go for a lot of aggressive op picks on the defensive side. You also have to look at the entire team, right? T1, we kind of started to dub them Teamwork 1 now, because they love to play off of each other that way. A lot of positional setups, and it's just really smart with how they kind of trade off of each other, play off each other's contact. And although Saya player is the first one who often, the tip of the spear leads the charge, maybe getting a lot of picks, the rest of them are there to pick up the pieces afterwards. And I think, with IGLs like Zeta, with a lot of smart mid-round adaptations, T1 actually is a really formidable team now, and that's why they beat Gen G.
Yeah, that's right. Now let's hear from the player themselves. We do have team interviews. Let's go over to that video.
DRX랑 붙게 될 거라고 어느 정도 예상을 했습니다. 오히려 DRX를 만나게 된 게 저희는 더 반가운 것 같아요. DRX가 올 줄 알았다는 건 저희가 PRX한테 질 줄 알았다라고 약간 돌려 말한 것 같은데
이겨보십시오 한번. 어떻게든 한번 이겨보십시오. 저희가 이길 거니까 어차피.
DRX 같은 경우에는 국제전을 많이 경험해봤잖아요. 그러다 보니까 그 경험치는 절대 무시할 수 없거든요. 그런 부분에서 오는 강함이 있지 않나.
DRX를 보면서 매번 들었던 생각은 정말 팀 게임에 근본처럼 게임을 한다고 생각을 많이 했던 것 같고요.
티어는 개인적인 포텐셜이 높은 팀?
굉장히 이제 정교하고 베테랑들이 모여 있는
이 정도까지 성장할 줄 기대도 안 했었거든요. 완전 약팀으로 생각했었어가지고.
사이아 플레이어 선수가 이제 세트를 기용할 때 매우 잘하는 모습을 보여주더라고요. 그래서
돈 안 되는데 디포트.
마샬이에요. 사이아플.
이거는 너무 뻔해요. 너무 뻔해. 이러면 문제가
트리플 킬입니다. 사이아 플레이어 킬 코드라.
그 선수만 따른다면 이제 저희가 좀 많이 쉽게 이길 수 있다고 생각을 많이 해요. 퍼시픽, 최강 스모커, 마코 선수 좀 조심해야 될 것 같고요. 뭐 클러치면 클러치, 디펜스면 디펜스, 그냥 모든 게 완벽하기 때문에 가장 무서운 존재인 것 같습니다.
제타 형이 T1에서 가장 잘한다고 생각은 하고요. 최근에 카르페님이 많이 잘해주셨더라고요. 벤님이랑.
안 했고요. 야, 진짜 소름 돋는 에임이네요, 이거는.
와 플래시 드라이브 반응까지.
뭘 넓었잖아. 내가 이길게 이거.
우와, 내가 이길게 이거.
T1 카르페품 미쳤다.
저는 아직 성장이 끝난 게 절대 아니거든요. 언제 어떻게도 올라갈지 모를 것 같아요, 저 스스로.
T1이 성장한 만큼 저희도 성장하거든요, 발전하고. T1이 자신 있어 하지만 저희도 그에 못지않게 한 10배 더 자신 있기 때문에 아무래도 재밌는 경기가 되지 않을까 싶어요.
DRX 잘하고 있긴 한데 우태가 폼 많이 죽었더라. 연습 좀 해라.
죽진 않았고요. 잠깐 이제 자고 있습니다 지금. 강범이 형 제가 이제 만났을 때는 눈도 못 떴죠, 제 앞에서.
병철아, 너 궁극기 진짜 맛있게 쓰더라.
포즈! 저라고! 야, 진짜 천금 같은 저라고! 야. 어? 예? 갑자기 이게 왜?
승균이는 어떻게 경기 안 뛰어가지고 키보드에 이제 먼지 좀 털어놔야겠다. 이거 너무 셌나 어디?
DRX는 제가 좀 의식도 많이 했었는데 그냥 이제는 그런 거 떨쳐내고 이제 두드려 패려고 해요.
레귤러 시즌에선 두드려 맞았기 때문에 두드려 패고 싶다고 하는 것 같은데 꿈과 현실은 좀 구분해야 되지 않나 싶습니다. 이제
DRX를 먼저 복수하고 거기서 얻은 경험치로 저희가 결승에 가서 PRX를 만나면 더 좋은 그림이 될 것 같다 이런 생각을 해서.
T1은 이미 이겼던 팀이라서 아마 또 저희한테 압박감이 오히려 더 많아질 수도 있다고 생각해요. 왜냐면
저희가 이제 아무리 지금 경기력이 바닥에 나 있다고 해도 그쪽 팀 정도는 저희가 진짜 아무것도 없이도 이길 수 있는 경험을 가지고 있다 보니까 좀 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
There is so much respect between both of those teams, and I was gonna say we're giving each other so many compliments, and then it started segged into this part where they started insulting each other instead.
Korean trash talk videos. They're legendary out here. So you cannot have a finals weekend without the trash talk.
Yeah, Buzz, nice ult after the round.
Yeah, I mean, hey, dust off your keyboard. You've been riding bench to intro. I mean, ooh, it's brutal, but it's good that they can dish it out. And at the end of the day, you know, still have that respect for each other.
Now, the last time they faced off, not so long ago, just last week, we saw a 2-0 against T1, but it was pretty close with T1 kind of finding their footing in that second half of both games on Bind and Pearl.
It was a good run back, and it looked like initially it was going to be a complete and utter wash. DRX, you know, they started off both maps up 9-3, but then as soon as we swapped sides, we saw some really good streaks coming out from T1 to make it a bit more honest, make it a bit more even with it, you know, picking up 10 rounds in the first map, then 9 in the second one. So it's good perseverance, and that's something that you absolutely need to have as you get ready to come into your first best-of-5 series. You know, since you've joined VCT with this roster. So if this ends up going the distance, we know DRX, they're a known quantity. We know how far they can push it and that they can rally back even after going down 0-2. Not rally back enough to, you know, pull off the reverse sweeps. That still has eluded them. Put them in the closest one to be able to do it. T1, completely different question. One of the things that I'm going to be looking for T1, though, to kick things off and have a better start is winning some damn pistol rounds, because they couldn't get a single one on either map. They went 0-4 in pistols versus DRX, and they also gave up a pretty hefty 4v5 conversion rate to DRX. So, you know, we talk about Sai and how he's able to find those opening kills by getting aggressive with his operator quack, but then it doesn't necessarily lead to the round victory at the end of it all.
I agree. I mean, just looking at the statistics, you can see right there, 60%. I mean, Saya player is someone who often goes for those, and he did have 13 first kills up against DRX in that previous game. Foxy, you know, might have 11, but the conversion there was slightly different, right? T1 couldn't quite win out in so many of those rounds, although it's still DRX performing at their peak performance. This time, though, this is a different T1 now. Information can expire, and I think that's the old T1 where you sort of saw Saya player being that main duelist more. Whereas this time, you're going to have Ban coming in as the secondary duelist. You're going to have Foxy9 not playing in with DRX. It's really different, and in fact, in the past, Foxy actually, that was one of those games where he didn't have a great performance. He had like a -7 kill death overall, which was very different if you look at Saya player who had +26. I mean, that is big numbers. This is a better T1 now. I think you can expect different results.
Yeah, I mean, Foxy, to be frank, he got blown out of the water by Saya in a victory, in a 2-0 win. It was just not even close. 109 ADR compared to 206 from Saya player. Talking about the first kills and how close they are, but what's not seen is that Saya goes 13 and 8, so he goes +5, and then Foxy goes 11 and 12, so it's a -1. So he died more times than he was getting kills. And granted, that can just happen when you're playing entry for your squad. But again, the fact that Saya can put up figures like this in a loss, where they don't even pick up a map win, and he averages out over 300 ACS, is just bonkers.
Yeah, the fact he's doing that on losses is incredible. Now, and the fact that we had so much info on Foxy9, but you guys are absolutely right. It's almost like he's been leashed. His KDA has been kind of dropping over the last couple of matchups, and we don't have that much info on Zest as far as Pacific goes. Now, let's talk about our key players. We're going to take a look at Buzz and Saya player. Quack.
I mean, between these two guys, we are talking about how Buzz has been playing. We know how good he is. He can play that Sentinel role if he has to, but with Zest in, he's definitely going to go back on the duelist. Often you'll see him on Jet or maybe Raze, and he is a proven quantity. I mean, he can have big performances, but at the same time, when Zest was in, that was one of those performances where he wasn't doing that well. I think it was a 9 and 20 KD. Not the best, slightly different. Team Secret actually beat them in that match. So, I mean, that's the thing that I'm looking out for today. Can Saya player continuously kind of apply that pressure and pick out DRX's players, throw a wrench into their plans, and then prevent them from executing?
I mean, it's something that they really need to happen. But if Saya player comes out and he has a day like he did before, you know, versus DRX, and then the rest of the team is playing even just, I'd say 20% better, you know, across the board, the other 4 players, they absolutely can take maps or take the entire series. This is, you know, spoiler alert, I predict DRX to win this one, but it's not as clear-cut as it normally would be in the past because of the performances that I saw from them when they did square off against one another. Now, Buzz, I mean, curious to see, because as you're pointing out, him playing the Jet versus Secret, it did look a little bit rusty. Things were not nearly as concise and synergized as we typically see from DRX in the past when Zest has been in the roster. And we also weren't seeing Termi calling timeouts. It felt like they very much were limit testing and seeing how it was going to look, but they've opted to go for it. So my question is, how much time has been invested? When did the pivot come through for them to say, okay, we're going to go back to this 5-man starting lineup? Because it wasn't that long of a pivot when they did it in Sao Paulo. They came into Brazil saying, okay, we're going to have Foxy9 play, and then they got there, they did a couple scrims and went, okay, we're going to go back to Zest. How long has it been now? How much practice have they gotten in? And how comfortable is Buzz going to be back on this Jet? Because we know Saya player perfectly at home, whether he's playing that, whether he's playing the Raze. And when he's playing the Raze, we also have Ban, who's been looking more and more comfortable on the Jet in his own right. So it's, I think, a very scary position to be in for DRX.
Definitely. This is probably the weakest we've seen them in a very, very long time. Let's talk about those predictions, you know, since you've already spoiled yours. It's honestly, look, this was a really difficult call for me, and you know, you guys know
I agree.
I was deliberating over it all night, really. They were like, what are your predictions? I'm like, I don't know, there's a chance.
You couldn't sleep because of this.
I couldn't, it was killing me. I was like, there's a world where T1 can win, and it's not, you know, me just rooting for the underdog. They've just been performing really well. A lot of the maps they've been doing well on are the ones that DRX has been dropping over the last 9 weeks. So I think there's a chance that T1 can win, but I mean, historically speaking, DRX is the king of Pacific.
I mean, why do you think T1 though? Because like, just thinking about how they come prepared for this day.
I'm the one who has the question, but I'm gonna answer you.
The turntables.
Sorry, I'm in the middle seat, so you know.
you're in the host seat. So T1, I don't think they expected to be here. No offense. I think they're a little surprised themselves. They knew they were getting better, but they were like, oh, we're here now. They're probably just so happy to be here. And that mental state, they're going to have fun today. Whereas DRX, I mean, we saw Mako break down. We heard about the rest of DRX kind of breaking down just an emotion of stress there's so much on their shoulders right now. And I think that could affect them. Unless they perform well under stress. What do you guys think?
I mean, I agree. I think that everybody on this stage, maybe other than Ban, is used to playing under stress because Zeta had an extensive history playing in CS, also on the same team as Tax and whatnot, so they're very familiar with one another. But DRX obviously has been in front of crowds. They're there in Sao Paulo. They made that run to make it into third, fourth place. But at the same time, you've got Saya Player, you've got Carpe, you've got Munchkin. These guys have been in front of enormous crowds in the past, so they are not going to get shaken up about it. They've been in front of home crowds. They've been in front of crowds that are rooting against them. So they're all going to be perfectly suited to this kind of environment. So I think that maybe the nerves about trying to get into the grand final and then trying to win the whole thing, that will catch them. But as far as any kind of stress related to being in front of an audience, being in an arena this large, is not going to shake anybody on that stage.
I agree. I don't think it's going to come down to this stage. I mean, I think it comes down to the big picture. You have to think about what's happening tomorrow, right? It's not just about today. It's the whole playoffs. And yes, T1, maybe they didn't quite expect to be here, but I also feel like they're prepared. I think your prediction actually does hold a bit of weight because DRX are very much so focused on Paper X. In doing that, maybe they kind of underestimate T1 a little bit. Maybe they just put Zest in to kind of throw them off.
I mean, maybe that could be, or maybe they just said, okay, Foxy hasn't been hitting those peaks. He started off incredibly well. You think back the first map that he played, he was able to finish that map of Ascent with an ace. But then we haven't quite gotten back there. So I think that this is probably going to be more in line of we're scrimming with Zest again, and we're going to do this because we want to make it into that grand final, and we want to take down Paper X. We don't want them to, get us twice, or we don't even want to miss out on the opportunity because realistically, I think in their history, DRX has only missed out on one grand final, and that was it. Yeah, it was all the way back when New Turn qualified to go over to Masters. That's it. They've always been present. They've always been there, and every time that they have made it, they've won. So they want to make sure that they are maintaining those records. So I think that this is them taking it seriously, not just trying to throw a curveball at them, because DRX is not necessarily that much of a curveball team. The last time they tried to throw a curveball, the last couple times they tried to throw curveballs, it hasn't really gone their way. I mean, there's the Harbor comp. I'm thinking about them, talking up their fracture and then finally bringing it out and then just getting slaughtered on it back in Champs 2021. So they're usually not the team that says, like, okay, we've really got this tucked up our sleeve. I think the last time they realistically did was, the Harbor comp on Icebox, which did go well. But then it got picked apart by Talon the very next map. So the very next time they played it. So they usually don't like to play around with like that. They don't like to take risks. I think that this is them playing it as seriously as they possibly could.
I agree. Honestly, I feel like DRX is already prepping for Masters at this rate of what they're doing right now. What I'm a little bit curious is, like, who is Paper X preparing to play against tomorrow? Like, who's their prediction? I mean, I'm assuming everyone's is rooting for DRX right now, but you're generally the underdog voter, so I'm really surprised to see your prediction for DRX today. What kind of maps are you expecting to see? What's going to be knocked out?
That's the thing, right? It comes down to the map picks also, and for PRX, I think it's just a lot more fun to see PRX, DRX again. It's kind of like watching, I don't know, Ken versus Ryu in the grand final. Like, they're so familiar with each other. Just beat DRX one more time, PaperX. I'm kidding. But yeah, talking about map picks, this is important. A little bit. Maybe not so much. Right?
It's like a 60-40.
But yeah, I mean, I think, we have seen DRX continuously banning Lotus. Like, it never gets not banned. It never gets floated. And I think it's going to continue today. Meanwhile, for T1, like, you have to think for them, it's in their shoes, you're going to want to ban your weakest map or DRX's strongest map. And that's possibly going to be like Pearl or maybe even Split, because DRX has that really strong double controller setup. And then now just T1, so far their Fracture has been great. That's where they play double duelist. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as we're talking about the power levels and the impact for the players, the map draft is probably where you do give DRX a pretty heavily favored advantage. I fully expect that Lotus is going to remain a permaban for them going into this series and probably going into the finals if they qualify for it tomorrow. And that hurts T1 because that has been a staple map that they have gone to, and yes, they've suffered some losses on it, but they've also looked incredibly strong on Lotus. So not having that in the pool since DRX comes into this with first ban, you know, and even if they had second ban, they just take it away anyway, so it doesn't really matter which seed it is. That is gone. So where do you want to then go? Because two of your best maps have been Lotus and then have been Bind. DRX has bested you on Bind. Where do you decide to take them? What do you decide to ban away? I agree with you. I think that Split is a clear one because they've only put it once. It didn't go well. So I think that they will want to avoid that because DRX has been, as of late, willing to pick Split. So I think that you have to then take that off the board, but then you're leaving things open like the Pearl, like Ascent. I'd say maybe your best bet as a pick might be Haven because that has been exploitable. DRX has suffered losses on that map. Gen G was able to nearly make a comeback versus them. They dropped it, you know, versus Secret twice, right?
Yeah.
So that could be a brutal one. So I think that that's where you have to target, but it still doesn't feel fully comfortable for you if you're T1, I don't think.
I'll look at Fracture, Haven, Bind. Those are just 3 maps. And just thinking about preparation against a team like DRX, there are 2 ways that you could go about it, right? You could go play anti-strat and just counter whatever, you know, DRX has done in the past, if you can even predict that. Or you can just play to your own game, your own strengths. And I think that's something that works super well for Paper Rex. If T1 can emulate even a fraction of that today, they stand a really good chance, and that's what I'm looking out for. Maybe.
Sai's
maybe,
playing
right?
Reyna, and then Ban's going to be playing something, or maybe, Ban will be playing Reyna, and then Sai will play Raze.
I think what it comes down to is a combination of both. Like, you have to play to your own strengths and use your strengths to anti-strat against DRX. Play Reyna. That's the key.
Well, you know what? It worked even in the show match, so I guess maybe that's the actual key. It's the Reyna meta. Reyna has come back. Now, we are here in Jeoncheon Stadium. It's a completely new stadium in Seoul, South Korea, and I'm really curious about the Korean fan culture. It's a little different than some of the other global stages you've been to, right, Achilles?
I mean, one of the biggest things that, of course, I think the fans will have noticed by now, because even back in the Sangam Coliseum, we have plenty of them, which is the fan signs.
Yeah.
The fan signs, whether it's something that they're holding up on their phone or something that they have drawn, they always go above and beyond. There's people who arrive sometimes, like, you know, a half hour early, so they have extra time to make a nice drawing or a nice little pun or something in Korean. So I think that we can look out for plenty of those because obviously there's going to be a bunch of people in the stadium. We've got DRX, you got T1. It's a big rivalry. It's a rematch of World's Final from last year.
Just a better Korean team.
See if DRX comes out on top this time.
Yeah, we are seeing the Korean matchup, so a lot of the audiences right now is supporting either T1 or DRX. The stage is looking magnificent. I can't wait for you guys to check it out, and we're going to go see the teams and their walkouts. This is VCT Pacific 2023. It's the moment you've been waiting for after 9 incredible weeks. First up, the Giants of Pacific.
Valorant DRX.
And leading the way is Zest. Stepping out on the stage. Saying, hey, I'm here to play once again, Mock.
Oh, he's like did the moonwalk
yeah,
there.
did a little moonwalk, get himself in a position. But I mean, we've been talking about the pressure on these guys' shoulders. Have been the representatives at so many international events, oftentimes the lone representative from Korea. And now they are here in front of a home crowd in the largest venue that they've played on Korean soil so far here in VCT. To see if they can advance into the grand final.
I mean, it's that pressure. It could weigh them down. It could lift them up. DRX staff wearing
Simon
some
from-
cool.
Yeah,
Oh
DRX.
my God.
Like I said, the fans go all out. I mentioned phones and signs, but now we got glasses.
We got
as well.
glasses, but
And
here
the
it comes.
Korean rivals, T1.
They just look steady. I mean, look at how Zeta's coming up in front, Ban on the beside him along with Carpe. Little finger heart. I mean, look at the stage signs. Like the colors from DRX now, it's T1's red. This is a perfect contrast between both teams.
A classic bout of red versus blue. It always boils down to that.
Munchkin just enjoying his extra time there in the middle of the stage. They're looking good. They're looking happy, confident. Full teamwork won.
Again, I mean, Ban, he's the one that I have my eyes on for this. Coming out onto a stage like this, you know, how prepared for it are you going to be? As stated, I mean, Carpe cool as a cucumber. Just nonplussed by it, it would seem. Yeah, so the coaches will also make their way out. Two well-dressed gentlemen.
I mean, that's what it boils down to, right? How much have they prepared? What have they cooked up for today? What are the map picks going to be? I mean, they have prepared so much. They're also thinking about Paper Rex, but now it comes down to this.
And I'm curious to see, I mean, because Autumn, he's been very involved, very upfront about just getting in there using timeouts. Termi typically is as well. Does he decide to leave them hanging for a while longer to see if they can course correct, or is he going to be more proactive? In the matches where they were getting pushed around, we did see them kind of do a couple of panic timeouts early on, which is not usually the standard for DRX. And then we've also seen him just say, you know what, I'm going to leave and go. And if they get a 5-round win streak, I'm going to see if you can, you know, right the ship on your own. But here's to see how he's going to approach this today as well.
I mean, if you don't, then that could be what happened against Paper Rex, right? For DRX. Exactly. You know, you have to think about what happens today. How much are you going to show? What if Paper Rex studies what you do today? Both of these teams have so much to think about, but sometimes you just have to switch that off and play the game.
Now we got that immediate Lotus ban like we were talking about from DRX.
Yeah, completely and utterly unsurprising. Question is, T1, is it Ascent or Split? You know, those are or the Pearl.
Split or Pearl is what I'm thinking about, because DRX has looked so great on that. The double control is always tough. It's going to be Split, in fact.
Okay.
So that's one less problem to worry about, but now you got 5 maps to play through. I would go with Fracture first if I were T1. DRX?
I think Ascent Open, they're probably going to end up leaning that way. I agree. I think Fractures look strong for them. Obviously, though, it does beg the question, you know, with Zest coming back in, are you going to be able to deal with RB's Neon, which we fully anticipate to see there on Fracture? And that could be a really difficult one because he's still, when he does bring it out, it's been few and far in between as of late, he still looks like one of the best, if not the best Neons in the game.
Very, very flexible player. I mean, and just having that movement around, the mobility that you have on this map as a Neon is something that can definitely throw you off course. T1, what do you have prepared for it? Is it still that double duelist composition with Ban on the Jet, Saya player on the Raze? That could also be something that tosses things up, and it could be a really chaotic match. Following that, though, I mean, you still have 3 more to go. Do we go for binds? Is Haven the next pick? And it is.
I would have expected Pearl, to be perfectly honest. I mean, you bested T1 there. You look very strong, and it was a 13-9 victory for the side of the DRX, but it seems like they feel like maybe they've improved their Haven. Maybe Zest coming back in after a little bit more practice helps stabilize it, where they have been looking a bit rough around the edges on this map. It was such a classic for them. And between Pearl and Bind is T1, you probably say, okay, we're going to favor ourselves on Vine a little bit more.
I mean, Carpe on that Gecko could be a very possible thing. The last time they did this against DRX, it was close, but they still lost in the end just due to DRX's fundamentals and how they execute so well. And that's the thing that PaperX said. You really have to pressure DRX. You cannot allow them to set up. So T1, I'm expecting them to go a lot more aggressive, but that's the thing. When you go back down to Pearl, there's so much space for DRX to play with.
It feels like if this goes to 5, it could just very well be in their hands unless you want to rectify things on that map. But I'm right there with you. I think that, especially on Bind, one of the things that they need to fix the most if we get to that map is going to be their defensive side, because they were just getting run over. That was where DRX started, was on attack. They were able to set up that 9-3 half. Granted, once T1 did shift sides, we know that their attack is clean. So I need to see a stronger defense for them, rack up more rounds. You know, maybe like a 7-5 half if you're going to be, you know, picking a 5 at the very least. That could be the difference maker. But if they don't have a stronger defense, it could just be the undoing of them. So
that's the thing.
We'll see how it goes.
Now the first map is going to be Ascent. It was the first time we saw them drop a map, not drop a map, but lose a match, and that was to Team Secret.
It was a while back, and it was with this same core, this same composition. It's the classic thing that they do all the time on this map, right? Yeah, it's that mirror. You gotta have the Sova, you gotta have the Omen, and things might be a little bit different now, having seen how Team Secret played against DRX. I mean, the shotguns, the Odins, those are weapons, tools that you can exploit. And yeah, maybe the Shorty. Yes, maybe it's going to be nerfed in the future, but it's not nerfed yet.
Well, thank God for the nerf coming up. But yeah, I mean, that is going to be something to keep in mind. But you know, this is just going to go right back to some classic Ascent action with the mirrored composition. So it's all on who pilots it best. Nothing cheesy, no Vipers, no Harbors coming through on this map from either team. So all down to execution. But again, the biggest question for DRX, how is the synergy going to look? How much practice have they gotten? As we got the Giga Agents. Like
look at how they're lined up.
Mechs, they're just 12 feet tall warlords standing on the stage.
I have to say, guys, this looks even more incredible here in person, right behind us right now. The stage, this is gonna be so exciting.
I can feel vibrations through my chair, guys. But I mean, that's the thing. These agents, these players, we're gonna expect Zest on that Sova. He's the definitive initiator for DRX. Meanwhile, I want to see Saya player pick out some of these DRX players.
I think what Seth was saying was absolutely right. If the rest of the team can catch up to Saya Flurry, even just by 20% in full teamwork 1, they stand a strong chance of taking this map. We are going to go into map 1 now in a best of 5. We got DRX versus T1 going on Ascent. We got our casters ready to go with Tactibear. We got Will and Tasteless.
What is up, everybody? We're ready to go into this best of 5. The two strongest teams in Korea fighting it out for the privilege, to go up against PaperX here in the grand finals.
Yeah, and as the deaths broke down, I mean, a lot of pressure on DRX. Everyone expects them to be in the grand finals. Meanwhile, T1, I mean, even DRX was saying in the Trash Talk video, we didn't even expect T1 to grow this much this quickly. And now here they are. I mean, if they can get to the grand finals in their debut season as a roster, that would be an incredible accomplishment for this squad.
Historically, in Valorant, DRX has basically been untouchable with very few exceptions. But as you were saying, William, it seems like T1 keeps getting better. It seems like they've solved all their problems, and who knows? If they can win here, maybe they can take this whole thing.
It's possible, but obviously the big curveball is Zest now showing up. And of course, we're just getting the reminder that the top 3 teams here in Pacific, they already have locked in their tickets to Masters Tokyo and going out to VCT champions. But the real immediate reward that you're going for is to become that inaugural champion here in VCT Pacific. It only comes around once, right? The inaugural title only happens that one time here in 2023. See which one out of DRX and T1 will have the chance to go up to the grand finals for a shot.
Starting this VCT Pacific season off, we really thought T1 was good, but certainly wasn't going to get this far. But here they are now. DRX is going to have to pull out all stops here if they're going to manage to come out ahead. We start this off at Ascent. DRX here on the attacking side, this time leaning over towards A. And of course, T1 here to defend both sites.
Yeah, so DRX initially just cutting sound, but because of the one way, they will have to throw out their utility, even jumping through the smoke just to make sure. They do decide to just walk on through, but Carpe starts it off with 1. The entire force is not in just yet from DRX. Buzz finally getting that kill, making sure the site is safe for his teammates.
Yeah, getting that door shut, allowing the rest of the DRX players to spill in. This spike will be planted, and it's going to be up to a retake over here. Saya gets the first, and the spike plant is interrupted.
Yeah, but this allows time to get in. The door was already broken, so DRX can't plant just yet because they don't have full information. Zest needs to come to create a crossfire to check Heaven first so they can start to peek back out. Now they have the setups.
Carpe and Munchkin around door, looking to swing out. The smoke obfuscates the position here.
The knife gets destroyed, so they're not sure exactly how many members are in the site yet, but they just swarm in with the double angle.
2 in hell. Mako gets the drop. Zest gets the kill here. It's going to be Zest right now versus Zeta and Carpe.
Carpe with 4!
Incredible first round here. And a big win for T1. We knew coming into this could look very close, like a real back and forth with these two teams. And when you have teams that are this evenly matched, that pistol round is so important.
Yeah, and that, Achilleos mentioned on the desk as well. One of the things that T1 absolutely has to work on in this matchup is to get those pistol kills. And, well, Carpe says, all right, we've been working on it. I've been working on it.
Yeah, really masterful retake there of the site. And I think most importantly, T1 was able to hiccup the spike plant.
Yes.
Really buying them more time. Then with that door being cracked wide open, T1, with Munchkin especially able to kind of push around there, get more information, and it was a really clogged up DRX plant overall.
And they're just going to continue to pressure with that one-way smoke. Now, just this round, we'll see if they continue to do this. Ban's actually holding that backwards position so that they can still anchor the site instead of both of them pushing out initially into A main. Dash drive out as well, but without solid info, he's going to just continue to try to get them to bite onto some sort of bait. T1, though, they fully expect this to be A because look at the position on B side. They're already hanging far back.
Yeah, and immediately here we get a trade out here. Carpe and Mako bringing this down to a 3 versus 3. The retake is going to have to happen right now. We've got Saya over here by the door. Marshall in hand.
Just going to break that open. Now they're letting the Ares make the sound just to continue to pressure it, but Munchkin's going to have to check every single corner first.
All right, he chips at Mako there with the arrow.
He's just not going to move. Mako's going to pretend he's just not there.
Oh, man, but a pretty wide swing here from Munchkin, and suddenly it's just Zest left over again. He's going to switch out to the gun and quietly get that kill over onto Munchkin. This is hard, but not impossible.
Yeah, but they're seeing the defuse and the Ares spray. Oh, Zest! He weaves right in between. He almost gets the kill, but Saya is good for another.
That was so clutch by Saya with the Marshall. It looked like for just a second there, that was going to be a triple kill there from Zest.
I mean, the way he just weaved right in between the bullets of the Ares, I thought maybe, just maybe, there was a shot. He even got the initial hit onto Saya, but Desk hyped him up, and for good reason. This man, I mean, he even tries to just stick it, and he immediately reacts.
Perfect no-scope there.
Yeah, just right on point. Now, the big thing is, of course, T1, they dropped a lot of weapons. Only the Bulldog being carried over as Saya is able to pick that back up.
Yeah, it was a pretty rough round win here, and this should be very manageable for DRX, who's going to be very gun-rich and looking to try to create as many opportunities as possible. And simply winning the peak fight, Buzz takes Ban out.
All right, now Ban had the Sheriff, so he was trying to go for the long-range duels. Carpe does have the Frenzy. He's just going to look for 1 or 2 kills here, just trying to stay alive. Look at his position. He just wants to buy more time, but Mako picks him off right away on the entry.
All right, Buzz trying to cover Heaven for the time being. We're going to have a duel out here at A lobby. Saya creeping forward very quietly. Remember, he's got the good weapon.
Zest,
oh, wait, did
you
see him?
No, he hasn't heard or seen him. Oh, but Zest reacts immediately.
Zest with just a huge reaction back there, gets that kill. But brilliant tactic back there from Saya, no doubt.
Munchkin does get a nice little kill with the Sheriff, and DRX, they're the ones in position now to not drop any more weapons, right? They committed into a full buy here. T1 Zeta's just going to look to do whatever damage. He's trying to get an angle for these exit frags. Eventually just dying to the spike.
Yeah, just going to let himself die out here. We're going to go into round 4. This is the first win for DRX in a pretty typical ebb and flow of a Valorant match. Again, I expect this to possibly go to 13-11 or even overtime with these two teams. They're both looking so strong. You can see they're countering each other very well. There's a deep understanding of how they're both going to move and react on the map.
Yeah, and we just saw on the scoreboard an early operator coming out as T1 committed to the full bonus. Oh, I just realized Munchkin got that just through the spam through the wall.
Yeah, just 3 shots through the wall gets the kill.
But here's the thing. People were wondering, the desk was wondering, I mean, Zest returning, is this the right way? I mean, he hasn't been playing. The last time he did play against Team Secret, they actually ended up losing. I mean, clearly, Zest is in prime condition. He has been putting up some of these highlights for DRX. Now that operator for Saya player on T1. Initially positioned on mid, but they have the alarm bot, so without an early pick, he will be rotating to where there's a lot more noise, which is currently the A site.
Yeah, and this may be the one time we don't have a ton of action over here on A, at least to start things off. The L drone going to comb through mid, not find any information.
DRX is playing this very wisely. They understand that now, because of the buys coming in from T1, that this is when they want to start pressuring mid. They may not go to it, but they're trying to break the alarm bots. They already successfully did so. They check that the op isn't there. Now they're going into an angle where the op usually wouldn't be, even if T1 did buy it. The dash in.
Carpe staying quiet back here. Buzz immediately gets that kill on Saya. That's huge.
Yeah, spots him right through the box, saw the shot. He answers right back, and Mako with a nice swing alongside his teammate. The res comes back out from RB as well. DRX, 5-man force, still alive here in the site.
Carpe so low on HP. Can't possibly try to advance into that position until there's some other headway made somewhere else. We have a swing out, but it's failed there. Zest gets the kill on Munchkin.
Well, let me tell you, any concerns for Zest having stayed too long on the bench, that's out the window. This guy, he may be the one who's going to carry DRX today if he continues in this form.
We were worried early on about the fact that Foxy9 wasn't present here in the lineup. We had more questions than answers, but I think you're right, William. A lot of that's going to be ameliorated as we see just how well Zest is playing so far.
Team 1 just going to have to go for another save, but here's the thing that hurts them most. They could not even recover the operator. Saya took the risk of just hiding on site, trying to get the initial entry kill. He got the first shot onto Stax, but Stax had his null command up, and Buzz had already dashed through. He got the trade back in, and Saya drops the operator all the way in that corner of heaven. That cannot be recovered. And this fan's going to walk home for 2 hours if DRX loses. It is raining today. Let me just note that. I don't quite recommend that no matter who wins or loses, but that's how committed they are. Oh, and this is the DRX VIP section. The lady up front, that's actually DRX's designated announcer who's been leading a lot of their live watch parties and stuff for the fans as well.
Now, we go into round 5 here. And by the way, just equipped with a sheriff for the time being.
Yeah, it's another weak round from T1, and with that, I mean, Munchkin, here's the thing, Munchkin's already cleared. Mid has already been cleared as well. T1 knows for a fact this is A. The 0 points just used to buy time. Saya needs to stay alive. The pressure has already been done.
Well, Saya can wrap around through catwalk up into tree if need be. It seems like the commitment from DRX is already here. The blind comes in, the jet comes on top of Generator.
Oh, man, tried to go for the shot, but Buzz just swings just a bit wider. Oh! Buzz lands as he gets the shot as well. Carpe's still alive in hell, though.
Unfortunate reload there by Buzz as he landed down into hell, but I think the work's already been done. DRX has been cracking T1 wide open here. Look at the lurk. Munchkin gets Zest.
All right, it's not impossible. I mean, not a lot of time as Munchkin does have to catch up, but if Saya could just get, if he could have gotten 1 extra kill, then maybe they could get the crossfire, but now it looks rather difficult.
Yeah, beautiful spray there from Stax. The 3rd win in the row here from DRX. How many more victories are they going to chain together here?
I mean, DRX looks to be going strong, and listen, Achilleos asked T1 to win some pistol rounds, but he did not mean don't win any other rounds. He did mean that, additionally, you should win some pistol rounds. And T1, again, I mean, they've had to kind of ping pong on their buys the past couple rounds.
It was a pretty incredible entry there from Buzz. Blinded on a Generator, able to swing out, get the kill on the player behind the box, and then float quietly up onto A heaven for the surprise kill down there. He probably would have gotten the 3rd kill in hell had he not started the reload as he fell down.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz with some good positioning. And here's the thing. I mean, Buzz, yes, there have been concerns about his opping in the past in terms of the consistency of it, especially when he's under pressure. However, just his ability to create space to open up sites has been praised time and time again by fans in Korea and all over the world. And Mako just good for a kill as always. But yeah, that's the thing. As a rifle entry, Buzz has always been trustworthy on DRX. And now with this original 5 coming back, or not quite the original, but the OG for the past 1.5 years, they look to be going with that again. Buzz just designated to make space.
Munchkin iced out visually. Can't get a read. He knows they're in there. He doesn't know exactly where. Buzz with some pretty good spams, but is really receiving more damage than actually getting any. This is a tough one here for T1.
Yeah, once again.
They bought heavy, but really DRX has this site very much on lock. No real lurks here per se, but again, it's going to be a tough way to hack and solve your way into this position.
And Carpe's flanking very far and out, but that's going to take a lot more time. They're going to have to just start swinging in and going for trades, because otherwise Carpe cannot support them with the null command just yet. Zeta can't reposition right after the drop. Okay, B main is taken.
Okay, they're going to pull back to the next line of defense here. Some nice wall bangs here. But Zest trades it out, getting the kill on Ben. You're absolutely right, by the way, William. He's just so good at this point in time.
Oh, and Zest, he was just trying to buy just a couple extra seconds. RB going to wait for the peek. He realizes he's not holding it. He just hides, plays for time, even gets the kill.
Yeah, and actually manages to escape there with that gun as well. So beautifully done, getting that kill. Crazy moment. We got a timeout called here. T1 saying pump the brakes. We need to try to assemble some sort of a plan. You know, let's not forget the way this started out was 2-round wins at the very, very beginning for T1. Exciting stuff, but most of a half is more about your rifle play, how good you are with lots of utility. And the further along in this half we get, the stronger DRX seems to be. T1 needs to figure out what's going wrong in their play, make those adjustments, or they could very well lose total control of this first half.
Now, one thing that I think is showing a lot more improvement from DRX than their past forms, right? When they used to just kind of stomp around Korea and then go to the international events and then falter under pressure, is that they are not leaving anything to chance, right? We're seeing a lot more smoke sprays coming out from DRX as they've gotten that experience time and time again against international opponents, and even in Pacific. I mean, even just then, they're giving respect to T1. They know that if it comes down to just pure 1v1 aim duels, T1 could win any day of the week. So instead of just leaving that up to chance, we will make sure we cover every angle, spray through every smoke, make sure we try to lower your health, lower the numbers, so that we always have the advantage once the spike is planted.
I hope this timeout works. We're going to get a very good idea in the next 2 rounds here. And keep in mind, DRX having that opportunity to maybe try to counter the ideas, the mistakes they're seeing T1 play. Let's keep our eyes peeled for that here. We're going into round 7 now. T1, again, a bit starved here as far as guns, but as far as ultis go, there's a lot of ways they could create opportunities here.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be considered here to try to draw out Zest, Hunter's Fury. They've both been holding on to that and Munchkin's Lockdown. I mean, you have your null command ready to go. Maybe you try to just force a trade out of that. See how it comes into play. Of course, Bladestorm was activated by Saya player as well.
We saw in the interview before the match that they're going to try to really keep track of where Saya is on the map. If they can get rid of him, usually it's an easy round, but doubly so here on a budget round with Saya having that ulti procced.
Yeah, and Saya just going to hide away behind that box. I mean, of course, DRX could spam at any time, but DRX, they're slow creeping forward. Saya, he's going to be caught off guard. There's 2 members here, and Saya doesn't know. He has to back out. He's trying to run away, but he's been tagged and slowed.
Oh, my God.
And he gets taken out.
That is huge. Good job with the Al drone. You can see he was reluctant. He doesn't want to waste a knife on the drone, right? But then he's too wide out in the open. The punish is real, and now DRX continues the advance onto the B site.
Yeah, and DRX are just going to take the site and go. They know they have the numbers advantage. Now, Munchkin, he does recover a weapon, but he won't get away with it with his life. Zest answering right back, and the entry will eventually happen for DRX.
I would imagine we're going to see some pretty tight angles held here, as you don't want to get into too wide of a position here versus players with sheriffs really just trying to utilize the fact that you could spray out more bullets in a tight corridor.
Yep, Snacks just trying to hide right behind that wall. He'll continue to hold that position and jiggle peek. Of course, the rifle's in hand for DRX, and T1, I mean, yeah, you just got to go in with these trades. Okay, Zeta's good for 1. He gets straight back. Now, still no rifles recovered just yet. Okay, now both of them picked it up, but they both get taken out instantly.
Zest is so on top of it. Right now, he's even outshining Mako.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really incredible. Even outshining Buzz. Zest is so, any moment that it seems like T1 is able to regain control, a second later, Zest shuts it down.
And this is one of the big factors that DRX did have whenever they would go to international stages, is that Zest, he would play that second line of attack and defense so well while being kind of the mental fortitude of the team, right? I mean, Zest was always credited for being able to keep the team in focus, to keep them zoned in, to keep them calm. And they bring him back out when they need it most in front of a live audience of this scale here in Korea. And he's leading the way as a role model for DRX. DRX continues, I mean, Zest is continuing to clear that alarm bot every time as well. Munchkin's trying to change its position, you know, in very micro ways, but it's not working just yet. And even afterwards, DRX, just in case, they're spraying down that floor in mid. They don't want anything to do with that alarm bot.
They're going to keep trying to build pressure up into mid here. Munchkin with a good peek takes Zest out, escapes now back through the spawn side of the map. They smoke it out, and it looks like they're going to actually send Buzz in here for a lurk.
I like this idea from DRX. Because you're a man down, because you've already given away your position of the spike in mid, you have to create a curveball. And Buzz, if he can get this kill, that would be it.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
unbeknownst to him, he just saved his own ass.
Yes.
But now we're going to have the Jet come through B.
Well, they both get taken out. T1 Zeta had called it over to his teammate. Munchkin was already positioned to pinch them over from Switch. And now the spike stranded in mid. Sure, some heroics could happen on the side of RB, but other than that, now Mako picks up a rifle as well. See how much they can do.
Yeah, this is a much-needed, likely to be victory here. As, again, we see Mako go down. It's just RB left over.
Yeah, they know he's here. And, of course, I mean, T1 not in a rush to lose any rifles. They are low on credits, so they want to bank up whatever they can. They will happily allow RB to live. At the same time, RB only 1 point away from his lockdown, so if he gets a free kill, he'd be very... Oh, Munchkin's going to... Oh, he's going to peek out.
And they're going to try to advance on RB. He's not able to take any more out with him. A good round victory there. T1 very much so needed that. I think a lot of that came when they started, DRX did, to lose control in the push into mid. And then a very bad read as they tried to peek out with their own jet. Looking around in the back there, it looks like nobody's there, and of course the shutdown happened. And from there, the two players that are on to the B site, it just doesn't matter. They can't get anything done. They don't even have the spike.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing was as soon as mid was spotted, right, and the alarm bot was taken out, it was going to be Munchkin who repositions all, you know, right away into the site to be able to just cover that pinch.
Signs.
Yeah, just trying to frame each other right as they go. But DRX, they've been slowed down a bit, but the credits are there. The ultis are there as well. I mean, RB, he finishes his lockdown because he gets taken out at the end of that previous round. Now, again, continuing, the shock dart this time will not clear the alarm bot, but DRX has always continued to spray down that ground as well. And I don't imagine this to be a full entry. You got to imagine this is just going to be a little... Oh, no, they're going to commit with the paranoia as well.
Yeah, they managed to chase Carpe all the way down. They bait out the Hunter's Fury. Is he going to connect and get a kill? RB gets the drop onto Saya.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this has all gone horribly wrong for T1. The Hunter's Fury trying to slow things down, but everyone was already all the way into tree.
Oh,
and
man.
Carpe was just caught. I mean, alone, right? He was left alone. There was no one there to support him because everyone had been taken out. And I mean, hey, DRX fooled me. I thought they would also just try to jiggle peek and get info, and they say, no, we are just going to charge right into tree. And T1, they also get caught unawares.
The implications of this round victory are huge. DRX with 5 pocketed ultis. Remember, the Killjoy ulti oftentimes countered by the Hunter's Fury. Now they're going to be able to create another round where that's going to be very tough, especially on Ascent, to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, again, the aim itself isn't exactly the big issue here for T1. When it comes down to these 1v1s, they'll pick up kills wherever they can. Zeta just trying to recover his Hunter's Fury as much as possible. And Buzz,
make sure he's dead.
Yeah, having a little fun with his old ex-teammates over from the DRX side and the C9 side, rather. C9 Korea for Buzz, and then before that, it was Stax, teaming up with Zeta as well. And these guys have a lot of history. Oh, this is their first time watching VCT live. Well, welcome, welcome.
Yeah, we have a very packed audience right now. It is just incredible to see this many people down here for Valorant in Korea. You know, this is a country that did not have a massive history with tactical shooters, but Valorant has been blowing up. The audience is hype. It's been a wild ride here, this VCT Pacific. Now, with 5 ultis rich here, DRX is going to try to advance into A, not necessarily commit, but at least poke in.
Yeah, well, T1, they've gone for a fast push out of mid again from Saya player.
What?
The members in the site, they just have to be able to hide. Okay, just a 1v1 trade is not so bad. Carpe, he needs to stay alive. He's going to try to go for a cheeky kill. They actually slow them down. Saya's already in position. He gets 1 kill, but he's too low. He has to back out.
Yeah, Saya retreats, and we see DRX in a pretty big pinch here. I think they were a little bit too cavalier about trying to walk onto site.
Well, I mean, I think it came down to the fact that, again, they did have those ults, right? So just trying to really force the site open. Not the worst of ideas, but T1 had a good read on it. They stacked A. They send Saya out far and deep very quickly, you know, before the 1 minute mark passes. And they're able to really pinch them and slow them down. Now, because the Killjoy was revived, or the KO rather, they did even out in numbers, but Saya comes back and takes him right back down.
It's going to be up to Zeta to try to sandbag entry. He's going to lurk down in hell.
Okay, the counter arrow is good, but he gets spotted in hell, and he has to turn around, and Mako does not miss the timing set up by his teammate Zest.
Shockingly close round so far. Can Carpe come through here?
He's got to wait. He's got to wait for his teammates. All right, they're both here. Lockdown ready to go. They want to just force this site. The Hunter's Fury comes out. They're using this. They're using this against DRX to try to drop down and miss the noise, but Mako does not get shaken up.
I'm glad you pointed to that, William. It was a really smart move trying to just sink in with the sounds of the Hunter's Fury to land down there on the ground, but DRX, too strong, too good in the reactions. Mako clutching that over in hell. It's 3-7. This is quite the point disparity so far. We've had one, post the first 2 rounds, 1 win here for T1, and that was after the timeout. But it does seem as the further along we get into the half, the better DRX is looking.
Yeah, they look a lot more comfortable. We can hear it a bit in their comms as well, but also not getting overhyped. And I think a lot of that comes down to Zest. He's really holding down that foundation now. T1, broken buys once again, just trying to match their economy so they can buy out full buys next round. They will continue to stack A. Now they're pushing out a B quite aggressively. B main's been cleared, B entry's been cleared. Munchkin now just plants himself to watch for the cross in mid. This allows Zeta to rotate over. He should be checking mid in the meantime, but Munchkin, he doesn't have a way out. He's gonna start to hear these footsteps, and I mean, he's just gonna go for a single kill or more. He does let his teammates know it looks like they're gonna focus around mid now. Can Munchkin get 1 kill?
Yep, Munchkin, if he can oh my
Buzz
God!
already spots him, he suspects it, and he checks the corner.
The instinct is so good there. They're gonna try to rush forward. Now the stack over here onto B isn't terrible, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, T1 reacted quickly. 3 people already in the site. DRX, they don't have to commit to this. If they realize there's too many, they could rotate all the way through defender spawn.
Oh, but I think they peeked out a bit too far. Ban does get that shot off over onto Buzz.
Standing ahead.
All right, the arrow's going to continue to buy time. Oh, T1 trying to wait for Saya player, but yeah, Saya player getting taken out of mid means that DRX, they can just say goodbye B site. Move away, Mako gonna,
oh, this is a weird move. All right, he's gonna hop right into the smoke and actually use that to just get away. He's gonna have to buy them a little bit more time for them to clear up into this area. Now, there is a deep lurk over here for Zest.
Yeah, I love that he just stays there, right? He's like, all right, well, let everyone rotate over. We have better weaponry. We have more members. So I will just make sure that they aren't coming the other way of the map. And he's going to continue to clear out mid. And now they should have an idea that they are both heaven and tree. Ban does get tagged by that.
Stack's going to have to switch over to the other side. Mako with the peek up top now. Coming towards tree is Zest.
Oh, he's here.
Oh my God. It's just not ready. Zest is so on top of it. It's just Zeta left over. There's no way to win this round. At least he gets stacks.
I honestly think this might be the fastest reaction times I've seen from Zest. As I say that, he gets taken out by Zeta. All right, Mako finally able to clean up the mess here. Of course, they were going to get the round win no matter what. But you know, this happened last year as well, when Zest initially had taken a break. And then he came back, and he was just like, he had entered the time chamber, and he came back stronger than ever. Now he's here. Yeah, look at him calming. He's just like, all right, he's down, next. His teammates are all like cheering. He's like, all right, next kill.
Yeah. Another one. By the way, T1 is having these breakout performances basically after they've lost. They're winning the gun duels like crazy. It's really something else.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's that, again, when it comes to aim duels, T1 is not a pushover against DRX, and clearly you can see from DRX's movement, DRX is well aware of that fact. They are not allowing this to devolve into those aim battles. And I got to think back to what the desk was mentioning, you know, talking about how PaperX mentioned, you just got to force DRX out of their comfort zone. T1 is allowing them, you know, to go for these set plays, to set up before they go for the entry, and T1 likes doing that as well.
Right, we've got Buzz coming in now. Hunter's Fury has been activated. Saya getting that shot off onto Buzz.
Well, that all but absolutely blocks off the entry. DRX still just going to try to force the site open. They think they have the man advantage, but there's still members ready to back them up. Munchkin's already on stairs, and Saya's still alive. The Omen ultimate comes in as well.
Saya gets another, just Mako left over. He's blinded.
Just trying to hide. They hear the gunfire. Saya's ready to go for the flank. Mako knows he doesn't have much time.
Oh my God! This is insane! He managed to get the spike. He's on A. He's gonna get the plant. We have Saya and Ben scrambling to try to get over here. Can Mako set something up? Knives drawn here for Saya.
This was literally the only multiverse where DRX could possibly get the round win in a safe way, and Mako gets the plant, repositions for the 1v2. Is he gonna wrap around tree? Window's already broken, he could creep around.
Mako oftentimes known to be the strongest player in the Pacific region.
They're not sticking it. They're now going to go for it. Mako's good for one, and he gets both!
That was insane! Mako bringing it 9-3, closing out the first half. If there was any player in the world who could do it, it would be Mako.
Absolutely! I mean, the string of events that needed to happen to allow for the round win to come in like that. First of all, the kills. And then he smokes the spike, goes for the ult, plants, and wraps all the way around. I mean, wow, no wonder DRX trusts him with the clutches time and time again.
Literally a fraction of a second to get that teleport off, then has to try to figure out where to hide, knows it's gonna be a fake defuse, pops out, gets the kill into a blind spray transfer.
Yeah, I mean, he just commits. I mean, again, that's Mako understanding. For instance, he understands, well, if they're just going to stick it from the get-go, I just lose. I mean, there's nothing I can do about that, right? If I make noise, I lose anyway. So he just commits, and then he commits to the spray, and he says, well, if I don't get this kill right away, I probably lose, because I don't know if he's going to swing left or right. I mean, Mako runs the simulation, finds that one answer, and he sticks to it. What an incredible way to finish the first half for DRX, having a 9-3 lead. As we look to switch sides, T1 now going to be preparing their attack.
T1, they need to have an extremely strong half here to make this possible. DRX, you know, they have not even called a timeout, right? They have not, yeah. DRX is just flowing through map 1 on Ascent here. T1 did use one timeout, and that got them one win post round 1 and round 2. They basically won the pistol round, won the free round after that, and from there, DRX ran away with it, -1 little victory there in between all that.
Well, we'll see, T1, how well can you utilize this halftime. Now, granted, this was DRX's selection here on Ascent. No surprise, especially with Zest coming back in. I mean, look at their map selections. They go Ascent and Haven. Just go for the age-old maps with the age-old compositions with Zest back on the board. Rely on our fundamentals, rely on our set plays. It's worked quite well so far in the first half of map 1.
Here with the team comp, kind of the old school comp for DRX, the vanilla composition here. Zest is back into this, Foxy9 not playing on this map. We had some concerns about this, but most of that is gone now. T1 up against the ropes, needs to have the half of their life here if they're going to be able to contend with DRX. Otherwise, DRX is going to run away with map 1.
All right, T1, they spot one mid as well, but this does give a bit of an inkling that it's going to be a B hit. Entry itself not going to be stopped just yet. However, the second line of attack isn't quite here yet. If Buzz decides to peek out at the right time, well, he's already missed that timing just a bit. Saya goes in. Buzz, he cannot get the second kill. Zest all alone in the back of sight.
Last player standing.
Just Mako left over. hard to imagine him winning this, but we did just see what he did in that last round, so let's not count him out just yet.
Okay.
All right, no, let's count him out. All right, so T1 gets this pistol round.
All right.
Probably doable to get the next round, but they need to have a stronger showing here.
This is curious to me that just now on the buy screen, it looks like Team 1 not going to buy up to, like something like double rifles like we've seen a lot of teams do to try to overcome that snowball. This fan sign says, Mako, show me the ace, and he's like, well, he got the clutch, but not the ace, so I'm still sad. Like, there's no ace yet for Mako. But yeah, look at this. I mean, it's just Spectres, right? Spectres have one Bulldog. I mean, I guess maybe they're gonna try to buy up in the bonus round to match the firepower of DRX. We'll see how that comes into play, because otherwise, if they just rely on recycling Spectres, that could be a bit trouble.
Right, DRX very much ready for a fight over onto A, but Saya gets that kill onto Mako. That allows T1 to advance a little bit further along. Can Saya find another shot? He does. He gets a second kill. Now there's a third around the corner.
Oh, and look at him dash right by just to create space. Carpe will pick up that kill. Now, I gotta imagine T1 in their head, it's like, well, we can lose like 2 or 3 members. We only bought Spectres 1 Bulldog, and then we can pick up rifles. Okay, Saya almost gets 4. But now, I was about to say, well, if they don't lose any members, do they just recycle the weapons? I guess that's out the window, because Saya is down.
So this is going to be another round win here for T1. I can't imagine a world where RB can clutch this. He's basically just looking for any extra kill, and he's going to abandon this. Maybe getting an exit frag over here by Tree.
Yeah, but the real question, Tasteless, is Munchkin going to get the wraparound to get the knife kill? I don't think so. He's a little far out. They've missed their paths, but Munchkin's like, oh, where'd he go? He was just right here.
He might find him down here.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin only has a ghost, right? So he can go for this kill, try to get an extra orb. Oh, he spots him, and he's like, well, I won't risk that.
All right, so here's the 5th round win for T1. But again, I can't emphasize it enough. Once it came to Phantoms, Vandals, and a healthy amount of utility, DRX was nearly untouchable.
Yes. And yeah, okay, so looking at the buy screen, it does look like T1 just says, let's buy up in the bonus round. So they're going to try to upgrade into these rifles, go for the long run. Yeah, just in the comms, they're like, all right, we're going to match their buys and see what we can do here in the 3rd round of the half. 2 Vandals bought up by Munchkin and Saya. 2 Spectres and a Bulldog. I mean, not the worst, right? I mean, sure, you've got the 2 Spectres, but if you can get that entry in, create space, those Spectres can do work inside the site here on Ascent.
We've got some movement up here into mid. That classic Odin has been purchased here by RB this time to basically try to wallbang entry onto B.
Okay, T1's doing a lot of good pressure, though, because the turret had already spotted Munchkin out in B as well, so they know that he got through the Odin spray. Meanwhile, Saya's already pushed out of Tree, but Buzz not quite sure if Saya's made it in. Saya now knows. He hears the reload. He's going for the kill, and he opens up Heaven.
Yeah, and he's able to invade here from the top. He's blinded for a second, hiding in the smoke. Comes back around and gets another kill onto Stacks. This is going to be, it looks like another round here for T1. This is incredible.
Yeah, incredible entry from Saya. I wanted to actually mention this, but obviously it was DRX attacking first in the first half. But T1 has this tendency to say, all right, if we're not quite sure how this round's going to go, we're just going to cut noise. We're just going to go in silent. That has been their go-to way of recovering rounds. And they kind of do it again, right? The jiggle peek initially on Buzz, they push him out with their utility, and then Saya just creeps in. The rest of his team ready to launch an attack from Tree and main. And as soon as he gets that first kill up on Heaven, the rest of them can just start flooding into the site. DRX says, we've got the lead. We have an Odin. Let's not, greed this and maybe lose out on more credits. Ban even putting up a smoke to cover their exit.
If T1's going to tie this up and maybe even advance and win this map, it's going to look like rounds like this. I mean, the fact that Saya was able to thread that needle and navigate through up into Heaven, getting kill after kill, that is essential. And that is a very good sign. Again, an expensive round on both sides, but DRX's defenses, their read over there on the movement up at the A site just was not enough.
All right, DRX, let's see what adjustments are made now because they bought the Odin, and of course that was the buy round. Not going to see any type of early operator coming in just yet. Oh, that was a good luck, have fun cheer for T1 going to Masters. Of course, they've already locked in their Masters Tokyo ticket. All right, just a typical flash drive setup here to plant the jet nice and early in mid.
Ooh.
What?
What?
I mean, I guess he was sprayed down a bit as he was entering as well, and then he lands on the Nano Swarm and just gets taken out without a moment to escape the Swarm. RB just holding strong with the Odin.
Man, not really getting touched just yet here. Carpe taking some damage.
Oh no, no one had cleared the arrow. I mean, Buzz knew all the information that he wanted. He was able to just swivel from one kill to the next.
Just Munchkin left over here. DRX is back online. Mako gonna hold that defuse here. Munchkin getting a couple here, is eventually cleaned up here by RB. And that's gonna be the 10th win on the board here. DRX very much so activated. Buzz now with a Blade Storm ready. Same with Saya.
Yeah, oh, he gets sprayed by the Odin, and then he lands. And here's the thing, RB got flash, and he instantly just activates the Nanostorm right before he has to duck out. So, I mean, that's just unfortunate. You don't quite imagine the Odin is standing out in the open like that. Well, I mean, here's the thing, because at a macro level, T1 going for the fast entry there, especially as DRX pushed out from mid, seemed reasonable. Now a counter Odin being bought by T1. So they're going to continue to pressure, but they send Ban back A to see if anyone has pushed out. They're looking to continue to set up a pinch here in mid.
Right now. Oh, that's actually huge.
That's
Operator no longer in use.
Yeah, that's a massive catch. Now Munchkin does take some damage, but he's going to continue to stick around just to make sure that that Operator can't be recovered too easily. Now, of course, that B main is emptied, but DRX doesn't know that. So if they want to recover it, they're going to have to invest a lot of time. And Munchkin's still waiting by with the alarm bot. DRX has an idea that this is A. Look at the Killjoy setups. RB's not moving an inch.
RB's going to be ready to spray this down if they come in. Now he gets two.
Oh, and he just holds the spray for another.
Man, it's so on point here. This is still doable for either side, though.
Did he hear the drop?
I don't think so.
I don't think he quite knows. Okay, he just catches a glimpse of him. Saya holds down the spray, transfers it right over.
Saya is a beast this game, and the Lurk is going to get the kill. Munchkin gets that 7th win here for T1. A very interesting back and forth in that round.
Yeah, I like what T1 was doing, though. Going with the counter Odin to pressure B main, right? And just let them know, hey, we're not going to just let B open just because you have an Odin. We're going to continue to pressure it. Oh, Ban got that with a wall check as well. Excellent way to clear out the corner. But the idea being that we're not going to shy away from B just because you have an Odin. However, they were just trying to toy with the idea of B, get information, and then they rotate right over. Now, this plants a lot of questions in DRX's mind of how they want to continue to, make these assumptions based on the default setup, and that is going to lead to the timeout where they can discuss that information.
So DRX finally calling for that timeout. I want to remind everybody, there are matches we cast where DRX literally doesn't time out at all. I was actually wondering this time around, I'm like, they're going to use one, right? T1 is beginning to catch up. They are looking a lot scarier in this half, or second half over the first. They just need 3 more to close this out. The rounds that T1 have won, they've been strong rounds, but there are these moments where tactically DRX could win, or could just win on a peak, right? We've had these moments where it's 3 players on each side or a 2 versus 3. I'm very interested in seeing what adjustments DRX is going to make and how exactly T1 is going to react.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if DRX, one of the adjustments you make is to actually just push out a bit more aggressively out of A main using that one-way smoke, right? I mean, the one-way smoke is great, but unless someone's constantly watching it, it doesn't do much. And if the other team decides to just flood it with util, it's not going to do you much good either. Okay, so in fact, they just say, let's just empty A main and focus on mid so we can go for these fast flanks as soon as we have info. DRX, they just read this out right. They're trying to fight them in mid. Buzz gets one, dashes right back out.
Yeah, gets the kill, almost gets a second, and is then traded out.
I mean, this is not the type of trades that T1 wanted. They even invested in the lockdown. They thought this was going to be a free round for them.
Yeah, and the spike, by the way, all the way in the south. We've got Zeta marooned up here. It's a minute left on the clock. I mean, not impossible, but it's really hard to imagine how the rest of this can go. He's going to advance forward, but this is going to trigger the Killjoy utility.
Yep.
So they know where he is. The alarm bot's been set off. He's going to scramble, and look, they're going to be able to track his progress over here. Oh, hold on a second. He's going to wrap around.
Yeah, so he's just trying to throw them off a bit. Now RB, does he suspect it? A little bit, and he's going to be ready for it. He sets up the turret to cover his back, and RB cleans it up. I like this round from DRX, though, because this is a type of push out from the defending side that we have not seen from them very often. Obviously, the Jet flash drive over into B lobby, we've seen time and time again. But supporting from Tree, and then just going for the updraft to peek, and then the main force here with Mako. Going for the trade kills right from the arches in mid. A good setup.
Yeah, a round that kind of ended almost before it started with that good aggressive move out. Round 19 now. Bladestorm is available for Saya. Hunter's Fury as well. We got a lockdown here for RB too.
Yep, has that ready to go. Of course, Hunter's Fury on the other side, so most likely DRX, if they do use it, it will be in a way where they can just draw out that util. Now, it should be noted, DRX also going for these half armors. You know, we've seen the Japanese teams, especially Zeta Division, really commit to that. T1 will dip into it now and then if they think they can get an extra round off of it, an extra buy round, but DRX continuing to stick with that to build up their economy. Operator in the hands of Buzz is watching Tree.
They smoke this out for now. Is T1 going to seesaw back out?
Well, they should be waiting until Munchkin is able to clear out this alarm bot, right? That's his mission. Once he clears that, it's up to him to determine, does he find any information of a rotation happening one way or the other? Oh no, they just go right in. Munchkin hasn't even taken out the alarm bot yet. They know that this is the main force, and DRX is ready for it.
DRX with a crossfire, too good. They shut them out of A. Only 30 seconds left. Are they going to go to B, or are they going to try to hyper commit?
And they don't have much time. They haven't left yet, so they got to stick to A or save. I mean, I think the idea is if Munchkin can get a kill. Oh, they're going to just go with the Hunter's Fury? Well, Zeta does get one kill. Munchkin's up in heaven.
Oh my god, this is incredible.
A full flash. They now know that Buzz is still here because of the updraft. They're just going to try to push through. Carpe. Oh, cannot get the kill, but Zeta.
It's just RB left. Oh my god, that was an incredible play from T1. It looked impossible. In the last 30 seconds, they actually pulled that off.
And this is why you can never count out a map of Valorant, because here's the thing. In theory, that was a high-risk, high-reward play from T1. You could have just ended up wasting your ultimate, right? In a round that you were already outnumbered, where you did not have the spike planted. And they just say, well, I can use my Hunter's Fury. If I get a kill, great, but if not, that will continue to allow Munchkin to sneak into heaven and able to get, clear out the site. And now they regain another round. Oh, and now just to even out their econ, DRX, they do not have full buys. Of course, those who did buy, they'll continue with the half armor.
This time around, we've got Zest sending the drone out, trying to see what he can find. Saya's tucked right up over here, just outside a tree. It's going to be a duel between Saya and Mako if either side advances. Munchkin gets the kill on Zest.
Paranoia comes out, and Saya takes that timing. He hears it, and he knows that he has that one chance to catch Mako unawares. Still, got KO hidden on sight.
Just Buzz back here, and RB maybe too little too late.
Spike planted.
I mean, yeah, you just have the Ares anyway. You've already matched your econ. You just got to look to get whatever exit frags. Or, yeah, you could just pick up the Vandal and leave.
This is a totally acceptable way to handle this. If he can just escape somewhere. Maybe try to get a kill if anybody peeks out through mid. This is going to be the 9th win here. DRX going to be sitting not so comfortably at 11 wins as T1 has rapidly began to catch up. They're almost evened out.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, if this is 11-9 and then T1 wins the next round, I think because of the half armor, maybe DRX can get rifles 2 rounds in a row, but when it's not looking pretty, it could be very risky, in fact. And I like that RB. He's not greeting for kills. He already has his lockdown. No reason to pad their ultimates or credits. I mean, when it gets this close, that one extra kill credit, that one extra ult point could make the difference. So RB will just sit tight with that Vandal.
T1 calls for that timeout. You know, it's important that there's a way to economize these timeouts. They know DRX has, only the need for 2 more victories. How exactly are they going to set that up, and can T1 try to preempt it or negate it somehow?
Well, this has got to be that timeout to preempt it, right? Because you know that this is probably the round where DRX pulls out whatever stops they have to create match point. They're going to want to get there. They're not going to want to take the risk. They're probably not going to play super safe default. And so T1 goes for a preemptive timeout. I want to give praise to Autumn here, Coach Autumn here for this, because here's the thing. Back when lock-in happened, one of the biggest criticisms that T1 got, and specifically Coach Autumn got, was there was a map where he didn't call their second timeout until they had already given up match point. And at that point, momentum had already gone over to their opponents. The strategy out the window. I mean, all you were doing was just trying to comfort your players more than anything. There wasn't much more you could do as a coach. Now he's saying, you know what? We know how DRX needs to win this map, so let's stop that in advance. Can he get the right read on the setup here? DRX, operator in hand, surely that is expected from T1.
And from over here for DRX, we do have Buzz. He's going to be positioned up at mid, maybe trying to get a peek out there. Saya has the Blade Storm ready.
Oh, I think this might be a flash drive setup here from Carpe, from B.
So.
Yeah, to plant a Saya to be able to go in. Oh, they're predicting DRX to jump out with the flash drive initially. So that doesn't happen. Now with the smoke, T1 has an idea that DRX is watching mid, right? I mean, the arch is on B, closed off with the one-way.
Okay, so Buzz is going to wrap out into middle.
They're still waiting for this, though. T1, because it's a one-way, they expect it. Oh, Munchkin, completely caught unawares.
Oh, but Saya gets him. He returns the favor. The operator's dropped up in mid. We see T1 collapsing their position right now over onto A. The spike being rushed out by Carpe. Lots of Killjoy util over here. Stacks just behind Generator.
Yeah, but the T1 knows that they should have the numbers advantage here because there's no reason for DRX to try to over-rotate, and the operator was dropped in mid. So they are just going to try to flood this site. Now the smoke will slow them down. Pop Flash comes out. Ban not good for the first one, but an immediate trade.
Mako hanging back. He gets one.
Spike down A.
Okay, this is doable. Positionally, this is pretty good for T1. Are they, hold on, they have 30 seconds. Are they gonna plant?
Well, they want to wait. They want to wait to find information because if they get caught while planting, it's a 1v2. They want to try to make this a bit more advantageous, but the fragment comes down and Saya gets both kills. No, he gets the last one against Zest. Zeta actually getting one right before he goes down.
Huge victory here. T1 has pumped it up to 10.
And I love that they don't rush the plant, right? They know that if we start planting, Saya's on his own in a 1v2. They try to continue to draw out information. And then the fact that Zeta just stands on the fragment, tries to get one kill, because that way they can still trade 1-for-1 and win the round. The immediate decision-making from T1. Again, we talked about this in Weekly Recap. We talked about it on the desk earlier today, but T1, while as a squad here in Valorant, in VCT, this might be their first big finals, right? Their first best of 5. But as individuals, they have had to play under pressure across all different platforms and all different stages. These guys will not bend under that pressure.
A beautiful victory again there for T1. Down to the wire, DRX in a very tough spot. They don't have great guns. They do have ultis at their fingertips. They could try to trigger here. They could figure out some way to turn the tides in their favor. For now, T1's being pretty conservative. They farmed out the orb over here at A. They're going to quietly switch over into B, or at least try to peek into mid.
Yeah, but here's the thing, is that because of that smoke, the way it was placed from Mako, it's placed to shut off A main. The only way they could have done that is if they had sound of A main, and they had members to use that on A main. This is an eco round for DRX, so T1 takes that information and says, chances are there is a bigger stack over on A. They even use a null command to make sure they don't take any risks. They are just looking to charge right into B.
Now there's a Hunter's Fury available here during plant that could be used. B is a pretty kind of tight area to try to set anything up in. So we'll see if that's triggered up here.
Yeah, I mean, if DRX can get a kill, maybe, right? If they get the numbers advantage. Not going to use it on the plant just yet. Of course, an eco for DRX, so they want to try to stack those up. But the position from T1's very good. They have B main control. Ban hiding right under the door as well. Okay, the Hunter's Fury actually coming out from Zeta to just shut down the advances from DRX.
Whoa! Crazy round It's 11-11 here. T1 is tied this up. The comeback is real. We're just a few rounds away from either one of these teams winning or we get overtime.
If we get overtime in the very first map of the lower finals, I mean, that would be one heck of a way to open up the weekend, Tasteless. But you know what's very interesting to me is that this type of Hunter's Fury, Zeta loves doing this, by the way. He uses his Hunter's Fury very liberally, but this is not something that DRX can compute. Like, in their heads, this is a nonsensical Hunter's Fury. Like,
Right.
why would you use that when you're winning the round, when you have the better guns? And T1 just says, we just want to guarantee this round. We just want to get closer and closer. Now Saya has an attacker's operator to try to pick off Buzz, and I mean, listen, Buzz is a great player, but Saya is known for his operator.
Yeah, at times he looks like the best operator player out there. Creeping up into A right now is T1. A site, by the way, positionally looking a little bit squishy. It is a double stack on B as well here for T1.
Okay, T1 surely not going to peek out mid. They've ditched mid. If DRX pushes out, they're just going to let the turret handle that. They're waiting to see if DRX pushes out because they know that that is the best way. But oh no!
But Buzz can intercept this as the spike is inbound here.
Oh no, the timing! Oh my goodness, he turns away. He was hiding for so long. And now the entry begins with the Blade Storm. 5v2, Saya already good for one. He spots Zest in the back. They heard the Omen ultimate as well. They can rotate out.
Oh my god, they're just going to abandon it. No, they're going to come back into B.
I mean, either way, they have the numbers advantage. Can they get the correct pinch, though? Malco already down. Zest dodges the flash, but there's too many targets on the screen.
It's just stacks left over. And that means we're going to get the 12th round win here for T1. There's no reason for Stacks to try to contest this. What an incredible comeback.
Tasteless, DRX has been sitting on round 11 for the past 5 rounds, and now T1 is going to be the one who reaches match point first.
I mean, we finished the first half with a score 3-9. T1 with the 3 wins. It looked impossible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they got that one extra round win after winning the pistol in round 2 at the anti-eco. You know, they had to use a timeout. They barely got themselves back in the game in the first half. And now they're warmed up, ready to go, in sync. And we kept emphasizing throughout this first map of Ascent that the aim duels weren't the problem, right? The individual mechanics, the reactions weren't the problem. It was the setups. And T1 catches up. Oh no. Oh no, they even take out Stacks. No, Rifle saved over for the potential last round of map 1 in this best of 5.
DRX calls for a timeout. Is anybody really surprised? They need to figure out how to get this into overtime, get that hard reset, and figure it out from there. But, I mean, talk about a masterful showing from T1, but also, you know, kind of a maneuvering mistake from Buzz. Buzz just turned at the wrong moment, not appreciating the length of time. You know, if there was going to be a wrap round, he was ready to basically shut down the Sova carrying that spike.
I mean, there's no way he could have known, though, right? I mean, he was stranded in mid for so long. They didn't overcommit. They wanted to pull out from mid, so he had to start checking his other angles as he was exiting. And he just shows himself for a bit too long trying to get up onto Catwalk. It looked like maybe he was trying to either push all the way in or go back to tree rather than mid. And he gets caught out. But hey, I will say this for all the DRX fans out there. This should be familiar territory. DRX, for whatever reason, loves to go into overtime on Ascent, all right? Every international tournament they've gone to, they've had some insane, like, double, triple overtime. Some of the best highlights in Valorant have come out from DRX matches in overtime on Ascent. So we'll see what they can do. Now, half armors across the board do allow them to shore up these rifles. Hunter's Fury and Lockdown in play as well. I mean, this is absolutely a duel round, even if Saya player has that operator in his hands.
Yeah, Munchkin just 1 kill away from having that an operator, or sorry, lockdown of their own.
Yeah, Stacks 1 away from no command as well. Now look at the positioning from DRX. They just empty mid, right? Buzz is just watching. He's jump peeking all the way in the back to see if anyone tries to cross into mid, but they do not want to deal with this operator. They're holding all these angles where they can try to get the jump on him.
Now Mako is back in wine right now.
No way. No way, Saya player!
Oh my god.
Absolutely insane. The angle purposely curated by Stacks to try to get the advantage if someone tries to peek.
And now they're going to slowly move up into B. Mako's position, basically meaningless right now. It's going to be just RB over here. Some Killjoy utility on hand. Zest in the back.
DRX senses it. They're pulling their weight over to B. Zest already in the site as well. DRX has a strong inkling. Buzz, he's trying to decide if he has to wait to watch mid or not, but they don't have the numbers advantage. He's going to have to leave it for now.
T1 may have to try to force their way in.
The alarm bot was just recovered. Munchkin should have heard that in mid. Now the entry's going to happen on site in B.
All right, lockdowns are set up. Saya. Oh, Buzz takes out Saya out.
Buzz, there's too many targets. He cannot make his mind. And T1 has broken open the site. Mako against the world. We call him the Clutch King, but this seems nigh impossible.
And this is going to be so difficult. Mako going to have to try to figure out how to advance through 4 players here for T1. The first is going to be Munchkin on his side.
And look at the way they're set up. They're not looking to give easy 1v1s. Munchkin, there's so... Oh, he sees the barrel of the gun, and T1 will take the first map victory on DRX's pick of Ascent.
The upset has been started. T1 victorious over DRX with a score of 13-11. But of course, this is a best of 5. DRX had a lead of 9-3 in the first half, and T1 overcame all odds to recover.
Oh my gosh. Listen, they talked about it on their desk, and Victoria said it was so hard for her, and she eventually ended up choosing T1, and I think all of us were kind of in that boat of like, well, there is this chance from T1, and we don't mean that as a joke. We legitimately thought there was a chance for T1 to create this upset, but then, history and statistics all point to DRX. It's so hard to fight against that, and T1 just says, this is a new age of Valorant here in Korea. DRX no longer the unbeatable kings. Of course, the best of 5 not over yet, but DRX losing that first map means a lot.
This is just incredible. And I mean, especially after that very, very punishing first half for T1. I mean, it looked like it was clearly over, right? We were talking about people do recover from 3 to 9. That's the meme with the curse, right? But especially against, of all teams, DRX.
Yeah, the mental fortitude you need to have, the focus and the confidence you need to have. And Zeta's talked about that in previous winners interviews where he said, sometimes I just tell my teammates, like, we're playing so scared. Just go out, take your peeks, go for those shots, go for those kills, and then we get right back into the game. And they're so calm and collected throughout all of this to again, like you said, make a comeback against DRX.
It's phenomenal. It's really something. I don't know. I mean, if T1 can win here, this is going to be, an insane upset again. The DRX is waiting to go up against the winning team between these two.
Yeah, and Paper X probably not quite sure who's going to be coming up either. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the desk breaks down the action, and then we get ready for map 2 on Fracture between DRX and T1. Don't go anywhere.
Up to a retake over here. Saya
not there.
Oh man, but left over again. He's gonna switch out to the gun, but not impossible.
Yeah, but they're singing the defuse of the airy spray. Oh!
Headway made somewhere else. We have a swing out in here. The lurk, Munchkin
and all over the world. Yet.
Ace wallbangs here.
He just highs, plays for time for just yet. Okay, now both of them
pressure up into mid here. We're gonna have the jet come through B.
Here for T1. When it comes down, they actually slow them down. Saya's already in position. Was revived, or the key. Oh, he's here.
Oh my.
They're now going to go for it. Mulako's good for one. At right time.
Shot.
Spectre's one Bulldog, and then we can pick up rifles. Oh, he hears the reload. He's going for the kill.
Yeah, here. Carpe taking some damage. Oh, it's down if they come in. Now he gets 2.
Oh, and he just...
And the lurk is going to get the kill.
Munchkin's up in heaven. T1. Because it's a one-way, they expect awares.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh boy, kicking off game one with the most epic comeback. It's gonna be T1 taking the win on Ascent.
I mean, I'm just kind of shocked, to be perfectly honest. Not that T1 has been looking like a poor team by any means, but this is Ascent. This is a map for DRX that has been an absolute staple for them for so very long, and one that T1 has had some middling results on in the past here in Pacific. They've played it 3 times versus Gen G. We're only able to win one of those, the most recent one, and then also versus Talon, which that was at the very beginning of the split, and it was still a 13-8 scoreline. They got the victory, but Talon had pushed them a decent amount, and given the form that Talon was showing, it didn't necessarily instill that much confidence. But they come out the gate, again get pushed to a 9-3 half, much like it happened on the 2 previous maps when they played against DRX, but this time they complete the comeback. They make people believe in the curse. They go across the finish line, and they take map 1. Now they have their own pick coming up next. This is as good of a start as you could possibly hope for T1.
Precisely. It all starts from round 19 onwards, and you see those 6 green dots on your screen. I mean, we had a 3-9 at the end of the first half. What happened to DRX's attacking side? It's just so weird. Defensive side, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, Kilios is absolutely right that T1 has a tendency to end the first half at a 3-9 and start that comeback, but they finish it off, and Saya player was definitely a critical reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, Saya had a really quiet first half. Granted, most people did, but it was, very much he and Munchkin who had this absolutely roaring second half, finding so many picks. The punishes that they were able to get, Munchkin just playing against that, playing anti-bait as we see Zest trying to bait him out for that op shot set up there for Buzz. He just completely counteracts it, puts the op down on the floor. So Munchkin was playing out of his mind. Saya continues to just put up great figures when it comes down to first kills in particular. And it was just a huge performance here from T1.
It's such a smart back and forth with the way, again, how they play off of each other. It's teamwork one, right? And Munchkin setting up for Saya player at times, or even just Ban kind of coming in to assist. Carpe with, I think, the most assists on the team. But conversely, if you think about how DRX played, we expect so much out of Buzz and Stacks and maybe even RB with his Odin, but it wasn't really here today. It's so weird because Buzz actually had 9 first kills total. Like, he had so much more than Saya player overall. Saya player only had 5, but the impact, somehow towards the end of that the second half, T1 bounced back. The 4v5 round conversion started happening.
It was a bit more of a shared effort as far as finding first kills. At the end, T1, they come out on top. They have more in that regard. They're able to close out this series, and that's what we were hoping for, was seeing everybody else level up, match Saya player in his performance from, versus DRX, and we kind of did see that, because Munchkin was one of those players that we normally expect big things from. When they played against DRX previously, he wasn't really there. This time, he is. Zeta's having impact. Carpe, like you said, just racking up assist after assist, and Banwell, I think, a little bit of a shaky beginning, was able to find his footing and have some really good highlight moments throughout that as well.
All right, let's rewind to the first half when DRX was on a really good flow, and DRX still has really high level decision making. Let's talk about round 6. Post-plant situation was a 1v1.
Yeah, this ends up getting very crazy. So Spike is getting planted down here. Take a look at the mini-map. This is the situation that we have going on. Initial pick comes across. Mako is able to find one. So Saya player is out of the fight nice and early. And then the retake begins to happen here from T1. And obviously, they want to try to tie things up, make this a 3-3. And it's going to go blow for blow, back and forth between the two squads. RB on the off angle, catches one dropping off into Lumber. That's Zeta gone, but Carpe has an instant trade swing there onto Mako. And they're just starting to wrap around. So even though the man advantage is there for the side of DRX, HP bars are low, Buzz gets picked, Zest trades one back, and then eventually will fall. And this decision right here, as we cut away from it, is what ends up selling the round for DRX. RB cuts across that nano swarm, and because of that, Carpe doesn't really read that he's going to be on this back ramp, and then by the time he realizes it, he goes for another fake tap, swings out. RB is able to just go ahead and get that clutch, but he sold enough time. He made him think, oh, he's going to be approaching from the right, not the left, buys more time, ends up getting that clutch, and it's a huge round, and one where it's like, okay, this is DRX starting to run away with it. They now have a 2-round stretch lead. This could really exacerbate things and get out of hand. And it did, but then the second half happened.
Yeah. But before that second half happened, there was actually that last round in the first half where Mako slips away. It could have been a 9-4, but
this was them trying to get that 8-4 score line. T1, they're holding on. Saya player, he shuts down the entry from Buzz. And this is one of the ones where, especially when this kind of round ends the half, it's one where you feel like, okay, that's really going to deflate the team. How do you really recover from this kind of moment? We're going to play out the whole thing because it's worth highlighting just how crazy this is. Mako suddenly placed into this 1v2 scenario. Sure, Saya at half HP, but he's blinded. He fires. They know exactly where he's at. Throws down a smoke, grabs the spike. Saya swinging around the back. Gets that shot across, but it's cutting through the wall, so it's not going to be able to get the kill. Mako TP's over, and he does what Mako typically does best, which is just go in for a clutch. Window's already broken, so he doesn't have to make any noise to get wrapped around in the tree.
And it's just so smart, going in, and then I guess Ban not really expecting where he's going to come out from. So it's just a quick spray transfer, going in, back and forth, running forward into Saya player. He was still on that spike while that spray went through.
Yeah, just a monstrous clutch from Mako. And again, that felt like the moral victory, the momentum victory, as well as the score victory was just going to be in the hand of DRX. But, I mean, kudos to T1 because they also did what we asked, which was win some pistols. They took away both of those.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean, Ben looked really nervous too at that moment. It was like,
Where's he gonna
it's
come
Mako,
from?
it's Mako, where do I look? But you're right, he totally warmed up by the second half. This is where we see T1 start to make that comeback. Now, round 21, this was a really exciting round. T1 just reads DRX really well. They pressure A site. Quack, do you want to take us through
Will
that?
was talking about it. They were expecting that tiles crunch, but instead it's going to be Buzz who peeks out with the operator. Instant pick, and he has to back off, but he doesn't use the tailwind, so Saya actually grabs the initiative and goes in for a frag. Back off of this, though, it's going to be T1 executing on towards the A site, and that's where we see that teamwork come in. One peeks, another one swings from the other side, and they manage to always get those trades going. Mako might be able to fight back, but it's only for one more second. As the rest of the round goes, they already have the spike planted, so it's just watching how T1 plays it post-plant, the way that they work off of each other. Saya holding off the way from A main, even though DRX were swinging together, they weren't quite able to divert their attention to two separate spots. And that's how T1 operates as a team.
And it happens at like the most critical juncture. That's the round that stops DRX from getting themselves to match point. You stop them from being able to lock in 12. And then it just gives that momentum back to T1.
So
Even the
much of
timeout coming through from Termi, not enough to try to turn the tides in their favor, and T1 just ran with it.
It's this, like, the last timeout. Then they call it at the last possible round. It just couldn't happen still, and it's so weird that we're living in this world, this new age Valorant, right? T1 actually could overtake DRX.
It's like the reverse of worlds. They're like, this is our time at Valorant. Now, you're right. They started coming back at that point. It became a 11-11, and then they just kept going, took the win. Now, we got to talk about our key players. We had some debate over this, but it's going to be Buzz and Saya player. These two have just been so incredible.
I mean, it just felt like we had to zoom back in on these guys because not only, have we not seen Buzz on the Jet too much aside from that series versus Secret, but Saya player, he just continues to find just incredible impact. And I think that Buzz was overall doing a very good job. His entries when they were on that attacking side were a big part of why they were able to rack up so many kills. But then, like we just highlighted in that last little clip there, he's a lot of times going out on his own, and the times that he was escorted by somebody else, he just can't hit the shot, and it's Munchkin coming away with it. But, performance-wise and numbers-wise, very close together. As you can see, only separated by less than 2 damage per round. The ACS is right there. They're so close together, but the impact and the value that Saya has been finding with his kills so far in map 1, just T1 is able to capitalize off of it better than DRX, which is not a statement that I'm used to saying. DRX is normally the best at capitalizing off of kills. Their 4v5 round conversion, also incredibly good. But this time it felt like if they lost somebody early, they just couldn't bring it back.
And that's kind of what I was afraid of. You're watching this game, and you could see that T1 clearly prepared for this. Meanwhile, DRX, they're trying to operate off of solid fundamentals, right? This is the classic composition. They have Zest back in. They're still good. I think individually overall, DRX still a stronger team than T1. But when T1 works together, when you have Buzz going off on his own, it's a whole different story. And that's terrifying to get these words out of my mouth, right, Achilles? I mean,
it's like friendship is magic.
Whoa.
They brought magic. The way they won that on a DRX map, I'm really curious about Fracture now. Let's talk about Fracture. Now, T1 is good at Fracture.
I mean, both teams are very good at Fracture. T1 have been showing it a hell of a lot as of late, obviously, and this is where we kind of first started seeing Ban come out playing the Jet again. It was his most picked agent historically across his career so far, but prior to that, it was very much Omen. We're like, okay, this guy is the hard lock smokes player for T1, or intro, for that matter, when he was swapped in. But it was Fracture that really kind of started setting that stage for him, and it started off pitifully. Let's just be honest. It wasn't good. It wasn't great. But every single time we saw Fracture since, his Jet just continued to look better and better and better. There's a very clear upward trajectory in his performances with this double duelist setup, Saya shifting over onto the raids for that map. Thing is, plenty of tape to be studied here for the side of DRX, but that also goes for DRX, unless they throw us a curveball, because we're fully anticipating that this is going to be RB coming back in on the Neon, which we have only seen once so far in Pacific, and I believe it was versus Gen G, and they ran a double duelist.
But you are right. He does lock it in. I mean, talking about
goes back to Brimstone. That's good.
Stacks on the breach and everything else that follows. I mean, maybe Zest on the fade again. Yep, this is what they played at lock-in, and this is what kind of worked, but at the same time for T1, you're talking about tape. I mean, especially that game against Zeta, there's so much that could go right for T1. They have a lot of great post-plant holds that I think for DRX, they cannot let these guys plant the spike.
Sure. I mean, I definitely agree with you in that regard. You cannot let them get into the sites, and RB as well, needs to be the tip of the spear, needs to be the one escorting them into those sites once they're going to be over on that attacking side. But it's the compositions that we precisely expected. The question is, how practice is it for both sides? DRX, have you looked at this double duelist setup? Do you have the tendencies of Ban on this Jet, Saya on this Raze down pat that you can counteract it? And very much the same for T1. You've got a lot of odds to study as far as DRX playing this composition on Fracture, because this is all that they ran throughout last year. Have you been able to counteract and shut down RB?
Which begs the question again, right? Did DRX focus way too much on Paper Rex? Are they going to crack here? And if they do, this is going to spell so much trouble, because this is T1's map pick. The next might be Haven, but if they can't bounce back, that would be terrible. You can count on Buzz to always rifle, though, and that's the thing that I'm hoping for on the side of DRX.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the turning point maps versus Loud when they were trying to pull off that reverse sweep. This is where they started getting wins under their belt. We'll see if that's going to be the same case for DRX today, or if T1 will take a 2-0 lead.
That is going to be the question. We're ready to go into map 2, Fracture, DRX versus T1. Our casters are ready, Tasteless and Will. I mean, how awesome does this stage look right now?
It is so sick, Victoria. And how crazy was map 1?
Yeah, that's the real crazy part. We thought the stage was the craziest thing we were seeing today, and then T1 showed up and was like, oh, hold on. Hold your beers. We're coming with that comeback. And they start the upset. Can they finish it? Of course, it is a best of 5, so the match will not end here regardless of who wins map 2 on Fracture.
All right, DRX versus T1 continues on. T1 with a 1-0 map lead. Let's not forget, DRX was the favorite of this region. They're here in the losers finals, and right now they're down. They need to recover here on Fracture, or we may have the craziest upset here in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys could catch it in the mic, but DRX seems to have brought like an entire cheer squad on their side. They've got drums and everything ready to go. They are trying to rally behind their players. Now, the Des talked about how this composition specifically was used at lock-in to beat Loud, but outside of that, in the Chamber meta as well, the only difference was Buzz was playing Chamber over Killjoy, and they were 3-0 at VCT Champions on Fracture, and a lot of that was behind RB's Neon, and his movement seems to still be in tip-top condition.
DRX spills on to A, and it'll be up to T1 right now to figure out if and how they can retake this.
Yeah, now it doesn't look like DRX wants to go for post-plant positions. They just want to push through, but RB not going to survive. Now Buzz was tasked with keeping that part of the map alive. Mako going to have to use his molly just to buy time, but it might already be too late.
And we've got Stacks pulled back over here. Munchkin continuing to advance. Carpe gets Zest.
Yeah, Zest was a little bit shaky. Carpe continued to buy time, but he cannot find the target through the box. The defuse is still sticking, and Mako just wants to stop, but he cannot.
T1 continuing that momentum on after winning map 1 when it could not have been closer. Pistol round looking oh so strong here for T1. And you know, we have series in Valorant that kind of look like this, where one team starts out strong and then the other team returns with an epic comeback, winning that first map, and then they clean sweep through map 2. Not saying that's going to happen here, but man, they are looking on point. And watching Mako miss those spray shots over and over.
I mean, yeah, DRX just a little bit shaky, and I think a lot of that was because that they didn't get the post-plant scenario they wanted, right? They made their decision of let's push through the defender spawn, and T1 was actually just ready for it to receive them in open arms. RB not able to survive that trade. And now DRX going to be reserved with pistols here, while we do see 2 Bulldogs and 3 Spectres. So T1 absolutely looking to just carry these guns over into the rifle rounds in round 3.
They're going to creep up through the back of B. They're going to hear that sound of the orb getting hit. Shot fired, but RB can't really be picked off in that moment.
Yeah, now Ban, though, immediately repositions, and he sees that there's just one Jiggle Peek. He's not going to get too crazy. Saya just barely hiding from the turret as well. T1 is playing as safe as possible. They're not taking risks. Now that they've shifted weight a bit, Ban will continue to hold tower. He's banking on not being isolated because Munchkin is trying to watch the entry coming in from Arcade.
All right, Dan getting that first pick on RB, and you can see kind of a funny interaction over here. T1 does thin those numbers out, just stacks left over, and eventually he's cleaned up as well. There was a moment we saw the Spectre, the 3 different shots on 3 different targets.
Yeah.
Eventually one of them goes down.
Well, I mean, hey, sometimes that's what you got to do with the Spectre, right? You can't just stick to one target for too long. Obviously, the spray not going to be that advantageous for that duration of time. So Munchkin just doing whatever damage he can. Now, getting the kill onto RB, I mean, part of it's that he was tagged earlier because otherwise RB's movement, rarely does he get caught. But Ban carefully just making sure that he gets a couple extra spray hits onto him. Now 4 weapons carried over for T1. Looks like a B site focus. Now A site is just going to be held. They're just going to buy time with the Killjoy utility.
DRX hungry for that win. They're going to be proceeding with caution, looking for peeks and pokes.
All right, because this was the bonus round for T1, DRX, they send the relay bolt in the flashes early to prevent any sort of hard aggression coming out of B. Now, with this, DRX has successfully kind of contained T1, right? T1 doesn't have much information. Meanwhile, DRX has already taken a main control. Sure, Killjoy utility is still alive on A, but I think, you know, DRX isn't going to mind that too much. They will be able to brute force through it. The big question becomes, do you push through spawn again, or do you just all hang back in main? You got to pick and choose your post-plant positioning right now.
All right, they're going to be coming into A right now. They're going to cut it off. There's a little bit of Killjoy utility, but certainly not enough to scare away DRX. The spike is going to be planted just over onto the edge of the A site, and T1's going to be ready to try to come in with that retake. Can we get those sheriff shots, those moments where you can just, oh hold on.
Oh,
and
Munchkin reads this, and he picks up a weapon as well. Now that gets rid of the crossfire. DRX, RB has to buy so much time alongside Stacks just so they can rely on that Molly post-plant angle coming in from Mako.
All right, Zest takes out 2.
But the Molly already sent out. Zest just trying to survive, just making sure he can try to peek out.
They haven't started that defuse just yet. Saya gets 2. Oh my God.
Yeah, and still just enough time. They started about a second early enough. And T1, I mean, again, T1 understands the homework. They know that in this composition, DRX loves their post-plant lineups from Mako. So they say pressure A main. Munchkin was tasked with holding dish, even wins this kill. This is where things all break down.
Yeah, it was all about that sheriff shot there. Then suddenly it's everybody in B Hall just trying to figure out, A Hall just trying to figure out how they can push through and actually do this.
Saya was kind of surprised he got caught by that Molly. He wasn't quite expecting to die to that. Yeah, that's kind of like the whoa in Korea. But so here's the crazy thing is that even though Zest won the first 2 duels in A main, DRX was pressured enough where Mako had to send the Molly because it takes so much time for that to land. Now DRX on their back foot once again, just trying to brute force their way through.
And brute force they do. Mako gets a double kill. And we're seeing, you know, a well-equipped T1 sort of get vastly out-positioned. They're going to have a pretty careful attempt to navigate their way through here if they're going to come out on top. You can see most of the DRX players are basically looming in Hall to kind of interrupt the diffuse.
Yeah, I mean, the post-plant setup is still the same. Oftentimes, they'll try to have someone on dish, but other than that, it's always going to be RB on site. And Zester Stacks holding that crossfire with him. Meanwhile, one of them protects Mako for the post-plant lineup. Oh,
That's
RB.
going to be it. All right, much needed there for DRX as T1 was beginning to run away with the show here. And so after that pretty insane round 3, DRX does manage to come out and start to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, just really picking up this tempo here. Mako with a quick double kill. And this is one of the reasons DRX's Fracture was so praised was because of RB's Neon. They can actually really play with the tempo quite a bit compared to some of the other maps and the way DRX used to traditionally play. I would say overall they've gotten better at really picking up the tempo for some rushes here and there, but this map in particular. Okay, so just a save from T1.
Yeah. Saya just with a Marshall. Perhaps a pick or 2 can be had here. And it's going to be DRX basically waiting. Occasionally in these budget rounds, you'll see somebody just try to, you know, all the agents rush out on one side and try to surprise him. Ban getting that first kill, that's big. If he could start to stack these up.
Yeah, I mean, he's also just keeping RB busy enough for a long enough time.
Saya gets one.
Yeah, and here's the thing. A-Site is already stacked from T1. 3 members here. I don't know if DRX quite realizes that. I think DRX thinking maybe because this was a save round from T1 that the stack would be wherever they get first contact, but that's just not the case. Ban buys enough time. Now, unfortunately for Ban, he could not recover the weapon because he got the kill at long range, but they buy enough time now because of the further contact. The shift will happen from T1 over to the other side. Curious to see, Munchkin has his lockdown. Mako does have Orbital Strike, but I wonder if they commit that for the retake this round.
That is the big question. With Ban leaving this, they can't quite get that easy pick like they would like. They use Neom to basically isolate visually the B site so they can set it up for themselves, but this also allows T1 to start to tiptoe in.
Oh, and Ban, so good. They know that if he sticks the plan, he's going to get tagged at least once by the Aftershock. Ban still gets the headshot no matter what. Just looking for the right click. He wants to find his target, going in and out, and Ban gets another onto Buzz.
It's just going to be RB up in tower. And that's going to be it. This spike's getting defused, and T1 continuing to maintain their lead.
But you know what? Ban's comfort level on a stage at this scale was the last remaining question for T1, and I think those were also greatly exaggerated as he gets a triple kill with the Blade Storm, really opening the way for T1 to get their 4th round win on the board.
When we saw T1 walk on stage here, everybody over at the analyst desk was talking about how confident they looked, how comfortable they were, and truly as good as you can get at any game. There is a whole other beast that you have to tackle, which is being able to play in front of a huge stage, in front of all these fans watching, knowing how many people online are watching as well. And the reality is that T1, everything has just clicked.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I even talked about it. I posted about it right after map 1 where I said, I'll admit it, you know, I thought T1's experience in other games, I mean, how much can that really carry over in a best of 5 like this? And they are as calm as ever. Munchkin now on site, and he's good for one. Saya gets another trade, and another with the showstopper.
This round is over almost before it even started. Zest and Mako remain, and before I could finish that sentence, they disappear.
And this was just a read from T1. I mean, look at the setup they had. I mean, Ban with the operator, they just trust him to hold A main with A halls. And they are ready for this fight in B. Saya was watching over the fast lane. The fast lane somewhat nullified because of that. And listen to their comms. They're just calling out what info they have, what needs to be done next. And then they say, GG, go next, go to the next round. We already have that round in the bag.
This time, Ban ready over here. Just an A entry. A lot of Killjoy util stacked up over at B. A very cautious approaching DRX here. They're trying to look for a pick.
They gotta expect that something is a little off here, though.
Ban with the whiff, not quite fast enough.
Yeah,
now they know where the operator is. They can move right out of this position.
Exactly. Huge info gain from DRX. However, curious to see T1. Okay, they're not going to rotate. They say no need to over-rotate. We do not have information on whether DRX has left A or not, so they keep as safe a default position as possible, only except for Ban continuing to peek out, and this allows, look at the map, Zeta starting to rotate as well.
All right, Saya immediately shut down by Zest. Stax continues it on with Munchkin being picked off here. Not an easy position now for T1. It almost seems like they're better when they're packed up against the wall.
Ban, there's got to be a consideration to save this op here from T1. Yeah, at least for Ban. I mean, yeah, the others can go for a try, but especially now that there's only 2 members, you see Ban already leaving. I mean, that's a big investment. Yes, you could still buy it next round, but no reason to let that go to waste. You already have a hefty lead. Lockdown and Orbital Strike was traded in this round. You just let DRX have this one. It does hurt because it's not a full buy round from DRX, but you got to take your losses somewhere.
Yeah, a great entry over here for DRX. I think a lot of that did come down to Ban not getting that first pick and them realizing how squishy and tempting, frankly, the B site could be. And so this is going to be the 2nd round win. Much needed one here for DRX as we will now move on into round 8. T1 still substantially in the lead and keeping that operator for the future round.
Now we've seen this in the past when Neon was continuing to run rampant here on Fracture, and even with the operator, if there was ever an agent to really overcome that with individual mechanics, it was going to be the Neon, right? If you're not locked into just one dash like Jet, you can continuously draw out the aim of the operator and just close the distance and create that fight. So sometimes the defenders, they start kind of catching themselves in their own corner because they're like, well, we have to protect this operator because they have a neon, but at the same time, the whole point of the operator is so that we can gain some space and then stack on the other side. Curious to see what the decision continues to be from DRX. They are going to spot.
Ban makes up for the mistakes in the last round, getting that first kill. RB is gone now. That changes a lot of the ways that the attacking team can really enter onto any of these sites.
Well, if Buzz can find Munchkin. But if he does not check this corner, oh no. He's been spotted and he's not sure where to look. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Saya cleans up the main force of DRX. And now it's all down to Zest.
Oh my God. Let's see, observing here, we can't even keep up with the kills here from T1. T1 is so deftly moving around the map, getting these picks. Especially in that last round, it was like DRX couldn't get anywhere. Anywhere they looked, anywhere they peeked, they were shut down. What an intimidating loss, and now the 6th win here for T1.
T1 is starting to run away with this. The timeout comes, but you know, you already got to wonder, is it maybe a little too late? I mean, sure, this is T1's pick, but you lost your own pick on Ascent. You got to at least put up a fight here on Fracture. And yeah, we're far from done. It's only, you know, halfway through the first half, but DRX not able to find the answers they want. I am curious in that previous round, I guess maybe the Prowler just ended. I thought maybe Ban shot it and we just didn't catch audio or vision of that. But maybe it just ended right before. Maybe he took it out with the classic. Either way, DRX looked like they weren't expecting that operator there in halls, and RB trying to creep up, gets caught unawares.
Let's remind ourselves, this is the biggest stage the DRX has played on in their home turf here in Seoul. So many fans have been following them for years out here in Korea. But right now, they're down 0-1 and down in score on map 2. T1, a legendary fixture of esports, not just in Korea, but globally, but it was never quite in the limelight. Not the same limelight that DRX is in, and that usurping is continuing to come on.
Yeah, I mean, if T1 can, you know, kind of re-enter the Korean or Valorant scene here in the first season, maybe even take down DRX. I mean, what a way to make a statement. We'll see if it continues. Now Fastlane used to just take control of Door here. RB's gonna sneak in, he opens up the site, good for 2 kills.
Well, a valuable pause there as they really started what they needed. Saya, though, takes RB out, a 2 versus 4, T1 in dire straits. Does Ban actually commit operator in hand?
Surely not. I mean, maybe if you can pick up a different gun, you know that a couple people dropped theirs here over by Sands. The thing is with the round advantage, with the creds they have, and with Ban wanting to get, you know, he wouldn't mind getting a couple extra ult points. Yeah, I think you absolutely pick up a rifle and try it. No reason to risk it with the operator. Just let that drop. DRX probably not going to pick it up anyway.
Now they have to suspect that Zest is back here. Buzz going to be able to flank.
I mean, T1, it looks like maybe they're just going to look to cover their backs and try to pinch them in for these exit frags. Ban's looking for one. He gets one. He hears another coming through.
Yep, gets
he gets two. He's on the hunt for another. Mako will shut him down.
Impressive. Munchkin dies out there to the spike. The 3rd win here for DRX. But T1, it's so scary when you see these teams that are ahead and the team that's behind is beginning to scoop up a win here or there. But they have these tactical setups that really diminish those returns from those wins.
Yeah, continue to do that damage. Mako, the calmest of the bunch here on DRX. I love that you brought up the idea about the crowd, right? DRX, they've played at bigger stages internationally, but not on their home turf. But here's the thing. A lot of people wondered, well, is it always because they're, you know, kind of the outsiders when they go to these international events? Maybe they'll work better off of their own fans. But now they're in a Korean fight against T1, and the pressure's starting to build up, more so than the support. Now, Rolling Thunder being used. RB just slides right through and is met with a shorty.
Into the hands of Ban he goes, but A-Site's where they want to be. A-Site completely naked. DRX should be able to set up over here. Saya ready, but smoked out. Paint shells tossed in. Oh, and they actually don't plant. And wait, whoa.
Well, yeah,
Gets the kill on the bus.
Yeah, the paint shell was right on the typical plant location that DRX has been favoring because of the post plant. And then the orbital strike as well. I mean, T1 has bought all the time to flood onto the site. It's an outright duel. Now 1v2 stacks so low.
21 HP, and he's gone. Carpe getting the kill. It's 7-3.
I don't know if anyone expected this momentum to continue for T1, let alone for them to gain it in the first place. But whatever happened in the middle of Ascent on that map 1, whatever happened as they entered the second half, they're trying to continue it through.
They couldn't be more activated. We didn't even get the spike planted back there.
No.
Not even the credits from that loss.
Yeah, and the thing is I mean, this is T1 just correctly understanding what the favored lineups are from DRX. They know they like that corner plant, thanks to the post-plant lineups that Mako can have. And they just go for it. You know, T1, they just stop them right in their tracks. Going back to tried and true, quick entry into Sands. DRX, they just want to get, 1-2 more rounds. They want to make it a 5-7 half. At that point, it's anybody's game.
All right. Well, A is going to be theirs for the taking. We've got a big push coming in here from the bottom.
Yeah, DRX has to win this. They have to push out. They cannot sit here and get trapped in Hall. Oh, but the Rolling Thunder is going to grant them no mercy.
God. The executes are too good here for T1. They're racing in, and now, with the showstopper in hand and a congested back, he's gonna fire in, does not get the kill. Well, doesn't get the kill with that ulti, but it doesn't matter. That's gonna be an 8th round win. Kind of remarkable that the showstopper didn't get him when they were stuck that far back.
Yeah, RB just slides right under it, it looked like, right onto the stairs. That gives him a little bit of an elevation drop as well, but man, T1, they know that, okay, well, DRX, they need to get out of A Hall, right? That's their post-plant lineup. So let's just use the Rolling Thunder early.
Yeah.
Don't wait until we get close to the site. Just get whatever advantages we can. We already have Dish. We already have Defender spawn. T1 is always ready for these retakes. DRX, I mean, look at the way they're playing. They are not gaining good post-plant positions. They're not able to push in and expand their territory. They're just barely getting these plants in.
Ban ready in the final round here in the first half. Operator, Bladestorm out. DRX trying to inch in towards B.
Now, they're going to try to push out off of this lockdown. They know this lockdown is coming. Does DRX expect this push out, though? The stun's coming in. Relay bolt just to buy time. And RB, he actually gets taken out by Carpe.
Munchkin gets a drop on the Buzz.
They've already pushed out from behind as well.
Spike down, B.
The spike's down. The lockdown has done no good.
They got to come pick it up. Can they get it? Whiffs it.
All right, Bant, but he's bought time, right? The rest of his team now ready to pinch from Canteen. Oh, Saya player greens a little bit after losing audio.
All right, now Ban has gone all the way underneath. It's coming around from the opposite side of Fracture. Zeta full HP.
And Ban has that operator, though, so this is going to be tough. Ban's just got to hold stacks. He cannot get too curious about this one. Oh, okay. Well, Zest actually cleans that up for them. So they don't know where Stacks was. They're not quite sure if they're both tower. Now, Zeta could have a bit of an idea.
He's going to get it to half.
Oh, is he got no? Oh, he does get hit by it. He thought he could just sneak right in the corner, but it will even out to a 4-8 half.
Yeah, great round there. T1 still substantially ahead, though. And I got to say, I mean, T1... We talked about this previously, but it really is like every week they are getting 100% better than the week before. Like they are doubling in their ability, they're confident, their plays are very fluid. Even when strategically or tactically what they had planned doesn't work out, you can still see the beauty and the brilliance of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just say it outright. I mean, obviously, maybe it's an easy thing to say just because T1's leading in the first half, but at least in the first half, a T1, they just had better positioning from the defender side, right? They understood that DRX, I mean, they're just going to rely on these post plants. So as long as we don't give up Dish and defenders spawn, if we always just pressure A Hall, DRX will have to rush the molly, they'll have to rush the lineup, and they will not be able to play with the time as much as they are used to. DRX, they, in the pistol, they try to push in a defender spawn. That gets shut down, and afterwards, they weren't even given the chance to ever expand their post-plant positioning after getting the spike plant down.
DRX needs this so badly. Statistically, when you have best of fives, it's extremely rare that you're down 0-2 and then you come back with 3 wins.
I mean, that's the DRX story, right?
Yeah.
They've been down 0-2 so many times internationally. They've actually gone to map 5 so many times by making this 2-map comeback. And then they falter, they break under the pressure in map 5. And I was actually kind of half joking about this before the broadcast started with some of the desk members about, you know, what if T1 wins by going to map 5? I mean, would that ever haunt DRX in thinking that they have never won a map 5, right?
Yes.
They've won 3-0s, they've won 3-1, but they have never won a map 5.
And rarely do teams do it. It's just very, very hard if anybody can overcome you 2 maps in a row, that somehow you can get the upper hand in a full sweep reversal. So, you know, this fracture map right now is so important long-term here for DRX. They need this best of 5 to become a back and forth, and not something where they have to have some kind of Hail Mary 3-mapper in the very end. Now, pistol rounds, T1's looked extremely strong. How is it going to fare right now when right now T1 has double the points here that DRX does?
Yeah, I mean, DRX definitely needs this one for the start. They're going to go with a fast push out of B main, and as soon as they hear all the noise coming in from Arcade, DRX chooses to flood the site.
Yeah, DRX going to come in here and try to hold their ground. No retakes in their future here. Stax gets 1.
Oh, Buzz was hiding for just long enough to draw out fire for his teammates. Munchkin is so low, and DRX will close it out, finally getting a pistol win on the board. Now 1 pistol for DRX, 3 pistol wins so far for T1 in this best of 5.
Beautifully done there by DRX. A chaotic first round here. T1 shut down on entry over at B.
And I like DRX just immediately flooding right back in into the site, right? They say, okay, we pushed out of tree, there's no movement here, there's a lot going on Arcade. Just come back, let's smoke behind us on B main, and then let's make sure that we are ready for these trades in the site. Now just 3 Bulldogs, no buys on the pistols, just 2 ghosts for Zest and Stacks. Curious to see if there's some potential early operator play in mind here from DRX.
We got to see if these Sheriff shots can connect. Zest going to back up behind the wall here, but Munchkin's still eager. Ooh. Zest does win that very important duel.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Zest kind of assumed that the fault line would have hit. Munchkin was not stunned, but Zest still able to calmly get that headshot. And now T1, I mean, they're on the eco. They were just kind of fishing for an early kill. Not going to happen, so finally the spike gets picked up, and most likely they'll run into RB, but Saya, he's got that Marshall.
Yeah, shot whiffed over there. These peaks right now for T1, not looking great so far. They do have Band moving up just past Dish.
Yeah, but DRX kind of reads this, right? I mean, this is what T1 does every time. With the double duelist, I mean, this is your go-to, is pinch A from both sides. Get the entry in from Dish. And Band's just buying time.
All right, Band gonna come down now. Saya getting Mako immediately. Gun was not in hand.
Oh no, and just the ghost for Zest. He was not able to continue to pick up a weapon from his teammates.
This may come down to Buzz here.
Saya trying to just be a nuisance as much as possible. Now Buzz has shut down 1 member so far, but he's gonna play it safe because weapon picked up for Carpe. He's got that Bulldog in hand. Buzz is gonna wait for his teammates.
All right, Stax is coming now, Ghost in hand.
I mean, Stacks just has to act as bait. Okay, he's gonna get the first pick from behind.
This is really hard here for Saya, and it's not gonna be possible. That spike's getting diffused. This is gonna be the 6th round win here. DRX steadily beginning to catch up. But I'll tell you what, that was a very, very close round 2.
Yeah, I mean, that could have ended up being very dangerous here. But able to continue with the 3 Bulldogs here for DRX. So, listen, I mean, they didn't have 2 members by. Nothing lost too much. I mean, sure, you lost the Ghosts, but you're not really relying on those in the future rounds. Okay, they're just going to buy up to rifles. So, yeah, I was going to say it doesn't quite add up to an operator, but continuing with half armor, an extra Vandal, an extra Bulldog, 5 rifles on both sides, and DRX looking to push out once again with the Neon on B.
All right, quad stack down here in the south. We've got DRX trying to do a small push in here. Saya gets 1.
Oh, and he finds that 1 opening in between all the stuns. It's good for 1, but T1 is very stuck. They cannot take the ropes to get out either. DRX just backing up. Now here's the big thing. Munchkin already in through Arcade. Buzz suspects it, so he's going to launch the Nanoswarm so he can regain control of tower. That was such good timing from Buzz.
Yeah, very good instinct over there. But A is pretty vulnerable right now. We've got Mako, who could peer into it, but you got to imagine in a double duel, certainly T1 should be able to come out on top.
Oh my gosh, Mako's just going to try to flood the site. He's trying to get the first pick, but he cannot get it. Saya just flies right by, and Zeta will clean that up. Oof. They still have a lot of time. T1 has a lot of time, so Munchkin's continue to play on B side. He's going to actually try to get the pinch from defender Spawn. The alarm bot does spot Munchkin on the other side on the minimap.
All right, Zest is ducked down just around this corner. 35 seconds left. And they're not clear on where the spike is, so they're going to rush in and just go ahead and set this up now. Zest sees the boom bot.
Zest is trying to hide under it, but Saya gets the first peek.
Don't know if it was heaven or hell where that boom bot came from. And now it's just Buzz left over.
Oh, and even with the information that Munchkin was here, I mean, he could be anywhere. He could be Sands. He could be up on ropes, below on Sands. Could be around the corner. Buzz has so much to check for. And while with the half armors, they could buy again.
Wow.
This is rough.
Wow. And you can see with T1 the patience. Capitalizing on the ambiguity of the sounds that were made over there onto the site. And just sort of letting that that confusion play to their benefit here.
And this started so well for DRX. They had such a good pinch. You know, they really slowed down the initial attack. They kind of kept T1 in a pinch, so to speak, no pun intended. And just because Munchkin was still roaming about from Arcade into sewers, DRX, they just could not kind of make up their mind on how they wanted to continue to set up with 3 members remaining. Now a quick push from T1. The tempo change is good.
All right, a very flash Buzz over here. Still camping it out at B. Gets the first jump onto Ban. They were not able to figure out where he was. Buzz continuing to rotate around. Now Munchkin, here and back, is going to peer up into tower.
Yeah, but see what T1's continue to do is that they'll go for the initial hit. They have double duelists. If one of them gets caught out, if they cannot commit to the execute, they don't send in the second line of attack. They leave Munchkin for the lurk, and then they start to rotate. Now DRX, they have the correct read. They have all 5 remaining members, so they're able to still go for this 3-2 split, but it all comes down to the timing from Munchkin, quite frankly.
All right, Munchkin very intentionally and deliberately causes that sound. He gets Mako.
And this is going to allow T1's main force to try to go into A. However, unbeknownst to them, DRX is not shaken up. They are keeping their positions over on A. RB, he's just trying to buy time away from the showstopper.
Stax is so low on HP.
But RB's cover is good from Heaven.
Down A.
They're both so low, and yet they're surviving. Zest continues to confirm the location here of Carpe. Carpe gets the spike, but where can he go? Only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, there's not much he can really do right now. 2 very low HP players on that side. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. And here in the stadium we're in, I can hear these massive drums banging.
Yeah, from
DRX
side,
on their side, all the way on the opposite side of the stadium.
Although, I'm starting to wonder if it's a drum or is it just all of their thunder sticks? Because maybe if you just clap them all in unison, that is how loud it
could be. No, I think it's actually a drum, though.
I think it does sound like it. I mean, we can hear the thunder sticks from T1's side. They're closer to us, so whenever T1 gets around victory.
Giant thunder sticks on a giant drum. We could compromise here.
Held by giant AR agents.
All right, T1, 9-7 here. DRX fighting as best they can to try to recover. This time it's going to be a triple push from Dish.
Oh, and look at DRX. They've studied the tape from T1.
Yeah.
They know that they like to go for these splits. Ban sometimes just kind of let off the leash. Go cause chaos. We'll work off of the information you get. Now, because he wasn't spotted yet, T1 is already starting to rotate over to B.
No
but
charges left.
I think they're trying to make the read that, okay, well, if there's one person close and I haven't gotten spotted by the Killjoy utility yet, do we think it's just focused on tower? T1 trying to make these assumptions here.
Saya's creeping up. Mako, oh, got a great peek. Molly comes out.
Saya tries to go for the peek, but he's way too weak already.
And that's going to be it. Yeah, that's the 8th win here for DRX. It's neck and neck.
DRX, they're trying to compete. They're trying to tie up the overall match score 1-1. Try to take each other's map picks. Now the ults lined up for Team 1 as we saw on the scoreboard. Curious to know if we'll have a potential timeout here as Team 1 starting to let the momentum slip away just a bit. So far, only one timeout used by DRX after round 8 to try to regain a couple rounds. No, T1 Coach Autumn says, no, we just continue on. You guys have the ults. You guys can figure it out on your own. Blade Storm in hand for Ban.
Ban coming up now. Let's not forget, Mako's been very on point up here. A lot of moments it looks like T1 could probably crack this open, but it doesn't quite happen.
Oh, but look at this. DRX has already emptied the site, right? They're all just waiting in defender spawn. Yeah, Mako says, as long as I don't give up this position, because guess what? They had already cleared A hall, and now the lockdown coming in, and DRX's forces are here to pinch them, make sure that Spike does not get play. Oh, Zayna! Good for 2 kills, though.
Mako's been so on point back here.
You should run.
Counter Killjoy ulti here set up. Buzz with a good lurk gets that second kill. It's 9-9. The comeback is real. We're all tied up.
It's happening. It's happening, and this is as close as we could really hope for between these two teams. I know a lot of people, including myself, somewhat concerned. What if DRX just kind of turns on the switch again and makes it a 3-0? But T1's been putting up, if anything, they've been leading the fight, and now it's DRX fighting to stay in this best of 5. But this was just a textbook round of Valorant, right? They read that the Rolling Thunder is available from T1. They leave the site empty. They push out of A-halls fast.
Now they're not out of the woods yet. Important round here. Decent opportunities on both sides can be created. Looks like B is going to be where they're going to at least try to inch up here with the spike, but frankly, it's a very even split all around. There's a push coming here. Munchkin has done a decent job with engaging with this, but ultimately nobody's killed off on either side.
Just trying to hold that space. But DRX, they push them out and they're focused on the other side. They know that T1 likes to push and pull from both sides, especially utilizing that double duelist. Now, Stacks and RB, they are kind of caught inside the site. Paint shells and nanoswarm, everything being thrown to just push Stacks out of there.
Yeah, Stacks still sitting pretty comfortably over here. This is going to be a very tough infiltration here for T1.
Oh, what? Carpe! Munchkin dies to Carpe's own Molly. Something happens there. And RB just trying to create chaos, but he's good for 2 kills. Tries to get a third, eventually gets shut down.
I can't believe that Molly. I almost missed it because we didn't hear any gunshots for a second.
30 seconds left.
And
well, it's also just not something you'd expect.
Yeah, I'm not looking for it, Carpe, the only one left over here. I would not be surprised if we see a timeout after that. That is wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, the Nightfall was used, so you didn't have audio. You were also very weak as well, right, because of that decay.
10 seconds left.
So curious to see if maybe there was just some mishap amidst that chaos. But either way, it's going to be another round for DRX.
Well, I'll be frank, it's a bit of a humiliating loss here. T1, who looked so very coordinated, has really choked in that round. The synergy and the communication just clearly not there. And unsurprisingly, T1 calls for that timeout.
Yes, not surprising at all for sure. Just going for the count on the flash. The flash was so good as well. They get the call that Carpe's trying to run away. Buzz cleans up that kill. DRX trying to regain that momentum, trying to hype themselves up, get their heads back in the game, force a timeout from T1. And I gotta wonder, T1, is there a question to be had here about just going for it, right? Just going for a rush, utilize the double duelist, send one to go out further and then dash from the other side. Don't try to go for these pinches. DRX is clearly reading that you like to go for these two-pronged attacks.
Yeah, it's funny. We had a very strong T1, but DRX has now clearly made the adjustments.
Yes.
And it's essential that you have the randomization of plays. You have, rounds that are explosive and fast-paced, and then you have rounds that you can play very slow and go for picks. And it just seems like lately DRX has been able to shut down every movement here from T1. And then T1 is fumbling to even get onto site.
Yeah, and this is kind of the weak side of a double duelist composition on any map, quite frankly. I mean, you know, you do have a couple less options. There's still some crafty ways to utilize it, but at the end of the day, you do need to have an explosive entry. You got to win that aim duel, because in terms of utility, you really just have that breach, right? And just a couple smokes from Brimstone. Oh, and now look at the adjustment from DRX. Now they know that it's potentially a one-sided attack, especially on this eco. And look at all this utility just to buy time. Buzz says, all right, I'll let the jet pass, see if anyone else walks into my trap, and he's good for 2 kills.
And I just don't know if T1's going to get any headway over here. The spike is now stuck over here on site. T1 outgunned. Unable to get much done for now. They're going to wrap all the way around and under.
Well, just, I mean, T1, you could try to go for these ult orbs for Zeta. That looks to be the plan here.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the best you can ask for, right?
Yeah, I would go all the way to Dish as well. Just get 1 point close, or maybe even go all the way to Hall, complete that Rolling Thunder. I mean, I assume at the end of the day, you do want to die at the end of this round since you have not planted the spike, so maybe after just picking up this one, they'll try to go for these duels, but either way, hey, I mean, take what you can get, right? Rolling Thunder coming online is huge here for T1. Gives them one extra opportunity, especially when no ults online on the side of DRX.
Munchkin looking for any kind of kill he can find.
Yeah, he's just been, but the DRX, they're just not peeking out at all. Just no vision. I mean, at this point, I almost think DRX, you can just kind of...
Oh, and that's a win with style. 9-11 now. T1, they did get those orbs. They need to create an opportunity. They're going to have better guns for sure this time around.
All right, Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike.
Yeah, do you need to use both or just one here?
Well, I mean, if you're T1, I think you use whatever and everything just to secure the round,
Sure,
right?
sure. Well, it's either going to be overtime or they win. You know, how do you string it together? Is this about getting to 12 or is it about getting to 13? Or maybe like you were saying, William, it's just about one step at a time, trying to do whatever it takes to just get a little bit closer.
I mean, I do think there's value in trying to rush this forward, but let's hold that thought. Talk about that during the downtime in between the rounds. Yeah, Rolling Thunder comes out just to clear tower. Oh, Munchkin was hiding for so long. Now he might be able to find a timing on the pinch over on B main.
RB finds Carpe.
How is RB still alive? He's just weaving in and out.
Oh, it's starting to become a bit of a trade-off here. This spike's not planted just yet. Everything's smoked out.
Yeah, now T1 Zeta does get into safety on default plant. And meanwhile, oh, he's actually still just entering the duels. Munchkin gets picked off.
It's Mako versus Zeta. Mako with 32 HP. He has a minute left to plant.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta, he just doesn't want to get caught
unaware.
unaware.
He saw his pants. He saw his legs move by. That's one way to describe it. That's my play-by-play for this. He gets the plant.
Okay, and Mako just tries to bet on the 50-50 that maybe Zeta will also rotate. It's not going to happen. Zeta, now he's the one who has to pick and choose. He's going to get into tower where he can have a better angle to hold. There is a chance that Zeta even comes down the rope. Now Mako, now the onus is on him. He has to pick the 50-50s. Not quite sure. He does have the molly. Sound heard. Oh, Mako, he does have no idea, but he's left.
He's left.
Yeah, Zeta says, where have you gone?
Oh,
the
molly comes around. He gets him. It's 10-11. That was an insane exchange.
Oh my gosh.
Starting to defuse and then going all the way off.
Oh man, an intense 1v1. You could tell both players were so concerned about the potential repositioning mind games coming out from either side, and Zeta stays calm. Knows that he has the health advantage.
Right there.
Operator in hand for Buzz. All right, so the idea, Killjoy setup, just watching one side here on B.
Yep, we've got a 4-stack in the north here on Fracture.
Okay, so Buzz gonna just watch main, and then Turret's gonna watch arcade. The thing is if T1 just powers through this Killjoy utility, Buzz is stuck. There is no exit for him, but he does get one kill. Okay, now he has an exit out into main if he needs.
All right, he's over here with the shorty. Oh, and he whips the first shot.
Oh no, he needs to hide. Is there backup? He's trying to get whatever kills he can.
Oh my God, he's
still, he gets another. He's gonna reload the shorty.
He's somehow alive, still in here. He's just in the middle of all this. That's gonna be the 12th win for DRX. I don't know how Buzz is still in the game. That was insane.
Okay, what?
I cannot believe what I just saw there.
There is no explanation for this. Because here's what, I mean, Buzz just does everything correctly. While he gets blinded, he lowers his barrel of his gun to hide. Meanwhile, T1 is so concerned about him, so backup arrives from DRX. They save him. He gets another kill with the operator, and then he says, well, backup's here, so I can reload Shorty. Wow. Buzz playing under pressure, and this is something that people wanted to see him improve on the international stage. And he says, I am here to try to get to the grand finals.
Carpe kills RB off.
Well, that was a twist of exchanges there. RB going a bit too far.
This round is ending so quickly. Mako able to find Ban, but he's at 2 HP. This spike is going to be planted, and Buzz is so far away. Okay.
Well, all that hype about Buzz's super play has now ended.
Yeah. We could barely summarize the previous round before this one's almost over.
Yeah. What happened there initially on Dish, right? RB just kind of gets a little too far forward, doesn't realize that he's passed someone. And we can take this downtime, because I was wondering, because we constantly saw one of the members over by the DRX VIP section, looks like somebody's mother. Hopefully we'll catch her on camera again, but that appears to be Mako's mother, so
yes.
Here to cheer on her son. I mean, you know, I would be curious to know if she really knows just how much praise he's getting across the world, right? I mean, surely you know how much praise he's getting on the Korean side, but I mean, this guy is hailed as, you know, one of, if not the best controller by a lot of people globally. And she's here just to try to see him get to the grand finals.
We have only two possibilities right now. Either this is going to be 13-11, and DRX wins on this map, tying it up 1-1 in our best of 5, or we go to overtime. I'm kind of okay with either one, but a little bit more okay with overtime right now with these two teams.
Yeah? Oh, well, we got a timeout.
No, that was the third possibility I wasn't ready for.
Now, curious to me that DRX has used this timeout. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess they realized that maybe I think Termi realizing maybe DRX kind of overheated there in that last round. Just calls for it just to calm them down. I mean, sometimes, you know, you can imagine, well, why would you use it when you're the one trying to go for, you know, the win? But it's also like, well, maybe you just want to plant a little more doubt into T1, right? Make them rethink what they might have gone for here to bring it to overtime. Curious to see, Termi has often been praised in the past for what his timeout to round win conversion has been. However, these last couple weeks here in VCT Pacific, the statistics haven't been that great for DRX.
You can see Saya there with that desktopper he has. He has his whole, everything is elevated on the desk.
I love it.
It looks like he's driving a Harley.
It does look like that, yeah. We just got to get him some shades, a little bandana.
Right,
He's ready to go. Okay, DRX wants the call here. All right, no operator, all rifles, lockdown and orbital strike ready. And they empty the site again. Rolling Thunder is available for T1 now. Okay, T1 says, I don't care if you've emptied the site or not, we're just gonna play it safe.
All right, they do zone out Buzz over here. And this is gonna be up to the retake here for DRX. DRX is gonna be wrapping around. All right, Munchkin sees there's gonna be a push here from the south.
Yeah, so T1, now they gotta push into defender spawn if they want. Ban just trying to draw out attention from Sewers, but he gets taken out a little too early. The plant still hasn't happened yet, by the way, because of all these ultimates.
Stax finds another. It's just Zeta left over, and that's gonna be it. We're tied up 1-1. DRX defeats T1, 13-11.
And with another shorty ending here on Fracture, DRX ties up the match score 1-1. Looking happy and proud of the way that they were able to just bunker down, but I gotta be honest, as much as the focus right now in this map too should be on DRX, quite frankly, the story for me today is the fact that T1 is not making this easy for DRX.
You know, it was an incredible set of abilities used right there at the very end to deny and then force a change of plans. Yeah, no spike planted, a big shutdown there, smokes everywhere. T1 fighting back hard, but DRX ultimately squeaks by to make this an even 1-1 here in this best of 5.
Well, that means no clean sweep in the lower finals for VCT Pacific as DRX T1 battle it out.
And it means that DRX is not going to be having to recover from an 0-2 position, which they were unable to do before.
Yes, that is true, right? They're able to stop that momentum and try to reset earlier in this best of 5. The next map's going to be Haven, which was DRX's pick. Now, it has been analyzed enough where teams like Team Secret have been able to really shut it down. However, now with Zest back in play, I mean, he has so many crazy lineups with that Sova, so many ways to support the team. Curious to see what other new set plays that DRX has for us on Haven.
Ban has looked so on point, but honestly, everybody has been playing so well on both of these teams. We're seeing some incredible strategies. This is a real fight, a real even matchup for these two teams. T1 has proven that they brought the best iteration of themselves that we've seen to date, but DRX is adjusting, studying, enhancing their play at the same time. And I think anybody who says they know who's going to take it is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I saw, some fans talking about it even right after map 1. It's that mechanically T1 is so gifted. I mean, some of us knew that just because of their past records, and even in other games. But on top of that, DRX has always been known to be the best of the best here in Korea as well. So mechanics, all right, it's anybody's on any given round. It really just comes down to the macro adjustments from round to round. Some heroics here and there sprinkled on top. And because of that, we're tied 1-1 in this best of 5.
Should be a long and epic night. And let's not forget everybody who's watching. The winner of this is going to the finals, which is tomorrow, where they will face off against PRX. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, Game 3, do not go away. Carpet gets Zest.
Yeah, Zest was a little bit shaky. Carpet, that is always going to be RB.
Occasionally in these
and man, Saya gets another trade and
man.
Man's looking for one. He gets one. He hears another coming through.
Yep, pitch
Gets
two.
But the Rolling Thunder is going to grant them.
Nope, does not get the kill. Well,
they've already pushed out for.
Still,
Snatch just has to activate.
Saya. And it's pushing here. Saya
gets trying to hide under it, but Saya
still camping it out at B. Gets the cause that. Two very low HP players on that side. Mako, great peek. Molly comes out.
Saya tries to go for
Buzz with a good
nothing happens there. And RB just trying to create chaos, but he's good for 2 kills. This eco, and look at all this utility just by time. Buzz says, all right, I'll let the jet pass, see if anyone else, and I almost think DRX, you can just kind of,
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Lower Finals. We just completed Game 2 in another incredibly close game, but this time DRX makes a comeback.
I mean, same score, but different teams on the winning side. DRX able to run it back. They're able to tie things up at a 1-1, so no 3-0 blowouts, which is good because we don't like those when we get to this stage of the tournament. But still, very much had to fight for this one. Talked about how Fracture has been the staging ground for them to turn things around in the past. And, you know, it is here as well, but this was definitely a lot tighter than we might have anticipated.
It was pretty dicey. I mean, T1 actually makes a couple of comebacks on their own. It started off as an 8-4 in the first half, but thankfully, DRX listened and, you know, they did the same thing. It's just T1 making sure that they don't get the spike planted, setting up roadblocks all along the way, and just fighting back. Because Fracture really is that map that sort of plays like a tug of war for map control. And DRX, you can see, they're trying to push, they're trying to pull, and T1 are trying to do the same thing, but DRX just did it a little bit better. Mako at the top.
He is. Buzz right there behind him, and it was just a really good performance from those two in particular, just constantly holding down sites once they had shifted over to that defending side of the map. And but I do have to still applaud T1 as far as their preparation is concerned, because we knew exactly what they were going to be doing, and they had a good idea of what DRX was going to be doing as well, especially with this lineup, and they were able to counteract a lot of the entries leading towards that one-sided, you know, initial half, but getting themselves that 8-round win, because they just knew kind of all of the entry protocols that RB was going to go through.
You even saw some of the adaptations that came in, right? Because, like, you started off with RB always sprinting right up against them, and then it almost looked like T1 had a tough time trying to catch up to RB's speed. But then, at some point, they just recognized that, all right, if they're going to entry, we'll just play defense, and we'll hold all the way back and play retake instead, and they make it at a... They do it at such good timing, and it kind of confuses DRX at some points. But there is that second half, and that's where things really turn around.
Yeah, let's talk about the first half of Kilios. Like you were saying, T1, you know, they definitely did their work. They confused DRX a couple times, or rather, they read DRX really well. Round 10 is a great example of everything going wrong for DRX, or maybe going right for T1.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and start things off. Instantly, there's a molly up over the top here from Mako. He's looking to just go ahead and isolate tower, which they do. And then RB goes in for a standard entry, but you can see Spike shifting over towards A. So they're trying to sell this as a fake. Rolling Thunder goes in with it, but as we're talking about, T1 just decide, okay, he's going to come rushing in, play back. Ban just pitches on the corner, plays off the alarm bot, has a shorty in hand, and is able to strike him down. Then, this paint shell from Saya just completely and utterly ruins the round for DRX. They want to be able to get that spike down, get into a post-plant setup, but Buzz is so low, he gets killed off by it, it interrupts the plant, and then from there, it just gets exacerbated. Everything layered in on top of it. They throw out that orbital. Stax is able to win out, finds 3, but he's at 21 HP now in a 1v2. Carpe gets the kill, and that just puts T1 up to 7.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You know, there even was a Rolling Thunder sent from Stax to sell that fake on the B site, but all it took was that 150 credit weapon up by Tower to turn things around. And it's so smart from T1. It's a good rotation, a good read, and I think Zeta's doing a great job.
Yeah. Now, DRX found their wind at some point. After 3 rounds of losses for T1, they start to hesitate. They start to doubt themselves. And you know what? We know this. Once DRX activates their protocol, it's really hard to penetrate. So, Achilles, bring us through round 19 where we see exactly this happen.
Things got a little bit silly, I'd say, in this round. So, off the rip, Munchkin, he's already been chunked down to 14. He was trying to, you know, pressure over a dish. He ends up intercepting versus Zest and RB, and then he's forced to rope back across. Then it just becomes basically a full hit through A main. Everybody on T1 just trying to shoehorn their way into the site, but the Nightfall crashes across. They get taken so low because of the decay, and Munchkin kind of just wanders into that molly. Normally, you might be able to survive a tick. He'd still go extremely low given that he was starting at 14, but because he's down to 1, he just instantly dies. It's a bit of a, you know, egg on your face type moment there for him and just for T1 in general. And you can see that this was where things started to get a little bit frazzled for them. Mako gets a nice little shot through that door, takes out Ban, and in the end, they're able to go ahead and get that final weapon out of Carpe's hands as well. And it was just the cracks starting to show for T1 right around that point. As soon as DRX had caught up to them, they were saying, oh God, we're losing control. And it just continued to spiral. They still were able to fight back. That wasn't just them, you know, then getting wiped out and having it be a 13-9 scoreline. They were able to rack up 2 more, so it's good perseverance from them. but clearly when they are getting pressed, things can fall apart just a bit.
It's like still that little bit of hesitation, right?
Oh, yeah.
T1, you know, oh, do we go in? Do we not? And then at some point, DRX just sends all of those ultimates their way. RB even, you know, going in with the laser beam. It was.
I'm going in, and then just, just
Fizzles
burn his
out
little
here.
toes.
I'm melting. Yeah, he just didn't quite make it through. Now, there was a round where T1 could have made, you know, a bit more of a comeback. And you know, this is more of just like a fun round where like Buzz lived way longer than he should have.
This was crazy. I mean, initial pick already gets the read about how T1 wants to play around this. So he sets himself up. Rather than going in towards tower, he hides underneath, has the shorty in hand, doesn't quite connect the shots, but look at how he gets support from RB with the fast lanes and then swapping to the operator, going back and forth. T1 looks so confused, so frazzled. He even kind of hops over airstreams back into his tower. T1 were like, he was here, where did he go? And that is why Buzz, you know, it's so good, this guy.
He is. I mean, you know, Mako obviously right there with him, but Buzz a little bit better when it comes down to the KDA, and he was just great at holding down the sites. And obviously with RP running on that Neon, you're either going to be completely lacking an operator, or you have to push it onto, you know, a character that is not going to be as known for it, unless you're Yampi, who loves Killjoy and whatnot. But he comes out here. We've seen him do this before. He was doing this versus Loud over at Sao Paulo, coming up with some crazy flick shots with that operator in hand, and he continues to deliver. It was a good turnaround from him, and I mean, right now, both maps combined, I believe he's just broken 40 kills. Only bested at the moment in the lobby by Saya at 42. So the impact continues to be found. Again, a bit of a slow start for Buzz, and then moving over to the defender side, obviously a lot more value and a lot more opportunities found to get value. But he's able to roll with it incredibly well. And this is the thing about this kind of 5-man core of DRX, and why I do think that it might end up being the strongest iteration for them moving forward still, even though Foxy9 can be a crack player, is just the flexibility that you get from all 5 of these guys that are in the lineup. Whereas for Foxy, it's
just
Jet
or
the Raze.
That's right.
You know, which one are you going to go for? And you have so many other options with this.
Did RB satisfy your Neon needs? You guys were both really looking forward to that Neon.
I think that, I mean, again, I think that RB still played Neon well enough. He's doing his job. He's diving in. He's getting information. He's creating space for his team. But T1 also just read him incredibly well. Like we were saying, they just played back. They said, let him come to us. Don't try to hold him at the gate. Hold him at the back site, and then when he kind of overextends away from the rest of his team, boom, isolate him, kill him.
But that's it. There was a round or two where DRX did get like a sort of eco win, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. I mean, if that didn't happen, it could have been a 3-9, and it could have been a completely different second half. You never quite know. But that's DRX, the DRX that we all expect. Yes, Buzz might be our sort of key player highlight, but at the same time, it's more of a team effort, because at the start, I mean, especially at like what we saw on the previous map, Ascent, it almost looked like DRX were going solo plays, but now back on the second half, it was more teamwork, more coordination, these set executes that we're expecting to see.
Now going into Haven, I was thinking if T1 had won this, it would easily be a carry, I think, into Haven.
And your predictions would have been correct.
Yeah, but you could see it. T1's hesitation, they were doubting themselves. They suddenly remembered they were facing DRX. How do you guys think Haven's going to go this time around? I mean, historically, T1's okay.
They're not too bad on it, you know, so far here in Pacific. It's had its ups and downs. I think that they're 3-2 overall on the map at the moment. Their most recent victory was over Zeta in that lower final, so eliminating them. So they have recent play on it. But for DRX, they've elected to bring this map in over Pearl, which is obviously our final map that's afloat there for them with Bind in between. DRX has elected to go back to Haven, which has been a big struggle for them as of late. So it makes me think that they have done some vast improvements, and obviously this is with Zest in the mix now, so I'm expecting some differentiation as far as their set plays and how they like to tackle this map compared to what we have seen. If they don't have that, then I have to really question, why did you bring this out instead of Pearl early? But T1 at the same time, they have looked strong.
They did get dominated by Team Secret very recently on Haven. Their A site was just, it was...
T1, just go A.
Just go A, yeah.
Every damn round, just do it.
And the change could be, I mean, besides Zest, it could be that team comp. What do you make of this?
I mean, exactly. So that was when Foxy was playing in, and he was trying to get some operator picks, and it didn't really happen because Team Secret just kept applying that pressure. T1 could do the same thing, but like Achilleo says, this is now a reformed DRX. This is now DRX back in form like what we saw in the second half of Fracture. They picked this for a reason, and if you're in their shoes, you have to think they did this and they have preparation for it. Like T1, you know, they better bring their A game because this is going to be tough. The compositions are going to be slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest question is what do they decide to run here on the side of DRX? And because of the changes, RB is not going to be on the Harbor. Mako's going to be going, you know, sticking with the Omen rather. Yep. And Stax is going for Classic Breach. So this is going to be more in line with what we saw from them when they played against Secret the first time. So it's the same comp that they ran when they faced them and lost, but how do they feel now that they've had a little bit more time practicing this and polishing it?
I think it would be good. I think they're going to play the classic style with utter and complete map control and just putting up barricades everywhere. It's going to be tough for T1 unless they kind of have plans in mind to kind of do what RQ did, or maybe what Team Secret did, just brute force your way through, or kind of toss in some rotations, force DRX to kind of think. This could go either way, but I feel that DRX picked this for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you got to expect that they're feeling a lot more confident on it. So I'm curious to see how they pilot this one, whether or not they can prevent T1 from getting into the site. Because, you know, one of the things that we kind of saw on Ascent, another classic map for them, was that they were really struggling with those retakes. So with Haven being a 3-site map, it could be even more, you know, terrible for them if they're not able to stop T1 from getting in, much like they did over on Fracture. So looking for a strong defensive side here from DRX. And for T1, I think they need to be able to punch through. Saya player needs to be that guy who's guiding them forward. They need good lurks from the likes of Munchkin, as well as from Ban there on that Omen to try to catch people off guard.
I want to see good mid-rounding from Zeta. I want to see Ban coming in with some initiations as that Omen to really assist Saya player in all of these hits, and actually just not over-committing to a lot, because if DRX reads you, you're going to be in world for hurt.
I think you guys are both absolutely right. DRX has had many holes poked through their plans in Haven. At this point, I'm sure they've patched it up and are ready to go. We're going to see a very formidable DRX right now. Let's see how T1 faces up against that. Our casters are ready to go into map 3. Haven, we got Tasteless and Will.
We're ready to go into map 3 right here, right now. T1 versus DRX continues on. Interestingly enough, both of these games, one team gets a pretty substantial lead, and then the other team gets an insane comeback.
Yeah, I mean, 9-3 on Ascent, and then T1 comes back to win it 13-11. 8-4 on Fracture. DRX comes back to win it 13-11, right back. Now we're going to Haven. It is interesting to me that T1 decides to go for the defender's side. I mean, obviously this has happened before. It is just interesting because I feel like maybe the weaknesses that we're finding on DRX on Haven have been a little bit more, you know, on their defender side. But curious to see what T1's game plan is. It looks like, at least for the pistol, heavy focus on that C side, and they will be correct.
Yep, they've got our B to lurk over here by Garage and maybe even peer into B. They farm out the orb at C, and Omen smoke comes down. And we'll see, does that force them to turn around, or are they going to actually try to push their luck?
Nope, here comes the lineups from Zest. He's just looking at the wall to line himself up. The flash as well to plant Buzz in. He's just trying to check behind, but the paranoia is good, and Ban's able to answer right back. Back sight still held, spike dropped.
Yeah, with no spike plant, it's really putting a timer over here onto DRX. We do have Saya coming all the way around from the back. DRX needs to act extremely quickly.
Here's the thing is that if they can't get back sight, I mean, they're not really quite sure what to do. They're trying to get everyone into the site so they have abilities to trade, but no one's watching the back, and Saya gets the spike down once again. RB tries to answer back.
You know, RB may be clutch enough. It doesn't matter where the spike is. But Saya here with this Sheriff at the long range, really able to take some picks. Munchkin, as long as he can control up top, he should be okay.
Smoke comes out, the ping's onto the spike, but Munchkin's actually going to be the one who gets the first kill against Mako, and now it's a 2v1. RV just looking to get the plant down.
And he does manage to get that. Some shots fired in. Saya not going to be able to find that target. He's got to be careful. RB with a ghost can sometimes win these duels, even with very little HP.
Yeah, but now they know that he's back sight, and Munchkin knows exactly where to peek. And that's going to be Munchkin getting the defuse. T1 winning yet another pistol round. I mean, that's 4 on the board now.
Yeah, T1 with a very technical victory there, really delaying progress, and then a very cautious DRX just wasn't appreciating that their behinds were showing. You know, we had that lurk there from Saya, and, you know, it was a pretty easy control game from there.
Yeah, and man, the set play itself, I mean, whatever it was, I mean, the arrow not quite getting there in the right timing to just ping Ban out. The paranoia from Ban being very, very well timed. And because of that, they're able to hold the back of sight, and that's often the key point when it comes to C site, is if you hold backside control, the attackers can't get too comfy. Now on this eco, DRX looks like they just want to try to rush this in. They're going to wait until the arrow goes through. Oh, RB gets one kill, but it wasn't the one with the Bulldog on top. Buzz answers right back, though.
Yeah, DRX now able to get pretty easily onto the site. It's going to have to be coverage from 3 different points here. Garage, back, and top from T1. Saya with that Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, I'm curious, do they push out? Otherwise, they didn't have too much space. Now Zest is going to watch behind him. Nice paranoia, though, and just a follow-through. Oh!
Hold on. Carpe's still in this, but Zest gets the last word on that duel, and DRX is now even this out.
Well, the Thrifty, I mean, right off of the Marshall, right? They get the early peak. RB gets one kill, and then Buzz was able to trade right back onto the Bulldog as well. And what a way to turn the tide.
Yeah, you can see they were ready with that Marshall. Kind of a weird ebb and flow of that final fight, but they clutch it.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes off of the fact that RB wins that first duel, right? Because otherwise the trade would have gone in favor of T1. But after that, we heard it in the comms as well. Buzz calls, I got one backside as well, so they assume that the site should be safe. And now they lead with the weapon advantage. Saya continuing with another Marshall, just seeing whatever damage he can do. Now all this noise lets T1 know that this is going to be an A site hit for the time being.
They did have a quad stack over at C, but they're going to go ahead and send 2 to wrap around over towards A, but we don't know if DRX is going to commit just yet.
Yeah, DRX holding, however, their position mostly holding against any advances. Considering, I mean, if Buzz, or rather RB, had pushed out into Garage right around the 1 minute mark, maybe they would have left some leeway, but it does look like it's going to be an A-site hit. Now, look at T1's positioning. They are ready to flood right back into the site. They're trying to avoid the initial utility coming out from DRX, and then they're going to flood right back in, and Saya gets the opening kill against Buzz as well.
A couple more shots fired in there. They haven't really been able to quite take A just yet. Carpe here with a pretty decent lurk. Saya with a no-scope.
Wow, the drop and no-scope for one. I mean, a decent amount of damage. Look at 2 members already scratched up. Now, Stacks, he already had Rolling Thunder, but he's still just going to go for the plant as no one else was right next to him to trade that off. They don't want to make any mistakes trying to toss over the ult point, it looks like. And everyone just covering their angles.
Yep, pretty standard victory there for DRX. But I got to say, man, Saya, with these Marshalls, sometimes it's crazy how scary he is.
Yeah, I mean, he's always going to make something happen if he's got a scope in his hands, whether it's the Marshal or the Operator.
Yeah, you just see that.
Yeah,
point blank.
Just the drop right on and then gets that kill. All right, so some damage done. However, we got to remember, DRX got that Thrifty on round 2, so it's not going to hurt them too much. They're happy to just continue sticking with a couple half armor buys. And then the Rolling Thunder online for them as well. RB 1 point away from the lockdown. With the Rolling Thunder, it looks like they want to focus on the A site once again. Oh my gosh, Saya.
Yeah, Saya's pushed pretty far out here. This is quite risky.
Yeah, because of the gunshots, he expected someone to be on that left side. He's just waiting until the very last second for his tailwind. Oh, but he gets picked off before he can dash out.
A grave mistake there by Saya. The overextension is punished.
Well, now backup has to arrive a bit quicker for T1. Carpe is here, but only 2 people. I don't know if flooding the site is the right answer. You already have Munchkin, who's pushed out into mid. Of course, there is an alarm bot, but either way, yeah, T1's just going to back up. They're waiting for the flank to happen. They're waiting for the Rolling Thunder to come out as well. No one disrupted. Oh, it does look like Zeta actually gets knocked up in the air just a tad bit.
Oh, yeah, just seeing the shoulder there. Carpe is enough for Buzz to get that kill. Shorty in hand.
Munchkin, he tried to go for the flank, but of course the alarm bot was there, so he just backs right out. And T1 is going to have to save. They do not want to take any more economic damage as they're already down, 1 round.
So this is going to be a 3rd win here for DRX. Nice amount of momentum here on their side. Again, you know, I would not be shocked if this is another 11-13 or even overtime here with how back and forth these two teams have been.
Yeah, and I think the biggest part about that, as we always say, is the fact that both teams just have really good mental fortitude. I mean, that's what creates these games where you have this back and forth. You're able to kind of calm down, zone back in, and say, okay, this is what we need to adjust. Then you push back. A little bit of tug of war happens. Now the question is this is very different from a best of 3, right? A best of 5 is by nature just much longer. And curious to see who's going to be able to really survive that. I love those drawings, by the way. The little Cypher and the Omen.
You make a good point, William. I mean, the stamina
that the drawings are good?
No, I was talking about it a little bit earlier than that. The drawings are also good, though. Everything you're saying is so on point. Look, stamina is essential. I mean, a best of 5 is really exhausting. 5 intense games of Valorant back-to-back is a lot, especially when everything is on the line.
Oh, and Saya, he overextends just a bit again, and this time Zeta also caught amidst the chaos. And DRX, they are just always gunning for a main control. Munchkin this time quick on the flank.
He's going to keep pushing forward here. The Aldrone's going to spot him.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off for now. Now, Ban is already on site, but this is... Everyone's up to their own devices for the remaining 2 members of T1.
If T1 destabilizes on either side, DRX is free to do exactly what they want. Ban got to come out here with the blind. Can't find a target, though.
He's just trying to buy more time for Munchkin to be able to set up, maybe even scare DRX, but Ban actually a clean shot. He's trying to get out. He's not quite in the smoke. Okay, finally he crawls right back in. 2v2.
Meanwhile, Munchkin going to creep up through A long.
Does DRX remember this? They have to remember. Zest, you have to remember that Munchkin was on your flank, and he goes for the swing and gets the headshot onto Munchkin.
This leaves just Ban, the only one left. Mako teleporting over to the side.
Ban just going for the fake. Makes some noise. Now trying to hold to the half. The shock dart's good. He's actually just going to hold all the way, but Mako says, not under my watch.
Yep, a good setup there. You know, some decent ideas from Ban, but you know, with that amount of time left there on that spike, there's not a whole lot you can do. DRX 4-1 here. In what was a pretty interesting moment of, you know, we saw DRX basically sandwiched over there at A long, but with patience on their side, they were able to kind of wait out the position and ultimately force their way up onto the site.
All right, I heard Stack saying something like, don't diss it or something like that, or maybe don't defuse, I want to defuse, something like that. I don't think he was even alive at the end though, so either way, of course he wouldn't be going for the defuse. Either way, the stop coming in from Ban, but he gets taken out in the middle of his smoke.
Kind of a funny exchange back there. Already T1 beginning to thin out in numbers here. Saya had that operator over to A, but wasn't able to find any targets. We've got a double setup on the lockdowns over here.
Yeah, but the Defenders one is going to be countered by that Hunter's Fury. And now the lockdown will finish up on the side of DRX. And off of that, Buzz has already pushed out way far. The post-plant position is, I mean, more than perfect. This is taking every advantage.
And look at the mini-map and watch how they're just combing through every angle, trying to see what they can find. They know Carpe's up here at the top.
Buzz he loves doing that, by the way. He loves baiting with the pistols. Oh my God. The Shadow Step's good. Mako, they pinch on the operator.
The fact that they got that operator, that's really huge. I mean, T1 tries to play a patient game because they're going to look for opportunities elsewhere. Let's not forget, Saya really gets no value with that operator in that game to begin with.
Yeah, nothing found. And just a quick hit onto the C site. Trade lockdown for lockdown. And you know, that Hunter's Fury being saved for the lockdown this time. DRX, the last one's laughing. I mean, of course, earlier on Ascent, we had praised Zeta sometimes just getting proactive and aggressive with the Hunter's Furies, but that man bought the Tactibear. It is on sale over at the merch shop.
It's over on our desk.
Yeah, we've got one on our desk. He's
Along
got
with,
one.
I'm the Taste-A-Bear, and you're the Will-A-Bear, and all three of us are over here casting this game.
Yeah, of course, if you're here today or tomorrow, you can buy that, but Mako with a quick little pick-off on Ban.
Yeah, I wasn't even quite ready for that to happen so fast. So things already beginning to look worse here. A pretty starved T1 here in round 7 already drops a player. And DRX can pretty much take their time. They're going to once again leave RB in the back to confirm that nobody's going to have the lurk on them. It is Saya way over here towards the exterior of the A entry.
Yeah, but Munchkin's trying to get a cheeky early kill. The drone's going to stop him from doing so. Drone gets taken out, but he is caught in that stun, and Buzz should find him right away. Target acquired.
Yeah, Munchkin having no clue where the jet was.
Oh, no. Okay, that was almost a crazy mishap. That actual team flash
that was
forcing Zest to turn away.
Weird snafu they were in. Now hold on, Saya, blades drawn.
Spike planted.
This is possible.
It is, but look at Mako's position. I mean, Mako is creating all sorts of
Oh
curveballs
my
here.
God.
Yeah. You do not expect them to already be in B site as well, and that's a 6-1 lead. Suddenly, as close as things were in map 1 and 2, DRX trying to run away with it again, but we got to remember, Ascent, it started this way in the first half.
That's right. You know, whether it's an operator or the Blade Storm, Saya's not getting value.
That is true.
That's a very bad sign.
Yes.
Before this best of 5 started, we talked about the fact that Saya is kind of the one that's always able to pull the team forward. That's not to take away from Zeta, from Munchkin, from Ban, Carpe, any of them. They're all so good, but Saya really not achieving very much here in the first half is an alarming sign for T1.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, one of the reasons we praise him so much was because his first kill, first death ratios were out the window. I mean, he has just been out of this world, sometimes hard carrying T1 even through their losses. He was the one topping the server, and now he's being shut down. DRX talked about it. They want to focus on him, but now T1, they send Saya on his own. He's cleared out C long. The positioning, I think, a lot better for T1. The information gathered simply from this push out indicates that there's a very strong likelihood that the main force is going towards A.
Creeping up into A, there's a double stack. Munchkin ready to receive. Are we going to have that flash come out, the blind come out?
The Rolling Thunder. And the way it's set up, Munchkin's not going to get hit by it. They're just going to push out as soon as they hear. Oh, they're just going to push out immediately no matter what. And all the counter utility being thrown by DRX, but it's not on the Hunter's Fury as well.
Beautifully done. They advance on the position, and DRX, expecting to swing around, can't find anything. Just RB left over, a 1 versus 3. The spike on the opposite side of the map. Even the turret getting their hits in.
Yeah, and as soon as he gets spotted, it should be both players peeking out. The Carpe just cleans it up. No crossfire necessary. And a great little setup from T1. But here's the thing, and I've often thought this in the past as well, and that's some of the best Haven we've seen internationally, is the defenders have to start to kind of pick and choose where you want to shift your weight. You're not going to be able to cover all 3 sites every round. You're just spread way too thin. What a shot, by the way, with that ult. But, you know, you push out with the op on one side, you say, okay, this side's clear, just focus on the other 2. You got to be able to clear a part of the map much quicker, or just ditch it, right? Get ready for the retake. Maybe just leave some killjoy utility just to get information so you can get a quick rotate in.
Okay, we've got Omen over here.
What?
What?
He second guesses himself and still gets the kill, and then Zeta can swing out for more. This is Saya. Oh
well,
my
there you go.
God.
All right, Saya, I'm sorry I doubted you, man. I wasn't wrong. The Blade Storms weren't working, the operator shots weren't happening. You've caught up already.
Well, right back in the game, right? 3-6, they're trying to catch up. But again, look at this route. 4-person stack around B site. You know, with some behind the walls to support with utility, but it is meant to just push out. They also, I think, recognize that DRX has been really focusing on A lobby control no matter whether they rotate or not. They're trying to get the initial duel, you know, against either Saya's operator or Zeta with that Sova and shut that crucial part of the composition down before they choose where to execute. And so T1 says, all right, if it's a fight they want, let's give them a full-blown, absolute, you know, battle here in A lobby. And they're able to shut down that attack.
This has been such a great series so far. We may be just about only halfway through, by the way.
This is possible, yes.
This is very possible. Now, you know, the first halves with both of these teams, every map, it's so misleading. Whoever has the lead, it seems to be clearly a moot point later on.
Oh, and there we go. Just sorry to cut you off, but that is Mako's mother just saying, Oh, mother loves you, Mako. Let's get that win. You love to see it.
Mako's mom, or as I call her, Momko.
Momko. We got to give her that nickname.
That's
Momko.
That's Momko up there with the sign.
You know what's really funny in Korean? You can actually just link their names together because mom is Umma, so you can say Ummako. That's her name.
It works in any language. Well, at least two, but you know. I'll say it. Moving on to the cast.
All right. Odin in the hands of Zeta as well. He's trying to just shut down sewers with that Odin. He's just spraying it down. This allows Munchkin to be planted deep. They expected this Rolling Thunder. Look, the site's empty. Munchkin tagged, but if he can hold on to sewers, the retake in a decent spot for T1.
Oh, we've got Munchkin here, but Zest with the swing around gets that kill.
Oh, and a fast retake, but the Nanoswarm is going to hold him off just for now. Saya player, another Nanoswarm as well. T1 just cannot get into the site.
Yeah, they've been sandbagged pretty successfully.
Saya
does dash in.
With the op, he's going to get shut down immediately. And Ban gets taken out, and the drop from Zeta to try to support, not going to be good enough.
A nasty win there for DRX. A lot of that with that Killjoy utility. It just wasn't enough room, wasn't enough air, enough oxygen there for T1 to really make anything happen, especially with Stacks with the shutdown there on the Jet dashing in.
Yeah, and a lot of this, the Owl Drone barely spots Munchkin right at the end. And the paranoia keeps Munchkin kind of confused so that Zest has time to wrap around and clear out sewers, right? The crossfire now gone for T1. And they had a cheeky idea with the Odin, but it doesn't work out. The operator continuing to be bought once again for Saya player. Can they make it a 5-7.5? Honestly, it's even. 5-7.5 wouldn't be so bad for T1 as they switch sides.
Saya with the peak here into B. You know, B has really been a site that has gotten no attention here from DRX, by the way.
I don't think they've walked through it once. RB walked through it on the flank once in the first half so far.
As far as they're concerned on this map, B is not in the alphabet. So we got to see if Saya can get a pick here. This is the first time they've stacked heavy in mid.
Yeah,
DRX
that drop was heard, by the way. The ping comes out from the attackers. Saya just stays calm. He knows he has tailwind. He wants to go for another pick, but he's just going to find the turret. That's it. Okay, and then the Omen ultimate used by Ban just to check if anyone snuck into A main, A long. No one quite there. All right, Ban is kind of left on an island. He already has a smoke out, though, and the paranoia. He's just trying to buy time, but he's spotted by Buzz. And the site broken open by DRX.
Yeah, DRX looking to get this 8th win here.
Left.
I mean, this is just brutal. Munchkin is possibly going to have an engage here with Mako. I mean, he's pushing right up here, maybe hungry for an exit frag. No, he rotates around over towards attacker spawn, but he's not done moving in the general direction.
I got to imagine he does have to go for the save here, though, right? I mean, you're starved for credits, and if this goes 8-3, the next round is last round. You got to scrape together whatever you can. Ban only has 50 credits. Even that half armor not going to do too much good. And DRX at the same time says, you know what? That's fine. We don't want to greed for this. I mean, I think there is a world where Zest greeds for this because he's 1 point away. So whether he gets the kill or not, he gets his Hunter's Fury, and that's fine. DRX playing this in a very calculated manner. Oh, well
hold
except
on.
for RB.
Yeah, Munchkin actually starting to thin those numbers out. This is going to be the last round in the first half. T1 calls for that timeout. They need to figure out how to get this to 4 and stop DRX from getting 9. Now, I'm going to say this in this timeout. Obviously, it's going to be fun to see what strategy is used, but the first half seems to have no bearing on what's going to happen in the second half for these two teams.
No, not at all. I mean, they have been fighting back tooth and nail in the second half on both sides, so curious to see. I also am very interested in this timeout from T1. I mean, this timeout tells me that they think if they can just get the 4-8 scoreline, that whatever they have prepared on attack will carry them to victory, right? Because why bother using it when there's only 1 round left if you think it's not going to be too big of a difference between a 3-9 and a 4-8? So curious to see I'm actually more curious now about the attacking side from T1, more so than this last round in the half.
That's a good point.
We'll have to wait and see, though. Of course, Hunter's Fury was completed by Zest on the side of DRX. Got to double check what the ult scenario is here for T1. But man, I would like to see T1 once again just kind of stack on one side or the other. Everyone, if you're watching from home, do your stretches like that man in the background. Make sure your shoulders don't get all bunched up watching from home.
You don't want to have shoulder ears while you're watching, or playing for that matter.
No.
Now, we're going
Okay.
to go into this 12th round here. What exactly is going to be the setup here?
So T1 focusing on just a potential push out of B. Now lockdowns on both sides, so DRX most likely, they're gonna run in and plant that lockdown right away. Zest was the operator as well. By the way, Zest is one of the best operator players on DRX. He just doesn't play the jet. Dashes in.
All right, Ban is going to be lurking right up in the front, but he's already taken out by Buzz.
Oh, the tags are so good from the Sova. Allows Buzz to just get free kills left and right. They don't even need the lockdown. They don't need anything, just their bread and butter set plays.
Yeah, so far so good. T1, can they swing out? Can they get these picks? They need to.
They'll do whatever they can, but this is not looking good. Buzz good
Buzz.
for 4. He's
he
trying
gonna get the ace.
Can he get it at the ace?
Oh! That's how you end a half. DRX up 9-3. Closing it out with style.
Buzz getting that redemption. Had a couple shaky moments on map 1, but he's right back in it. And again, look at what just good supporting can do for your entry. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about the other angles, right? Everyone's watching his back. And the initial pain comes in. He wants the crowd to get hyped up. I mean, that's the experience coming from being at so many lands, right? He knows how to really work the crowd here, and it is a home crowd.
Man, that was a hell of an ending to that. The DRX. I know it's I feel like it's getting cliche at this point, but I'm like, I don't know what this means, 9-3. Not even trying to meme with you kids in the chat. Have you seen the last 2 games?
Yeah.
It was like whoever's ahead, it's like, well, what would be the most ideal story that could come out of this for the fans?
Well, here's the thing, T1, they've won 4 out of the 5 pistol rounds so far. If they can win another one, then again, the 9-3 scoreline doesn't quite matter as much.
That's true. That's very, very true. Yeah, it's interesting to see that T1 is so much stronger on pistol rounds.
Yeah, back when they played during the round robin, they didn't win a single one out of the 4. And now they're just coming in and saying, well, that was the problem with the maps we played. We're playing on different maps now, and we're going to continue winning all of our pistols, see if they can do that on the defense. Now, my big question is, DRX, have they figured out a way to, again, just kind of work the map as a 2-site map in the first part of each round on defense, right? Just leave the other one of the sites up for a retake, up for just some intel. See what you can do. Oh, rep at the EU fans.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you
Love
want
for stacks.
Oh, DRX
Wait,
versus
another
PRX.
side?
Okay, yeah, that's just cheering for DRX from Europe. But, okay, you want DRX versus PaperX in the grand finals again. See if it'll happen. Meanwhile, there's a fan in the back that wants to clip it. Unfortunately, you can't do that in Korea, but all you fans watching
Somebody
our stream,
overseas. Somebody overseas clip it.
Yeah, you can clip it for us.
We can't make clips in Korea right now.
All right. 9-3, the weight being shifted towards the A side from T1 and DRX. It doesn't look like they want to push out of B, but they are. Oh my gosh, the DRX cheers are getting louder and louder.
Yeah.
It's got to be a drum, by the way.
It's definitely a drum.
Yeah, we've been wondering about this the entire night, and it's got to be a drum. All right, the round's kicking off. It's just going to be a quick hit onto A. T1, have they learned from Team Secret? Is the answer to just pile on to A site every time?
Yeah. Is that the play? DRX is going to give it to him, but there's going to be a pretty quick pinch coming here.
Here's the thing. As soon as that alarm bot trips, T1, do you turn around to fight, or do you just send Saya in to push out of link? The spike is planted for main, right? So ideally, you don't lose that info. T1. Okay, they're just going to try to fight back in sewers.
All right, they're going to come up now. And it's just going to be Zest staying up here.
Yeah, only Ban was hit by that stun. He is in a bit of trouble, but Carpe trying to provide support. He gets one, and he stunned up the other members.
Oh, Zeta's starting to make it happen. Hold up, 2 versus 2 now.
The frenzy good. They find info, and Saya will be able to clean it up. Another pistol win for T1.
T1 is doing so much in these pistol rounds, and by the way, we talked about this. Is a site that Achilles heel?
You know what's crazy to me is that one of the reasons DRX's Haven was so praised in the past, right? That so many teams studied it to improve their own Haven was because of their A site executes and retakes, right? They were one of the teams that said, okay, we can let them have A site because we have so many different retakes planned out. We know exactly how to break open that site once again from the defender's side. That started to fall more and more apart as teams have gotten used to that style. Other teams have picked up on it. Oh no, Mako tagged.
Yeah, he wings him. Mako got to pull back a little bit further.
The other interesting thing to me from T1 is that they spot Mako and they say, let's push in. Normally for other teams, you would be like, maybe they stacked C-site. But just reading through DRX.
All right, Saya here with the flanks. No
Oh
scope
my
and two!
God, it's beginning. Mako's good for one, but Saya just gets it right to the foot.
Through the foot, yeah. Barbie left.
He actually gets a kill with the jump shorty. That's insane.
So funny. I was about to joke about there's nobody there, and then I look on the kill feed, I'm like, oh.
Yeah, he just gets a long-range shot.
Yeah. Well, that's the funny thing about the shorty is, like, you're going to do damage if you click on them, even if they're kind of far away, right? If somebody's low on HP, you can kind of finish them off there.
You hear T1, they got the shorties. Carpy was so far as well. He's like trying to just plant the spike. Well, all right, T1, comeback begins once again. And rifle spot up.
Is this strange pattern going to continue on as we go through game 3, where the winning team, eventually gets overcome here in that second half?
Yeah, well, I mean, T1, they're saying, all right, Team Secret, they were onto something. We get A main for free once again. See if we can break open the site. Even Sewer's taken. Paranoia pushes them out. Buzz is kind of stuck on an island on top of these boxes, but he shuts down Saya player.
DRX right now just cleaning house. Zayden Munchkin left over, and now there's just one.
I mean, on T1 side, oh no, the reload. He cannot finish the man behind the boxes, and that allows T1 to get into the site.
This is unreal. No. It's just RB left over. Munchkin so low.
Spike planted.
Oh my God, the reload. Out of bullets, he cannot finish the spam onto Munchkin, and that creates that one opening where Zeta can peek out and just shut down the site.
An A site used again and again here.
I mean, the crazy part is the initial defense was good.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. They got the kills, and then it was just like T1 willed their way through it.
There's something on this site for DRX, man. They gotta leave it, man. They gotta get out of there. Oh no! I mean, what a haunting round for DRX, where they probably thought, all right, shutdown successful. We got this in the bag. And T1 just this time, enemies are on an eco, so they don't want to get too crazy. But I love this, right? Because the smokes from both sides are so common nowadays here in A lobby. They just plant Saya in. That way they know DRX cannot take over lobby and allows T1 to actually go back to A site much quicker than you normally would be allowed to do. Oftentimes, if defenders put up that aggressive smoke, you kind of just have to wait, use so much utility to clear out lobby, clear behind the box, clear out the cubby, and then barely get into A main. T1 says, nope, we already have our jet planted in there.
So A, it's going to be the same story. I mean, DRX gives him A.
Saya does miss that draft two times in a row.
Yeah, something's going on there. They're also very aware that Zess is probably up here in heaven. So some shots are fired into there. We don't have this spike planted, by the way.
Yeah, just trying to draw out all the utility, right? They're trying to make sure that DRX doesn't have... Yeah, they're trying to bait in the early retake, and it's successful. However, the stun's good, and Carpe taken down. Buzz still alive, picks up a Vandal.
Buzz still on the move here. Mako gets one, and two. It's just Munchkin left.
But it is a 1v2. Mako only a stinger, Buzz low on health. Perfect crossfire set up.
One enemy.
Oh no! But the stinger at close range reigns supreme!
Oh my God! What a round!
Wow, I mean, it's just the back and forth. T1, they wanted to bait out this retake. They wanted to bait it out with the fake plant. And DRX says, bait it out all you want. we're still gonna catch you. I mean, the paranoia and the stun in a perfect crisscross leaves Carpe just completely unable to fight. Buzz gets right behind him, and then an amazing updraft right click allows him to pick up a Vandal as well.
Saya here with the operator.
Oh, same with Buzz though.
We might end up with that duel.
Right,
and so it's going to be a bit of a peek into garage here. Munchkin gets to confirm that there is someone lurking inside.
So unable to clear the enemy's Killjoy utility with that Nano Swarm. We've seen that become more and more common. Munchkin's trying to figure out, do I spend more here just to... Okay, so that way he can confirm at least clearing out the turret. But it does come at the cost of both Nano Swarms, and he still cannot gain control of Garage quite just yet. The only thing that does is, you know, kind of forces DRX to have someone watching Garage instead of relying on the turret.
Right here.
So they're not going to fire that shot over onto the Al drone. A is not where they want to be anymore. C instead is where they're going to need to come up. They smoke it out. Killjoy utility is triggered.
Oh, but with this timing, Munchkin actually goes into Garage. This is just to allow Munchkin to get in there, and the Hunter's Fury is trying to clear the site, but Mako takes it down, Munchkin, and that ruins the entry from T1.
Mako with a triple right now, and a humiliated T1 having to back up. We've still got the operator down here, but Zeta Carbe are so low. If Zeta could even just get a pick, that would be nice. Let's not forget, Buzz is ready over here on the A side. This is going to have to be a save round, which means DRX is going to go up to 11 points here on map number 3.
A good hold from DRX, being very well aware. First of all, they were ready to really shift their focus on to C right from the get-go because of Buzz's positioning. However, on top of that, aware of the fact that if they're making this much noise and they haven't come in through our Nano Swarms, what else could they have prepared? Probably a pinch from Garage. RB had to leave it to help cover the site. So Mako watches for the entry in from Munchkin. And that's just perfect timing for Mako, hiding away in the corner here.
And by the way, Mako, if he wasn't getting the shots that he's getting, this would be an extremely different map.
Oh, yes. Yes, absolutely. I agree. And then even in that replay we saw, he gets the first 2 kills and then he shifts a couple steps to the left to prepare for anyone trying to just swing out, you know, and get that pick on him, and that throws Ban off as well. A great hold by Mako and DRX. Now, 1 point away from match point. We've seen this before,
Yeah. We know what this means. It's going to be 13-11, but which side will it be?
I mean, normally we'd be like, all right, well, you know, DRC just need 1 more to get match point, and we'd call it a day, but not today.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what we're talking about, then you must have missed the first 2 maps where it was like any team that's down is going to be the one to come back. I hope this timeout serves T1 well. Otherwise, this might be our first kind of one-sided map we've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, both the other ones, obviously, especially with comeback wins on both sides, have been very close, very much a tug-of-war. But right now, it definitely feels like a map where T1 is fighting an uphill battle against DRX. Now, tons of pings coming out on C side from T1. Looks like maybe they're suspecting the operator to be there. Operator has been given over to Munchkin, so Blade Storm entry in the works for Saya player.
And they may be going for info right now. Saya probably going to hop up, doesn't see anybody, waiting down in A. That may make them suspect that the operator has been rotated around, but you never know with mind games like this.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea, right? Just check that, okay, with this aggressive smoke, does that mean someone's coming forward? Is it a fake for the operator on A long? They realize the operator isn't there, so they're going to start creeping forward. But you got to imagine that a lot of this is just being used to see if there's a reaction from DRX, and they get one finally. The Owl drone being drawn out. 2 members purposely showing themselves on this drone. They could have hidden, but they choose not to.
All right, Zeta going to creep up into B.
Oh, DRX knows this is coming, though.
Yep, this is a site that has not gotten much attention in this first map. They smoke it out. Saya's going to dash through onto the side, and they lose track of Saya.
Oh, and they even checked the corner for Mako as well. Saya drew out so much attention.
Spike planted now. DRX in a very difficult retake here. Buzz going to have to try to come over here from the C side.
Oh, and they're gonna empty the site. They have an operator in Munchkin's hands to watch the spike. And they have Zeta ready to go for the flank at any moment's notice through Garage. This is all just going to be one-by-one peaks from T1 to draw out time.
All right, they get it to, no, they don't even get it to half. That's it. 7-11.
A flawless.
Yeah, a perfect round. And man, we talked earlier about how that timeout, we hope it serves T1 well. Well, that literally could not have been better.
No, I mean, there's no better way to do it. And what an entry by Saya.
Yeah, here we go. The dash through, kill, and then dash forward, which really makes that it's such an inconvenient spot to try to control with the operator on C. You can't quickly come back and try to get that retake, and they were utterly shut down from there on out.
And this is just the level required, right? We thought DRX was having the read, but T1 says, we know you're going to be prepared here on the site. Saya just walking around his teammates' fault line to try to get a different angle here towards mid. I mean, again, they're focusing on B right now that it's full buy rounds, assuming that this is going to be the weaker site. And if it isn't, they can easily rotate out. They're not going to hard commit just yet, but no movement. Drone being heard on A short.
Okay, once again, into B. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Saya perched up on top.
They're trying to draw out whatever utility from the opponents, but they will be able to draw out the Aftershock. Now the plant should be safe. No ultimates available on the side of DRX that can stop this one.
Man lurking in the back. Oh.
But yeah, DRX tries to kind of sneak in.
Yeah.
Saya, the drop. Not quite aware on the side of Zest.
Munchkin's ready. And takes Mako out. Oh my God. Okay.
It's happening.
It's happening. We told you. We told you guys.
We told you.
If it gets one-sided, it has to mean 13-11. It can only be one thing.
Yeah, well, the operator going to be saved by Buzz. Well, I mean, that's the best you can do. Meanwhile, I mean, T1, they're just going to say, you know what, you can save that. We're not going to greed for that. I mean, I think there is a world where maybe they could have. It wouldn't have been the end of the world, but perhaps they're realizing, let him keep the operator. As long as we can find the location of that, that's one person just planted down, right? We just don't have to fight against it.
All right, round 20. That operator needs to do something to carry that. By the way, B site, they're just not able to control it. I don't know if we're going to have more action on B or not, but it does seem like if they know an operator's at play, B becomes a lot more tempting.
Yeah, well, I got to imagine, I was going to say T1, they probably assume enough damage done onto B. Now, as long as the operator isn't quite there, or even if it is, maybe we go for a fast hit. They've got Rolling Thunder and Lockdown ready to go. So does DRX, but if they can just get in quick and early into the round, they might be able to find some success. Now, of course, the operator was initially starting on B site to prevent any sort of early push. Saya's crept all the way in. Buzz does suspect it, though. They're well aware that they did not cover this angle.
Okay, Saya's waiting patiently. Oh my God, they both miss.
Oh my gosh. Well, that was like a scene from a horror movie. But however, okay, if the drone was used on A long and you just saw the operator peek out from back site, okay, that's 2 members on A. That means B site may be a bit lighter once again.
Okay, here we go. Hunter's Fury gonna hiccup that spike plant.
Oh, but that means lockdown available for Munchkin. It cannot be destroyed. They're now going to go through Garage.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, Rolling Thunder comes through here. Is Mako going to be able to hold this?
Well, this is up to RB, but he's been paranoid. He cannot cover for his teammates. RB gets 1, he gets 2, and he shuts down the plant. Cannot be finished just yet.
Ban still fights back, and Zeta does as well.
One enemy remaining.
Just Ban left over. Not impossible.
Not impossible at all. He's got the ult as well. He just wants to bail out of here. Now it is a 1v2. I like the plant location. Not going to get hit by any sort of easy utility. Almost actually.
He had the, he had the sense of that that's where it might be.
Now, Ban, the thing is the spike plant location keeps it ambiguous, but he has so many places to check. He needs to, he's just going to pick the 50-50 and say they're both coming from defender spawn. Thankfully for him, he would be correct.
All right, he knows at least Silva's up there.
Oh no, the recon bolt though.
Okay, and he sees the operator shot.
And he was tagged.
Oh my God!
Buzz!
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Buzz was just trying to check the close angle and try to create space by jumping in, but Ban does not get shaken.
I can't believe it.
What?
I can't believe that's how it ended. With just 2 shorty shots on top of box.
Watch. It initially works. Man,
Uh-oh. Boop, boop.
it initially works. Ban thinks about trying to track Buzz, and he instantly decides that's a shorty, ignore it, get Zest. Because here's the thing. The other thing Ban probably in the back of his mind remembers is, well, if he swaps out of the shorty, it's still an op. It's going to take a while to fire by scoping in. You can't no-scope at that distance that easily.
Yeah. Well,
And
also, he knows he probably tagged him already.
Well, yeah.
You just need the extra damage.
And then he switches out to the shorty himself. Okay, any concern for Ban getting used to the stage of the pressure? Again, greatly exaggerated. This guy has been locked in to T1, and T1's trying to crawl back into this map.
Man, what a best of 5 this has been. 11-9 for now.
For now.
Every map we have where one team starts to win, the other starts to pull back, and it's staying true so far. All DRX needed was to close out that 2 versus 1 to get to that so important number 12.
Yeah.
I mean, from there, it's, you know, them trying to fight for overtime, but right now, this victory is still in peril.
And here's the thing, is that as funny as it looked, I don't think you can blame Buzz and Zest for the play they tried. I mean, he had an op in his hand. What else was he going to do? Yeah, he could have gone for an Eagle Peak himself, but I mean, Ban just hearts of steel right there. Bringing the round back for T1. Saya with his own operator. This time no operator on the side of DRX.
Very, very slow start here. T1 really trying to take their time. Is anybody going to try to peek out, overextend, give them even the slightest bit of information? DRX also showing a lot of patience. T1, they may very well just collect up over here at A. Note, characteristically of DRX, they do seem to leave A wide open sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's those retakes that they've suffered from.
Yeah, well, I mean, this time they have Rolling Thunder and Lockdown. So in a theoretical world where everything goes as planned for both teams, DRX should have the upper hand, right? I mean, they've had so many times, so many reps in to practice retakes like these where it's the most ideal scenario. Zest's going to just try to do some damage. But Saya's ready for this. He's trying to get a potential spam if he sees anything come out. We hear that gunshot.
Spike planted.
All right, retake being prepared from Heaven.
Yep, they're just all going to come down at once. Attacker Killjoy's ready.
I love this lockdown timing. He puts it down before the opponents just to be able to buy time so that they can't just rush right in.
And they're going to pull back. At least some of them are.
Okay, Defender's Killjoy lockdown also destroyed.
All right, Buzz finds one. Stacks finds another, but it's a trade out here. And then there are none. DRX is going to get this diffused down. It's going to be 9-12. T1 needs to win 3 more to go to overtime and match DRX. Otherwise, DRX is going to walk out of this next map up 2-1.
Yeah, and very calm and collected play here from DRX, right? Not trying to rush it as soon as the Alladrone gets the spot, but they just calmly wait for both lockdowns to work out. And in fact, drawing out so much of the opponent's kind of attacker utility, right, with their own lockdown. Sure, T1 was able to destroy the defender's lockdown just to be able to stay in the site, but you know, that allows DRX to get in undeterred. They were also able to save their Rolling Thunder. So another chance to leave a site open.
All right, a push in over here. How prepared is Zest? And by the way, DRX not budging just yet. They're not sure if there's just a push they're trying to sell or one they're actually going to commit to. But we do see Zest tiptoeing back out, so they're going to at least leave the opportunity for a retake. Not dropping numbers, not being picked off one by one.
Now T1 has to make a decision before they go for the plant. Do you push out to counter this Rolling Thunder? That's the big question, because you got to know that it's coming in. You got to know that it was intentionally saved. Okay, Saya player just trying to do some damage up into Heaven. Not going to find a target here. The Rolling Thunder is ready here. Operator given over to Stacks so that they can jump in for the retake. Saya's positioned for it. He is outside of range on the Rolling Thunder, and he is shutting down the retake on his own.
Huge moment there. Just Zest and Mako left over. And I mean, I think they're just going to have to give this one to T1. This should go up to 10-12. William.
It's
Why are they so close every time?
I mean, what a match. What a match between these two teams. And we're still guaranteed one more map no matter what in this best of 5. We're going to get to see Bind, but yeah, just a save coming out from DRX. I mean, you made match point. No reason to throw away any sort of things that you can carry over that operator. Oh, so important here for the defenders.
So DRX has 2 opportunities in the next possible 2 rounds to get that to 13. So they got to figure out really how do they do this. And this was really the setup here, is that Saya was sort of out in the open where they really thought they were going to be able to set up over here through the hall to try to push it. They just got that preempted. Saya willing to sacrifice himself for the greater cause of that round. Saya's got a Blade Storm. Hunter's Fury, I mean, it could be available in this round. Buzz's Blade Storm could be available in this round.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to get the Hunter's Fury online with the spike plant, and they're just clearing for Nanoswarms. This is meant to be a fast hit onto C site. No operator here to be found. Now, Saya, is he aware that Mako's right below him? Mako's just trying to hide in the Cloudburst, but if, Mako actually gets the kill back.
Shroud step up on top.
Well, both his Shadow and his former self were shot down in that one.
Somehow 2 Makos died there. And that leaves us with just 3 DRX players left in a nightmarish retake, if they even opt to do so here versus T1.
Yeah, T1 does feel a bit trapped, and that's a collapse! Oh, Buzz, he tries to go in with the Blaze Storm to open things up, but Zeta.
Oh my God, the back and forth is insane. The opportunity created and then lost just in a matter of seconds.
Ban's just trying to pretend he's not there. I mean, I think he was spotted one way or the other. Zest trying to create whatever opportunities he can.
Zest here in place of Foxy9, opts to back out.
Just gonna save that one rifle.
Yeah. Okay, there was a lot that happened in the last, 40 seconds there. We saw, looked like an obvious T1 win into a collat. 2 kills, 1 operator into, I believe it was Zeta, then getting 2 of his own kills.
Yeah, and that was gonna be my one concern was, well, T1's a bit trapped in the site, right? You have the numbers advantage, but you're trapped, so you got to push out from one way or the other. And Buzz says, no, you guys stay right here near fish in a barrel. He's going to get a quick little collect. Oh, right through
one through the wrist.
Yeah.
Yeah, one through the wrist of the Killjoy.
But Zeta
hold his wrist like, oh, my wrist was shot.
Yeah, Carby's like, oh, I felt that
painful.
one.
If you get shot in the wrist, you can't play Valorant.
Well, all right. Operator continues it for Saya now, as they pick that one up.
All right, a peek out here. Both operators peering down into A. They tag one, but I don't know if he's going to go for the peek.
Oh! And then Zest with a nice trade peek out as well. Allows for 2 kills, and T1 says, well, we just got to rush in. We got to try to catch them before they're unawares. Saya he cannot get the next one. Zest stays alive.
It's just Munchkin left over in a 1 versus 4. This is probably over. This is probably going to go to a 13-11 here with the DRX win. But let's see what Munchkin's got to offer.
Are we just destined to have 13-11s all night today?
Yes.
I mean, we are.
Yes.
This is crazy. This is insane. All right, I mean, can he even get the plan? RB's already here. There's so much he needs to check for.
Recalling my bot.
And Munchkin, he's done some crazy things. He's made some crazy carries happen in his career here in Valorant. And he's stunned out.
Hunter's Fury comes out.
Okay, he draws out the Sova ultimate. Just waiting for that 3rd shot. Left. Not going to happen.
Push coming from Garage. He's trying to get ready here for Mako.
Turret destroyed. Alarm bot down.
Oh, he just wants to dwindle the numbers just a bit, but they're already on site. There's too many, and he's might, but Munchkin is good for 1, and he almost gets it!
Oh my God!
But RB!
Oh my God! It almost actually happened!
Oh my God, I need to take a break.
I can't do this.
I need a breather. I thought Munchkin was taking us to overtime, but RB said, no, Destiny has spoken. It's only 13-11s tonight.
Yes.
Shuts down that last attempt.
That was a hell of a final round. Woo. It's funny because we saw it start, and I'm like, wait a minute, and I'm just seeing these 2 overlapping players here for DRX. I'm like, oh my God.
As soon as we saw that overlap, I was like, oh no, it's over. It's happening. But DRX, RB just stays alive for 1 extra second, not even, maybe half an extra second. And that's going to be another 13-11 on the board.
I almost couldn't process the last couple seconds of that game.
Jesus. And it's crazy. I love that we got to see it from the top-down view, because you can just see how much Munchkin needed to swivel back and forth.
Yeah, yeah.
And how much he was just being choked out in that site. And he's still able to get 3 out of the 4 kills.
Yeah, great performance here from both teams. And that means that now DRX has pumped it up 2-1. Not impossible, of course, for T1 to come back at, but man, let's not forget, really this is going to be about stamina.
Yes.
This series. I mean, these are long, tiring, exhausting games. Valorant is not just a game about, you know, strategies and setups. It is also just about having the reaction time, right? In some of these gunfights. And that's a muscle that can start to really become tired over time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got to stay focused. You got to make sure your reflexes are good to go. Oh, and they're right at the end. Munchkin.
You're to the comms too. They're like, whoa.
Yeah. And Munchkin, it looked like he realized he wasn't going to get the collab right away, so he tries to reset his spray. But right then, RB takes that opportunity to fight back. What an ending to map 3. And now, of course, in this best of 5, we will be going on to bind as map 4. Now, this was T1's pick, and they've had some great success with their little Gecko comp, but last time they met DRX, DRX figured out how to fight back. It was with double duelists, but this time there's no Foxy9 on the roster.
That's right. A very different team. Well, guys, we're going to go to a short break here. When we come back, we're going to go into Game 4. But before that, analysis at the desk. You don't want to miss it. Stick around.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. Before anything else, I want to wish happy birthday to Coach Warbirds from Team Secret.
Happy birthday!
Hey! Yeah.
Unbelievable that he's only 25.
I know, but happy birthday. We're going to move on now. Another 13-11 game. It was another close match. Admittedly, there were a couple of mistakes from DRX. I think that is why it's extended to this long, but we'll break that down. I mean, but heck, how much you guys love Valorant? That 3K at the end?
Nail biter. Oh my god. But still, I mean, this is DRX game plan. Haven, so strong on the attacking half.
Yeah, I mean, it's again just this setup, whatever. We'll just have a dominant half, and then we'll slowly let it shift away from us like sands in an hourglass. But this time they did manage to grab hold of it at the very end and actually close this out and very narrowly avoid going into overtime, because, I mean, not enough praise could be sung for Munchkin, who, if he just had like 3 more bullets in that clip, he would have been just fine. He would have been able to get that clutch into OT, and it would have been monstrous. And who knows what, how DRX is set reeling after that. So a big effort from him at the very end to try to keep them in this one. But DRX, they do get this win, which means that they now have match point in their belt. T1 have to win on this next map pick a bind to be able to extend this all the way to Pearl.
And that affects their mental game as well. I mean, I kind of already felt like it was roadblocks and mental blocks in their defensive side. T1 starting off, round 2 to round like 7 or 8, they couldn't find a single win. They couldn't really do much until they had some ultimates under their wing. And you could see in a lot of these times, it's calls from Zeta, Saya players sometimes trying to go on the aggressive, but getting shut down by DRX's map control. They're so careful and methodical about how they approach the entire map, and at the end of it, of course, still Buzz leading the charge as that duelist. He gets so much with his Blade Storm, his operator sometimes, but there were also a few rounds where he was kind of off kilter.
Yeah, just a little bit, and I think widely DRX did kind of do what we wanted, which was improve the defensive side. Obviously, they closed out this map on that, but it was definitely not without issue. I mean, so many times that we saw the takes on A and B in particular, and they just struggled to try to retake. They'd play back, allow for T1 to get themselves in, but we weren't still seeing that same methodical step-by-step retake. Maybe some change in positions from when like Rolling Thunder's coming across, or they're using it from Link rather than from Heaven, so it doesn't catch everybody. Sai gets himself into a position to stare down Link, and he just kills 3 people, and suddenly it's a wash. Everybody else has to save. So there's definitely still some struggles here from DRX that are uncharacteristic from what we've seen from them in the past. So clearly some issues, but this time they hold it together just enough to be able to get the win.
A little bit uncharacteristic, right? But then you still have those kind of mistakes leading to little wins from that clutch from Ban, for example. I mean, that was really
should have never happened.
Fun to watch.
Yeah, that shouldn't have happened.
It should have never been allowed.
I would have said that shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, change. Don't hold on to an operator in a retake.
Go to garage, grab a rifle, or I think that you have to have Zest peek for you, and then you swing off with the operator rather than vice versa, because you've only got a shorty and you're at like mid-range. You're shooting at somebody who's like 15 meters away from you. It was just a bit puzzling. It looks silly, but at the end of the day, Buzz's performance, it still stands widely pristine.
Absolutely. Now, when T1 was on the down in the first half, they set up a spider web, and DRX walks right into it on A's side. Achilles, you want to take us through that?
A Saya player web. It doesn't go by spider anymore. But yeah, this was good. I mean, this is them on the defensive side. As you can see, it's 6-1. It was a brutal start to this game. But they decide to set up this trap play. They get a great read that DRX is going to be pushing through a long, and then they play off the contact of Mako's smokes. As soon as Mako sends those into the site, they Rolling Thunder, Zeta sends out this Hunter's Fury, and they're able to just pick them apart one after the other. RB with his little lurk does manage to come away with 1 additional kill, making it, a 2 for 5. So not advantageous whatsoever, but they're able to rip them apart, and then that allowed them to get a little bit more footing. Obviously, they were only able to give 1 more round and a half after that, but it was the very next round, I do believe. But it was a good adjustment, and it seemed like Team 1 was starting to get a little bit of a read, and it was just a good little crunch play. So moments like that were good to highlight, and most of their highlights are in the second half.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this seems so long ago already, Quack, but we saw finally our first ace coming in from the DRX side. Buzz getting lots of free kills left and right.
Yeah, I mean, you were kind of hoping for more from T1, but still Buzz leading the charge this way. You can see how it's that classic DRX execute, right? You have the Cloud Burst, then you also have Zest. His recon bolts coming into play, and this is exactly why they subbed him in. Buzz now able to find frags off of it, and then continuing to go off of that momentum. He swings a little bit more, tries to do something with Tailwind, recorrects the spray just to find a little bit more, and down to the last one, even a lockdown just for a little bit of cherry on top, but that's that kind of confidence that you want coming in, especially on a map that they picked, Haven, with these protocols. This is our DRX.
Yeah. Speaking of protocols, I think this was one of T1's mistakes, Kilios. They walked into A and
That was
were
the mistake.
waiting. That was
They walked into A and they done
and then it
goofed.
was over. But they were waiting, trying to bait out that util from DRX, and it didn't really go so well.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the kind of the few examples that we did have of a really solid retake. There was a couple, A retakes that had come through, but widely DRX were struggling. But again, it comes down to Zest setting up for Buzz. He enters immediately off the recon dart. Everyone's kind of distracted because they hear this jet dashing in. The dart doesn't get cleared. He gets the reveal, and then he gets a swift little right click over to take out Saya player before he can deal any additional damage. This then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, leaves Munchkin in this absolute gamble where he has to kind of go for 50-50. He nearly wins it out, but Mako with that stinger gets the headshot at the very end to convert that into a thrifty win round. And this was off the back of, I think a 3-round win streak for the side of T1. So DRX being able to kind of stabilize, have this clean, concise execute to retake the site, pick up that win, it just broke momentum away from T1, which they were able to reestablish for a little bit there, obviously almost taking us into overtime. But that did feel like one of the straws that led to bringing the Camels back.
Yeah. And Buzz was definitely a big part of this, as we pointed out. Although, despite that weird round with the operator, Buzz has definitely got to be our key player for today because he was a monster.
Twice in a row for this guy. A big one. And we had to bring back, for those who maybe are new to watching Valorant, this is from, when he was going over to Reykjavik. And he was kind of new to the team, first, international going over, and everyone was fearing this guy. And didn't quite have the performances that we were expecting from him at that event. Obviously, they ended up falling down to the lower bracket, being defeated by Zeta and whatnot. But this is kind of more in line, this Buzz that we're seeing right now with that image. So I was watching some of the things that he was doing, again, ignoring the shorty peek, and it just reminded me that this guy can be a demon.
I mean, he definitely is. An ever-evolving demon, I think, just because he's not on just a jet one trick, right? He can go off of Killjoy, he can play Fracture, and then back to just original form on Haven. This is the classical DRX that we've all seen before. He's leading in, he's tailwinding, he's going off of operators at times, and sometimes just need to reload when your Phantom's at 1 bullet left. But other than that, still, I mean, look at these stats, 290 ACS, and we can expect so much more, but that's the thing. We're now moving on to the next map, and there's so much to consider because T1, you might think it's a bit of a roadblock, but I think Saya player is still finding that impact. Saya player is still incredibly strong, and you got to keep in mind, onto the next map, now how does this affect DRX's composition? Because in the past it was double duelist. What about now?
I mean, they've gone for the double duelist, they've gone for, the KO, and then they have Boxy 9 going over onto the Raze. But I'm right there with you. I really don't know what to anticipate from DRX here because we haven't seen them play bind with this iteration of the team. So what does it look like? Do they still have Harbor in this mix? Do they have to revert back to a very old composition, where they're running like the Breach, or if they're running, Sky Fade, and it's just like a really large, like Intel gain composition. I don't know how Zest is exactly going to fit into this. So I'm very puzzled about it, but I think that this, if it doesn't look strong, if it doesn't look well practiced from DRX, whatever they do, this could be a window for T1 to get themselves reestablished, pick up the second map win, tie us up, and then take us all the way to Pearl.
That's right. I mean, T1, look, they've been playing Bind really well, except against DRX. Are we expecting them to up their game? Have they done their homework? Are they changing up their strats to make sure that they can beat DRX this time around?
That's kind of what I want to focus on, right? Because you're thinking about T1. They were the first ones to pick Bind in our Pacific region, and they were really sharp with it, with Gecko, Carpe coming in. But at the same time, when they lost to DRX in that game, that was when the double duelist from DRX was at play, and then DRX had another 9-3 first half. They started out on attack, which DRX has started out 3 times on attack now today. It's very strong, it's very aggressive. They continuously peeked out, destroyed the wingman, and did all of those shenanigans. This time it could be different, right? Is it going to be another 9-3 first half?
Well, I mean, right as you were starting that, I had this light bulb go off in my head, and I'm wondering, what if Zest is coming in and he's going to play Gecko?
Oh my God.
What if we get a Gecko v Gecko battle between these two? I think it's unlikely, but what if that's the case?
I'm giving you a pot. You're going to stir it.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm now getting excited, and I can't wait to get to the stage for this agent select.
I like that idea.
If this comes out, I mean, DRX, it takes them a while usually to integrate things. You know, when new agents come through, them tackling Harbor and bringing him out on Icebox was shocking for us over at Lock-In. And that's kind of like the fastest pace that they have hit with that, because, I mean, even when everybody else was abusing the ever-loving hell out of the chamber meta, they were very resilient to it, despite how clearly busted it was. So maybe this is them cooking something up, ready to display something new, because I think that would make sense. I feel like it's either has to be that, or it has to be a very classic composition, and we just see Zest playing Fade again like he did on Fracture.
That would be less.
Look, I like your idea. It sounds like a lot of fun. Again, we know that T1's really great on this map. Side player is like a beast on defense here. And we saw how DRX got destroyed on this map by PaperX just the other day. That could be the key for T1, making sure they get into site real fast before DRX executes any of their protocol. We don't know if this is going to be the final map. I'm really curious about their team comp, though.
I'm glad that you brought that up, though, Vic, because that's kind of what I want to see more of from T1, right? There's so much game tape. We talked about this. They were trying to emulate bits of what RQ did against DRX on Haven, but it wasn't quite as successful. The individual performances, you know, from Munchkin at the end, still strong, but not quite enough to bring them those conversions, not quite enough to bring them over to the finishing line. They need it right now.
They do. Let's see if they're going to be able to get it.
Double Gecko, double Gecko.
That would be great. I think I might have overhyped, and I probably am like a snake oil salesman right now. Because one of the only other things that they could do outside of the Fade is run a double controller and put Zest on. Well, Mako would have to be playing Viper, and I would assume like a Brimstone. That's the only other thing that my brain takes me to for them, as it's going to be RB on the KO, and that's in line with what we kind of had been seeing from them.
Zest is the last pick, too.
I know.
Okay, we're waiting for it.
Oh, the anticipation.
Classic, still the same thing from T1, but...
Okay, doing it. So it's a double controller setup for them. Buzz is going to be playing the Raze once again, and he's been looking very strong on this. I think his last outing on Raze was versus Secret, and the guy crushed when he was on that, you know, and it was just an explosive performance. But how is this going to go up against the double controller from the side of T1 where they have the Harbor Viper?
Exactly. It's not the Harbor on the side of DRX. I could see it working out, though. I mean, clearly, this was prepped. They knew T1 would pick Bind going into this best of 5, and you have so much more utility. Yes, stim beacons perhaps for rotations, but more importantly, Incendiary Grenade and Orbital Strike. That could break Wingman so much so.
You have a lot of delay there, so we'll see how this is going to end up playing out for them.
No double Gecko, but this could be a treat.
I wish the casters all the best, honestly. I feel like this is going to be crazy to talk over. There's just going to be so much going on.
There's going to be a lot of obfuscation. There's going to be a lot of blinds coming through. I just checked back. This is the 5th time that Zest has played Brim. So it's not been something that he runs very often. I recall him doing it in the past, but it's only been 4 times prior to this. So how practiced is it?
Well, it's all in the hands of Destiny now. We are going to go into the 4th map, Bind. Over to you, Tasteless and William.
We now move into map 4. We have this unusual comp here from T1. DRX right now in the lead, looking extremely strong. Every single map that we've had with these two teams has proven to be extremely close. I think this one won't be any different. The big question for me is going to be, can T1 bring us to Game 5?
Oh, I thought you were going to say the big question is, will this be another 13-11? Because that's my question. That's all we're getting
These
tonight.
are the 2 big questions that must be asked.
Well, I mean, T1, if they can bring this to map 5, I will say I'm sure the players, they are hungry for more. They are clearly good enough for more, but they don't want to be satisfied just with a map 5, but quite frankly, if they're even able to go to a map 5 against DRX, that alone will be an accomplishment, and it looks very likely today. Now, keep in mind, this comp from T1, DRX kind of broke it apart, and a big way they did so was by choosing attack first last time.
That's right.
This time it's not double duelist, but we'll see how it goes. Kilios mentioned, of course, they have done this before. This has played the Brim. Actually, a bulk of those 5 times, it was at Masters Copenhagen last year, where they were running the same exact comp, just with Chamber being put into the composition.
T1, they've already experimented with this pretty unique comp here. I guess we have to figure out, how effective is this going to be against a team the caliber of DRX? Because new ideas can be great, but sometimes when the executions are just so strong, from the opposing team, it might not matter. Zeta over here, just at B long, ready to try to intercept the push.
Yeah, it's just going to be a fast spot with a 0 point. The toxic screen cannot go up. Meanwhile, Mako already spots one in showers as well. So DRX is very well aware of the setup here. And Buzz tries to charge through on the smoke, but Zeta's going to get the first kill.
4v4 now. We've still got Munchkin up by Hookah.
All right, Munchkin's going to actually just exit out just to see if anyone kind of jumps through on the window. The big contention is going to be elbow right here from Carpe.
Stacks ready over here.
Oh, a nice crouch from Carpe. He gets the first tag and just swings right back out. Well, now the pinch can happen from T1.
Oh, this is manageable, but Mako gets the drop.
Oh, yeah,
keeps it going here.
T1 just not aware of the angles that they're holding.
Just Munchkin left over. Not impossible, not going to be easy. Mako peeking out at the last second, gets that kill. DRX starts it.
Okay, I mean, listen, it started with a bit of a mishap from Buzz, but the idea remains the same, right? If you throw out the KO 0 point, you shut down whether it's, the Viper, the Sky, or the Gecko, all 3 of those high-value targets for that 0 point, basically to get rid of their abilities. And after that, you can waltz in and go for the plant. They already had information about showers as well, so they were well aware of that. And they never really quite gave away elbow entirely, right? Sure, Carpe got the initial kill, but he wasn't healthy enough to continue pushing through.
Right, Saya here with the Marshall coming out of showers, but nobody's there to get this shot connected to. Instead, it's going to be more and more tension built up over here by Fountain.
Yeah, now, of course, the orb going over to ban as well. So just trying to get whatever advantages they can early on. Triple Bulldog on the side of DRX. They will continue to try to snowball this advantage. And look at this. Just by not doing anything, they're continuing to draw out a lot of the utility that T1 has, which really is all they have to work with here on an eco.
Asaya's actually now maneuvering through the very, very middle. And if they do end up seesawing back over here towards the A side, that could be an interception. But I'm seeing right now DRX continue to press forward over at B.
Yeah, but T1's ready for this. Like you said, because of Saya's position, they have now stacked on to B. DRX still has time to rotate over if they want. They're trying to get the 0 point, and they will catch one, but the screen can still go up. Purposely, Zeta was hanging back, and they think they've chased DRX away enough.
Oh, this is really unfortunate, because now they realize they've been out-positioned by themselves, essentially. And so they're going to have to rely on just the hallway alone to try to recover from this.
Oh, man, I cannot blame T1, right? You're basically picking 50-50s on these ecos, just choosing to stack B initially, and you think, okay, maybe they'll rotate over, and you try to all get a head start, but trying to anticipate that the teleport's going to come through, but at the end of the day, DRX says, no, we had no intention of doing so. Oh, the Dizzy just being thrown right out through the vents.
Oh, and it's going to be a bit of a trade out there. It's just Zeta left over here. And I don't think he's going to be able to get much done here. 1 HP and a dream.
Toxin screen down.
And just seeing if he can pick off one extra kill.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be happening here.
Gun here.
Oh, Buzz just trying to go back in. He was asking for the Prince. I was like, why is Buzz doing that? Like, what's going on here? But he's like, well, I'm low health. I might as well go in, try to get that extra kill.
So it's kind of a modest buy round there for DRX. They didn't go too hard into it.
Yeah, Triple Bulldogs just kind of right in the middle of the line there, right? So if you want, you can snowball that forward. But the other two, they leave on pistols. They've been doing this. So See if that can continue to work. Just one more map for DRX. Cheering for Buzz here. See if that can come true.
Look, you're on camera.
You're on camera
Hello.
with the little Timbers hat. Of course, they're selling all Riot merch here at the shop. So the Tactibears are there, but so is Timbers from League of Legends.
Okay, the bird was sent out, but they were all hiding behind the corner. We may have a little bit of pressure built up over here at B. And there's going to be a push out. It looks like it's going to be... Oh, Saya just gets
Saya!
two. What?
Oh my God, what a recovery there.
That was wild. It looked like that certainly should not have gone that way initially.
Oh, well, Munchkin is stunned out, but Saya's there to cover for him. Saya is everywhere. Just the paint shells just to buy time. He actually gets quite a bit of a tag on to Stacks.
All right, Zeta going through elbow now.
Oh, and I love the elbow play, right? Instead of just trying to flood sight, you just say, well, we have the numbers advantage. If we keep them surrounded, what could they possibly do?
So this is going to be a plant inside the tube. Stacks is going to try to pull out from the outside. Saya could try to come forward here. RB doesn't have to leave the tube anytime soon.
Yeah, they did hear the guiding light over in Garden, so they know that the sky is out there. Stacks already down, and the pop flash, Saya says, I'll just pre-fire.
He was killed before the flash even went off, unfortunately. So that's going to be a defuse. Nicely done. The first win on the board here for T1. Yeah,
I love the push out from Saya, right?
It was shocking though the way it actually went down. It looked like it was going to be the exact opposite. He was going to be picked off, but he's so good at just flicking.
Well, he gets that, and he immediately repositions, get the stop as well, so that his spray doesn't bounce all over the place. Resets his aim for Mako. Now, I'm curious to see if T1 will continue doing this, pushing out of Hookah, because here's the thing. Last time that DRX really shut down T1 in the first half on the attacking half was by constantly pressuring B long. They just constantly threw the 0 point out and then pushed in and said, okay, well, we're coming in, and they just broke open the site. One of the ways you could try to combat that is to push out of Hookah and try to get the flank immediately.
This time around, DRX really going to take their time. You have a poke over here in the showers.
Oh, Saya's not aware of the close.
Oh, and his gun's not able to be drawn in time as he threw the paint shells out.
Oh, that's just excellent bait by Buzz.
Yeah.
Entirely planned out by DRX to plant Stacks forward. And Buzz just continues to spray to try to, you know, kind of bait Saya into staying a bit longer than he should have. Oh, the Seekers are immediate. Munchkin actually just goes right in, trusting his pop flash, but he has been caught up by the Seekers. Oh!
He just can't find anything. Just Ban and Zeta. Now just Zeta alone left over on the B side of things. As it looks like it's probably just going to be a third round win here for DRX.
Well, I was going to say, you know, it was a funny joke when the desk was talking about how everything's just going to be blinded and covered here in this map. But right there, the observer switched to like 4 different people, and all of them had something going on their screen.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a double push into A, split between the Viper screen, but then we saw Munchkin try to actually push right through showers, completely blinded and shut down. But a lot of momentum built up here for DRX. It doesn't seem like the team comp is working out for T1 just yet. Obviously, we're very early on here in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, this comp, let's be very honest, its strength is not on the defensive side, right? I mean, it works very much when you have the initiative to push forward and take the map just 1 inch at a time. Use the Harbor and the Viper to kind of close off the areas, and then you have the Gecko in the sky. The reason it works so well on attack is not just because you can cut up the map, but really because you have Gecko plus Sky. So many of your skills and abilities are on a cooldown that refreshes. So that way, you can continue to just kind of inch forward. But on defense, it's like, well, if we use it early to try to push out, unless we can really take that space, which as defenders is always a risk to push out, can we ever recover the Gecko abilities for that cooldown? I mean, there's all these other considerations. What if we have to go for a sudden retake and DRX strikes faster than we wanted and our cooldowns aren't, you know, back?
Saya is set up here if he needs to use a showstopper towards the entry of Hookah. I would imagine DRX is already going to sense that could be a risk and not try to really go into that area on the map.
Yeah, and Zesk just continued to jiggle peek because Saya had that push out earlier. So DRX just saying, all right, I mean, the sky's there. Usually that's where Saya's been playing. Now, T1, one of the other weaknesses of this composition is they don't have a great way of pushing out of showers, right? Unless you commit the Sky, Harbor, and the Rays onto A and kind of give up B long. There's not a great way. They're just putting up cascades just to buy time, and Carpe's watching that from behind. To cover that weakness, they now have Zeta over here in A Heaven.
Are they going to try to just shove right into A? Buzz gets in, sees this isn't really covered by any one gun.
The dizzy swing out, but Zeta not able to get the kill initially.
Yep, and Zest is going to get this plant off over here. They do have Saya coming here from the bottom. Remember that showstopper is going to be ready. Carpe gets the drop on his Zest.
Yeah, but look at the flank coming in from Stacks. He's actually rotated out of showers. He stitched it to regroup with his teammates. Saya's not going to be ready for. Oh my God! I take that back. He is so ready for this. What in the world?
Saya is just on another level. It's unreal.
Oh, they spot Buzz. Bands there for the cover. And they have sight of RB. What a retake, and it all opens up with Saya on that quick swivel onto Stacks.
I could not believe that swivel. That was just incredible there. I knew Saya had a shot. I mean, Saya didn't even have to use the showstopper there to recover that.
Which is the other crazy part. Is I thought as soon as he got the kill onto Stacks, he would have gotten the showstopper ready to go.
I think most players would, right? You think, okay, we've started that momentum.
Yeah, sorry, that clip is just mind-blowing. But yeah, I agree. I would have thought, okay, he's going to double blast pack with the showstopper, break up the site, and he just says, no, my gun's good enough. Wow.
Well, we've got showstoppers on both sides this time around here. As T1 has scooped up the second win.
Okay, so using one of the blast packs early just to get the quick jump over the box and tries to get whatever damage he can. Now, nothing found there. Oh! And the judge shuts down Buzz, but meanwhile, Maka was waiting on the lurk and just catches. Saya player completely unaware as he's recovered a weapon now.
All right.
Carpe's already here.
Carpe's ready. And he gets the first. There's a second around the corner.
And he's seen the third as well. Oh my God! The individual mechanics on T1 is insane. I just can't believe it. I mean, we knew all these players were good throughout their own careers, you know, whether in Valorant or elsewhere, whether in Korea or elsewhere, but my God.
I mean, it's really something to admire here.
Oh, and then Carpe now plays it safe. I mean, just the decision-making here, right? Because earlier, the idea is, well, whatever extra kills I can get buys extra time for my teammates to come on the rotate. If I can drop the spike, you know, and I just heard the teleporter, I have that information. But now he's like, well, no reason to greet it. Also, no reason to potentially give that kill, give Mako the Viper's pit, and then allow him to maybe plant for free with a pit coming out of showers. I mean, the instant decision-making is very good from Carpe and the rest of Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive here. Honestly, I love the way that you point out that T1 individually is just so strong.
Yes.
Any one moment that there's a T1 player that needs to deliver, needs to get a triple kill, or needs to pull off something incredible, they are able to do it.
Yeah.
They can function independently from each other so damn well.
And the crazy part is then we look at, you know, we compare them with a team like PaperX. PaperX is a team that really feeds off of that individual mechanics, whereas T1, they rely on the other stuff, right? The macro strategy, etc. But the fundamentals are there to create these heroic moments to make sure they can stay in the game. I mean, the way they function is entirely different. And quite frankly, this style with these players on T1, this might have been just what Korea needed to challenge DRX to continue improving the entire region as a whole.
So now we have it tied up 3-3. Saya's ready with the operator, probably going to poke into showers.
All right, he doesn't get it by the guiding light. Now, looking at the positioning from T1, though, they could be very ready to just push into showers if they need to create space. No, they hear the noise early. They're just going to back up, just trying to hold on to backside. Prepare for hellfire. Oh, there was a bit of a mishap, it looked like, with the blast packs there. So DRX going to be completely funneled out of the default plant position. Buzz takes a lot of damage, and he's taken down by the paint shells.
All right, Mako is going to get that plant off. The whole area completely smoked out, and Viper's Pit's only going to complicate that further. RB still lurking. Oh, shot down there from Carpe. Good spray.
They're trying to get us around, and then Ban waits with the shorty as well. Because they've pushed out, they started inching into the pit. He's just waiting for someone to push against him. Oh, and they know where Stax is as well. Munchkin just calling for backup.
Just no way to make that work. I mean, Stack's the last one left. And let's point out what an expensive loss that was there for DRX.
Yeah, Orbital Strike being used, Viper's Pit being used. And then, you know, they try to just get in. They drop all their weapons, a flawless in favor of T1. And I love the idea that they had no intention of ever pushing into Lambs unless they saw people funneling out of it the other way, right? Band's just there to cover their back. They already had multiple angles on the pit. They already had Munchkin coming on the flank. And T1, their map positioning is looking a lot better than the last time they played against DRX.
They're being very patient. They're basically waiting to get confirmations on the other positions from their opposing team. We saw that timeout called here from DRX. I don't think this should be a shock to anybody, but that was an expensive and brutal loss for them. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult next couple of rounds, and no doubt T1's going to continue to find opportunities of their own because of how efficiently they shut down that round.
Yeah, and one other thing I do want to point out is one thing that T1 has been doing well is that no matter from where it begins, they're always sending someone out on the flank. Because this is a Brimstone Viper composition, we're going back to the middle of 2022 when Valorant and VCT was riddled with post-plant lineups. T1 says, well, as long as someone is on the flank, they cannot get comfy all the way out of the site, right? Brimstone and Viper can't just hide in their little corners with their little lineups. They'll always have to kind of just fight us and try to win these duels in the site. And they're creating that pressure. Curious to see, was this talked about during the timeout? DRX, do they have an adjustment for it? And do they have better flank management even if they're able to get onto the site?
They've got a push down here from B. They're going to let the Gecko farm out the orb.
Oh, Saya getting caught by the 0 points, unfortunate, because here's the thing, they made noise on the orb, and then no one got hit by the guiding lights. So
he's going to go for it.
Oh my gosh,
he's
yeah,
just going to go.
They're sending out guiding lights to continue for this, and a bit aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it, though, even though it doesn't pay off.
Whoa, I don't know about the Trailblazer right there, Munchkin.
Oh, it's a jiggle-peeking dog right now.
Well, you know what? He actually uses it in the best way possible just to buy time. I was afraid that he might get caught unawares.
Well, they're going to keep Munchkin right over here towards the entry.
Oh, and the Dizzy being used on top of the guiding light. If they have both tagged, there was a possibility that Munchkin tries to push out of that high tide, but now Dizzy unable to be recovered. And this is why this comp, it does get a bit weaker on the defensive side.
They're going to see this is basically a naked site. T1 going to try to go for a retake here. Mako going to eventually wrap back around here with the rest of DRX to meet up with this, but this is going to be a very impossible round here for T1 if they try to actually come here and recover it.
Yeah, they do have a lot of cred, so maybe they go for it. You could even potentially go for the Thrash, although I don't know. There's still 5 members on DRX. I don't think the value will be very good. So it looks like just more Cascades just to cover the angles. Trying to get an early pick. T1 knows that if they can't get an early pick, if they can't dwindle the numbers, this isn't looking very good.
Yeah, and Buzz gets the drop on him. At this point in time, it's just Carpe here, now pinged.
He just takes a hit on his elbow as he's trying to walk through the wall, or behind the wall as well. And it'll just be a save. Obviously, creds are fine on T1, but it's already looking nigh impossible. Zeta just potentially looking for a kill, but they won't walk out of the teleporter.
Yeah, you could see Mako was, Zeta was going to be ready for that there.
Wow, yeah, I mean, T1, they tried to go for, this fan, his last match he can watch for DRX before he has to go into mandatory military service.
Yep.
And meanwhile, we have someone who is on vacation from military service. You're looking at your future, buddy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, every able-bodied Korean has to do their service out here.
Well, all right, so T1, they try to get that kind of preemptive read off of DRX's timeout. I almost said vacation. Off of that timeout with the aggressive operator. It doesn't pay off, and they're not going to buy back another operator. They're just going to sit on their rifles this time.
Now we do have a Viper's Pit ready here, if need be, for T1. So they may let them build up as close as possible over here to B. And there it is. They're going to set that off. And the best that they can do from here is try to get that orb. Doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to try to push, and at least not just yet.
Yeah, but look at Saya's position, right? They know that the logical play here is to rotate over to A. Even Ban, they're going for the crossfire. They want to actually get the preemptive picks here just to dwindle the numbers. Now they're happy with that. And the blast pack to secure their exit.
Yeah, a good infiltration in there, and then a great escape back out, just thinning those numbers for DRX out.
Yeah, and now they can wait for the retake, right? They have the Thrash. They have Munchkin rotating over for the 4v4. T1 is playing this very methodically. I mean, DRX, they don't have many other options. Just got to send the Seekers at 30 seconds.
They're going to try to force their way in here. Oh, my God, big shutdown here. Saya is just so on top with the gunplay. Huge shutdown. T1 now 5-4. Making it look easy. I mean, I thought it was going to be more of a trade than that.
Yes, I thought so too. But one of the biggest things was as soon as the Seekers were called here from Stacks, T1 immediately answers with Carpe's Thrash. And that forced DRX to really have to rush off of the Seekers. They could not wait until locations were found and all utility could be dumped. They had to just fly in and Buzz. He's trying to get above so he can get way into backside to create space. Saya just knocks him right out of the air. And now T1 back in the lead, 5-4.
Much more of a back and forth here in this first half. Looks like they're going to at least push away defenders on B by a little bit. Munchkin's going to maintain this position. Can at least get the orb.
Yeah, Munchkin's always kind of taking this high risk to just stand out in the open for as long as possible to try to get an early pick, just to hold them off while he is zero-pointed, right? While he cannot use his abilities. And then once backup arrives, he kind of leaves space. Now, Saya taking over Luka.
All right. They're going to try to come into B right now. They've already sent Buzz in.
Buzz has no idea that Saya's here. Saya's hidden under the high tide. He's only good for 1 kill, though.
Yeah, so they trade out. It's going to be up to Elbow and Door here. A pretty tough position. When you don't have anybody coming from the other side, it's very hard to try to get control here.
Yeah, there's no one to go for the flank either, T1. They're just going to have to win duel for duel.
All right, Stack still ready here on the side. Ban does get the kill on the Buzz.
Yeah, the
Fracture
Mosh
in their position. They're going to be able to break in now.
No one's in the tube. Zest stays alive for now. And it's all down to Mako.
Just Mako left here. He gets one. He does not get the second, unfortunately so. And with a few more seconds remaining, T1 will get that defused. They're going to go up 6-4.
Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized? Is that they would have wanted Ban to get that defuse for his ultimate, but because the wingman was already activated, you just had to let him sit.
You're going to knife the wingman.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, wait, why does Ban, like, is Ban just joking? And then I was like, oh, well, I guess he was also celebrating. They kind of knew the round was in the bag, but there's no way to stop that, I guess, once the wingman's on the spike. The only way he's letting go is if he dies.
Saya ready now with another showstopper. By the way, Saya has been so on point in these fights, especially on this map. It's been wild.
I mean, 11-6, no assists. He is just out there getting kills on his own, making it happen. I mean, of course, with the support of his teammates, but he's not letting anyone kind of escape, right? His crosshairs.
Now, DRX did not engage with the B side whatsoever, and so they weren't able to find any information from T1's peeks out.
I do also find it so curious that DRX is just now getting on to the half-armor meta. I mean, not a lot of Pacific teams really buying into it during the regular season as Mako breaks open the site. DRX says, you know what, there is a reason this works.
Well, you can see Saya sees some out there. Carpe gets a great drop on a Mako.
And now that they've had this early kill traded out, they can hold on to showers. So A site feels a lot safer for T1. Now it's just about B. Munchkin's so low, though. Can he get a kill here?
Oh, man, Munchkin gets at least one here and really doesn't take much damage, escaping out through the window. Buzz on the hunt. Can't find him.
Oh no, and the showstopper used just to hold them off, and DRX, they cannot enter here, and Buzz dies as well!
Oh my god, T1 is firing on all cylinders here.
Oh no, the paint shells. No answer to that.
Unreal, unreal, man.
I mean, T1's looking so just methodical and calculated here on the defensive side, which I've talked about was their weakness with this composition.
And they know exactly when to push out and then collapse back. They're never overextending by being occasionally aggro on the defender's side.
Yeah, what impresses me is that the way they're shoring up their defense, on their defensive half rather, is by just simply playing the map. It's off of fundamentals again. Like you said, they're not overextending, and they're really understanding, okay, if we push and pull on this side of the map, what does it mean for the other side? If we get this kill, can we secure showers? Things like that. The way they are moving after each initial contact has been so clean.
All right. Oh, here we go. Showstopper set up, and I mean,
he still gets him.
He gets him, but the real story here is Carpe is just cleaning up.
Yeah, Carpe's still alive. He's just hiding in that smoke. Mako, he's caught in the reckoning. He does get stunned. Oh, there's one corner. Carpe, he survives.
It's just Zest left over here in a 1v4. This is the final round in this half. He's going to run through B.
No, you go back
and
to A.
he's going to loop around.
Yeah, you go back to A. But look at this. T1 says, well, we got 4 people.
Yeah.
Hey, Carpe, just wait and see what happens.
Now, you know, he could get the kill on a Carpe and maybe in some kind of 1v3.
I mean, it's
to
possible.
Let's not forget the last round on Haven. How close that was. That was a 1v4 as well.
Yeah, it's absolutely doable now, but there's so many angles to check. I love that T1, they're not budging at all, right? If Carpe dies here, like, so be it. We still have 3 people. Oh, no! Oh, no, Carpe! Oh, my God.
Well, that's going to be 8-4 now. Every single map we've had has been so close, despite the scores kind of being one-sided to start things off.
Yes, I mean, we've constantly seen just nice back and forth. And I mean, they even just try to get him out with the overstrike. Of course, it's the last round of the half anyway, but Carpe just cold as steel stays alive.
Now, T1 has had way better pistol rounds here.
Yeah.
In all the maps we've had. And so you got to look at this and wonder, I mean, can T1 get this pistol round win and kind of build that momentum? Maybe we don't have a one-sided map.
It's very much possible. And again, I mean, it's their attack that always looked a bit stronger with this composition. Now, of course, the last time, I mean, not only did DRX get a hefty lead in the first half while they were attacking, they also were able to basically clean up the map towards the later part. But T1, they were able to answer back a bit more once they took the initiative, right? That's what their composition is built around, is just throw out the Gecko util, throw out the Sky util, and then recover it and keep cycling these abilities. I mean, if you really look at how they play these rounds, they can basically send out 2 or more abilities that give them advantageous fights, like flashes or stuns, like every 15 seconds.
Right.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's a ridiculous stat line that they have on their side.
Yeah, and so they're constantly able to take peeks and take risks that other comps wouldn't really normally be able to take. So yeah, we're gonna go into the second half. Big picture, everybody. Right now, DRX is up 2-1 here. It's been extremely close maps in every single game we've seen these teams play against each other. And whoever wins here is going to go on to the finals, which is played tomorrow versus PaperX.
Yeah, PaperX, they're just waiting. They're like, so who's it going to be? Who's going to go into bases? Like, we don't know yet. Oh, man, I can't wait for that one either. Whoever goes up, I mean, that should be a banger of a match, especially because PaperX right now with something who's gelled so well with that roster. They've been looking monstrous here in Pacific.
So T1, the dominant force in pistol rounds with these two teams. Can DRX finally push back on that and start to try to build up their own momentum here? We've got T1 now on the attacking side, DRX ready to defend.
All right, the early Guiding Light, they're just going to eat it. Send the Cascade, send the Guiding Light. Now, this has always kind of been the go-to for T1. However, the difference this time is they're simultaneously digging into showers. They're not dumping all of their util. All right, they get spotted, so they back out.
Oh, we barely caught that. Mako just getting that kill onto Zeta. The spike is in showers, but I don't know if it's going to be committed up here. There's a lot of different duels that could be about to occur.
I think T1's trying to just bank on them making noise on B, and I don't know how I feel about that. Perhaps they're also just making way for a potential teleport rotate from Munchkin. They already hold showers. It's a safe teleporter to take.
Yeah, they could just send Brown in to try to take down as many as he can find. Saya gets pinged. I mean, this is getting uncomfortable right now for T1.
Yeah, Munchkin tries to just creep in as well. I mean, T1, they love doing this, by the way. They love just cutting sound and trying to just get a surprise pick onto their opponents, and DRX not going to fall for that trap.
Yeah, Mako going to loop back around through U-Haul. They're going to keep a pretty pulled away
30 seconds
setup.
left.
Wingman coming out for the plant. Is that going to take out the Wingman? It does. Oh,
looks
but
like Pan and Carpe double team over there. RB and Mako now out of the picture. The spike is still down. There's not a ton of time here. They need to start to act pretty quickly.
they're going to be able to recover Wingman as well, though. Carpe should have spotted Zest. Both of them see each other, and Carpe just swings out with a frenzy. Oh, Ban's good for one as well.
Oh my God, they do it again. T1 wins yet another pistol round.
6-2 in pistols, Tasteless.
This
They
is
are
wild.
just dominating the first round of every half. And what a way for this to happen. I mean, you thought as soon as you stopped the plant that DRX should have the advantage, but look at what happens here. Mako gets the first kill, stops the plant, but Carpe just immediately swings around to keep them in, and you can see how much that meant because they were on their back legs there.
Yeah, Carpe staying very fluid positionally and just completely and totally gets that flank off.
And Carpe, the maps they did win with this composition, he wasn't getting a lot of kills. He was always on that just util duty, the plant duty with the spike, with the Wingman. Currently, he's topping the board with 15 kills.
All right, Stacks jiggle peeking over here. Munchkin, oh, sees him, can't get any shots to connect.
Zeta just peeking out of his own toxic screen, using that decay and the Spectre to his advantage. This is...
What is happening? T1 is just playing so extremely well. Zest comes out, but he's just another trade out as well. RB, I mean, there's probably no way that they can recover this round. This means it's probably going to be 10-4.
There's got to be a timeout here from DRX.
I think so.
Well, especially because what I'm just realizing is T1 is waiting for these 1v1 duels, and DRX is just giving it to him. That's not something that DRX has done that much in the past. They're known to be just really structured, to wait, right, to make sure they have their own set plays. Oh, hey, look, it's Soldom from Detonation Focus Me, just enjoying, looks like a chocolate
ice cream
bar.
bar?
Oh, maybe it's an ice cream bar. It is really starting to get into summer weather out here in Seoul.
This is our different analysis here. You say chocolate bar, I say ice cream bar. But
then we're going to have to fight over
that's
it.
Right. Well, we're going to have to throw to the analyst desk for that one, William. So a timeout's called. I mean, we saw this coming,
yes,
a little bit ago here. So, yeah, the fact of the matter is that DRX is getting kind of cornered into these 1v1 fights that they're not winning. T1 does appear to be better at sort of this, less utility, more just dry peaks, straight up gunplay.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, I mean, it was an eco round from DRX, and I get it, right? I mean, in theory, that's not a round you're supposed to win, but, I mean, if anything, go for a heavy stack, right? Or just wait on these corners and go for these cheeky kills. The fact that we saw DRX out of their element and trying to, like, peek out and go for these trades with the classics only when T1 is holding these angles that is absolutely advantageous for the Spectres and Bulldogs is just insane to me. I mean, this just tells me how much pressure T1 is putting onto DRX to force them out of their set play element.
It's truly impressive here. And I think if DRX cannot win this round specifically, I don't imagine they're going to recover, despite the comebacks we've already seen here. I mean, it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, and if it ends that one-sided, Tasteless, honestly, T1 might just have the momentum going into map 5. And I mean, DRX, the map 5 has always eluded them. You know, they've won cleaner series here in Korea, but internationally, it's always been that map 5 that they could just not close out.
Okay, well, they're just going to spring the attack right over in here. It's a trade out. Buzz getting a double and a triple and a quadruple.
Wow, just holding against that Mosh. He just says, well, I'll go down when I go down, but I take all the kills I can get. Okay, well, a ridiculous kill from Zeta.
Well, that was quite the round. Buzz, a force of nature back there.
Wow.
We also have Showstopper already ready.
Yeah, I mean, with the 4 kills, right? He just racks that up. And this is the type of setup I mean, that did work well for DRX when they were playing last time as well, is just kind of hide away from the initial points that Dizzy can ping, and then pick them off right as Dizzy falls to the ground, right? Maybe someone can take it out right above the high tide, something like that. So their B-site setups have generally been good. It's up to T1 to figure out how much can you really shake up DRX's defaults a bit more on the A side, force them to get uncomfortable here with the setups on B.
All right, it is a very even split over here. They've got a double push up into showers.
Bomb buddy out.
And you can see there's going to be a bit of a counter push up here from Buzz. You try and see if anybody's coming into hookah. No signs yet. And the Viper wall is completely sealed off the A side from attacker side.
Oh, and yeah, the setup here was so good. They had RB spawning for the box, and Mako's just ready to spray it down. But RB's now caught all alone. He does get another kill.
All right, let's see. Oh, Zest just taking Ban out. Shorty means nothing there.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and 1 by 1, it seems like DRX is just going to clean house. Carpe, though, you never want to count him out.
Does have that thrash. I mean, best ability you could hope for when you're down alone. No, unfortunately, it isn't a 1v1. He's trying to get distance. Just trying to buy as much time. He does detain 1. Oh, he actually detains 2.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he just tries to spray, get them off the defuse. He's trying to check if they're sticking to it. And DRX, they wait until everyone's back in condition to fight.
All right, another very important win. Things beginning to look more and more realistic here as DRX is going to get that 6th win. It's so important here as T1 is so close to that finish line.
Yeah, now T1, I like that they're changing up their tempo and their defaults. Their default used to be dump everything on B long, collect the ult orb, and then decide, do we go into B or do we rotate? However, today, several rounds already in the second half, they're sending Saya player and Carpe just to creep into showers, right? And this is meant to throw off DRS, because all the tape would tell you to really focus on the initial plays from T1 and figure out where they're going to go. But, you know, by getting that showers initially, they can always go for the teleporter rotate a lot safer. They can try to get a better sense of DRX's defaults. However, DRX, Mako's actually playing these aggressive positions in A short, has RB watching for him from behind as well, and they're able to really shut down any sort of intel play on the A side.
Yeah, I love that shot there from Mako, just taking out the other Viper on the box immediately.
Yeah, I mean, the ping coming out from RB, you saw Mako pinging it right before as well, kind of calling for assistance. RB gets the spot, Mako gets the kill, and then RB able to get one more on the site as well, just to even things out.
And today has been the day of comebacks where one team seems to be down and it's looking dire, but somehow they managed to fight back. And DRX is starting to continue that tradition on here on map 4. We've got a showstopper ready as well here from Buzz.
And the orbital strike, so a lot that T1 has to fight against. Now they are, 3 members 1 point away from their ultimates on T1's side. Messiah gets an early pick with the Marshall. We very well could see a quick and explosive showstopper onto the site.
Grenade.
Immediately Saya here with the nade.
Yeah, a lot of contention around these ult orbs, right? I mean, DRX knows that T1, they've got 3 members. Meanwhile, DRX, Stax is also only 1 point away. Mako, 2 points. Oh my gosh!
My God, huge moment there. Almost no scopes a second there, but Cess gets the better half.
Yeah, but Cess is so scratched up. Still a possibility here, and DRX is just trying to push out as soon as they hear the orb. They know that that's the only thing that T1 is focused on this round.
What? Carpe, what? What? A double with the Sheriff.
I got the spike.
What in the world? And not even a collab. He just goes for 2 kills, 2 shots, 2 kills.
I can't believe it.
I mean, this is reminiscent of that round on Ascent where he just says, I'll win this, and then he just peeks out and gets the kill.
If I just shoot them in the head before they shoot me in the head.
I mean, hey, that's how it works in an FPS. Now, DRX, the silver lining is the pit's used by T1 Zeta, right? He gets to plant, and then he's able to use the pit right away. So 1 ultimate gone, but of course T1, they are that much closer to match point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they don't need a lot from here. DRX is only halfway to bringing this to overtime. Even more to get it to that 13 number here. T1, look, I mean, it's not going to be easy, but it's also not going to be the most uncomfortable second half from here on out.
No, not at all. I mean, again, you just need one more. You're on the attacking side. You have that initiative you can take. T1, they have 2 more ultimates right now. Now, that is a sign for T1 and Carpe, as tired as the fans looked, as the evening continues to extend here. I mean, it has been a long night already. Okay, watch the, oh my God.
Wow. Just 3 bullets, two shots connect. That's all you need. And, you know, this has been consistent with Carpe here today. He is just so good mechanically, especially when he's outgunned, at kind of making the impossible happen.
Oh, and now T1 waiting for an aggressive push out from DRX. T1 has been switching up their tempo a lot more than they used to on Bind. And I think that's making DRX quite uncomfortable. DRX, whenever they play Bind, they really rely on someone like the Brimstone or the KO bouncing back and forth between A and B as soon as they get contact to provide extra support. But now that they don't really have any info, they have to push out if they want absolute, you know, guaranteed intel. But that's just not what DRX does, and T1's trying to use this against them.
Yeah, DRX being extremely patient here. There's no incentive to try to, you know, over-aggress. Mako gonna just wait right here and What?
Zeta just creeps in, crouches right below and gets the kill.
It's just this gunplay that almost doesn't make any sense. T1 just seems to be stronger at making things work for them at times.
Oh no, Saya, he can't make the jump out of the window, and the orbital strike takes him out. But A site somewhat cleared. Now Zeta, he hasn't cleared the entirety of the site. RB stranded right now in the back of site. They tag him. They know he's there.
He gets one, but Zeta gets him back.
Down A.
It's not impossible here for DRX, but Zeta can try to intercept them right as they come around the hall.
Yeah, the toxic screen being used by Zeta. He's holding close. You gotta expect this. The boombot comes out.
They know he's out here.
They're both just trying to hide from each other's spray, but Buzz is so low.
Munchkin just confirming that nobody's up by window.
Oh, and okay, so initially T1 thought maybe they come from heaven.
Oh my God, Zest with the reactions. All right, Buzz with 8 HP. There's not a ton of time left on this clock.
Oh my God, the ping on the spike is so good, and now it's just Buzz with 8 health.
Toxin screen down.
Oh my God!
Hides in the corner. Takes out his ex-teammate from Cloud9 Korea all the way back to bring T1 to map point.
I love how he just keeps pulling back.
Yes.
He's like, no, more time, more time. I'm further away. And ultimately just lets him walk right into the crosshairs, gets that kill. I mean, it looks to me like we're going to be going to map 5.
I cannot believe it, Tasteless. I mean, I can't believe any part of this. You know, the fact that T1 is bringing them to map 5, yes, you know, was it possible? Absolutely, but at the same time, it's just has not happened in Korea, in Asia, that DRX was given this much of a fight in such an important match.
And DRX has fought back so well, but in this game, T1 seems to be getting in control. T1 continuing to adapt, not just in these games, but through all of VCT Pacific.
Yeah.
Nobody thought they'd get this far, and here they are, about to go 2-2 against the Kings of Korea.
Yeah, I think that Empire, I mean, I think the Empire itself is over, right? Even if DRX is able to eke out this win, it looks like challengers are everywhere right now. Oh no, the Dizzy, but Mako is still able to get the kill. He stays alive and holds on to Showers.
RB hanging back, low on HP. Munchkin gets a double.
Oh,
T1 so close. They're so close to closing this out.
Yeah, they're just opening up the site. With mechanics, and Stacks has just back.
Stacks has a thing or two to say, but now it's just Buzz. If anybody could do it, it would be Buzz. This spike is ticking. Zeta over here in U-Haul.
Oh, Zeta spots him and he says, I'm not fighting you. We just need to play for time. T1, they're so crafty. Oh, and Carpe's watching the exit first. I mean, oh, this is just not fair to Buzz. We're going to map 5 in the lower bracket finals as T1 ties it up 2-2.
The most one-sided map we've had so far. Map 4 allows T1 to stay alive, and that means we've just got one more battle between these two teams left. One goes to the finals, the other is out of VCT Pacific.
What an insane storyline here for T1. Again, yes, were they continuing to grow and improve? Yes. Did they always look like they had the potential to be an amazing team? Absolutely. but I think everyone agrees not in this time frame. And for them to potentially be the grand finalists that challenge PaperX in VCT Pacific's inaugural season, I mean, this is an insane storyline from T1.
It's really been a Cinderella story here from T1. I mean, the way that they've improved, I think mechanically at times just better at these 1 versus 1 engages, at these 1 versus 2 engages. DRX with some good ideas, but T1 coming in here so fresh, so new. And you know, it doesn't seem like DRX is really able to deal with it. We had a lot of questions about T1 coming into Bind, pretty confident DRX is going to be able to run the show. Was not the case at all.
No, not at all. And I love that you pointed that out about individual mechanics. It's not to say that DRX players don't have that high peak and potential, but in today's match, in terms of overall consistency, and I would say across all 5 players, T1 definitely just a micro step ahead in terms of individual mechanics, in terms of always being able to rely on those individual fundamentals to carry them through some of these tougher rounds. And then on top of that, you get some good reads, you get some good switch-ups from their former bind. And T1 now ties up the map score 2-2.
I mean, no one knows who's going to take this. This has been such a treat to cast. Again, DRX, historically the dominant force here in South Korea, is now getting their feet put to the fire. T1, a team that was always overshadowed by DRX as far as Valorant is concerned, is moving to the front of the line unless DRX can stop them right here, right now on map 5.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see on Pro, but before that, we're gonna have to take a quick break. When we come back, the Death breaks down the action, and then it's the final map of the lower bracket finals. We'll see you soon. Very well aware of the setup here at oh, and it's going to be a Buzz just trying to go there. Stack's already down, and the what? Mako was waiting on the lurk.
Carpe's ready. And he gets the first. There's a second around the corner.
Oh, and he's seen the third as well. Oh,
they're going to try to force their way in here. Oh, God, big shutdown here. Saya's just
Saya's here. Saya's hit it under the height.
Break in now.
They know one's at the 2.
Just Mako left here. He gets 1.
Really buying into it during the regular stretch. He cannot enter here, and Buzz, he still gets him.
He gets him.
Oh no, Carpet.
He won.
Is that going to take out the wings? Out with the frenzy. Oh, Ban's good for 1 as well.
Oh, bring the attack right over in here. It's a trade out. Buzz getting a double and a triple and a quad.
All the kills I can get.
Oh,
and yeah.
On this block.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
VCT Pacific fans. It was a 13-6 on Bind with T1 taking us to the final game. Quack! I think that was pretty crazy. We almost got a second ace from Buzz while he's standing in the mosh pit of doom.
I mean, he just didn't move, but he managed to get 4 kills. At the end of it, still, though, T1 wins out because they had such strong protocols in their first half, playing on the defense, knowing how to retake. You can see that they have more post-plant wins than DRX, and this is something that doesn't happen every day.
No, it definitely doesn't. And I mean, DRX, it looked like they were kicking things off the right way. They picked up a pistol, the only one that they were able to get in this map, and the second one that they've been able to get today. And then, of course, they close out the anti-eco from there. But then they drop around, they get another one, and then they're only able to find one more during that attacking half. When they played against T1, they started on the attacking side last time on Bind, and it was a 9-3 half once again, as that just continues to kind of be, cropping up here and there today. But T1, they completely flip the script. They get an 8-4, and they deny the run back that has been happening regularly in the 4 maps that we've seen so far here in this matchup. Xayah player, Carpe, these guys went absolutely crazy, and there was nothing seemingly that DRX could realistically do to stop it.
It kind of felt like, oh, is it maybe the curse is broken now? We don't have that huge comeback in the second half. 8-4 was still the pattern, but then you can see how T1 actually learns to maneuver around Bind. It's not just blind commits, it's also Zeta with some mid-round calling and how they actually push up, cut noise, and hold certain positions. They were setting themselves up for forward operating bases and just kind of expecting DRX to make certain moves, and then that's when they strike, when the iron is hot. And in a lot of these rounds, I mean, T1 setting up for those positions, waiting for DRX to come in. They had strong retakes, they had strong executes, and DRX seemingly couldn't really come back from it. I mean, apart from the one round that maybe Termi called a timeout, Buzz got the 4K, but that was about it.
Yeah, it was very few and far in between. And, we were talking about what is the composition going to look like for them, what is Zest going to be playing. He goes back to something that he has played in the past, 4 times in particular on Bind, bringing out that Brimstone, but we haven't seen it since the upper semifinal versus Optic at Copenhagen. And it just feels like, while that wasn't necessarily the issue, I'm not trying to pin this on Zest, it just feels like they didn't have enough time to really kind of reestablish themselves with this composition to make sure that it was up to snuff, because collectively the team was completely struggling at every twist and turn on Bind.
At the same time, I mean, if you're playing Brimstone, it's a very different style of controller compared to like Harbor, right? Because you're so far back, you're setting up utility, you want to make sure you have space to go for those post plants like what our casters were talking about, or maybe even the orbital strike. You can't be in the thick of it, unlike if you were playing Harbor. So I think that kind of attributed to how DRX played out in this map overall still.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. In fact, let's talk about the round 9, Achilleos, where you see T1 start to make that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this was them getting a little bit more aggressive and playing a little bit more cheekily, as you've got Mako prepped up, RB's right behind him here. And Xayah, they just go on this double push up short, and they manage to come away with a kill. Blast pack to say, hey, don't you come here. But because there's a pit down on B, they still want to commit it onto this site. So they start rushing forward, and Xayah players just sat back site, completely shoots Buzz out of the air, comes up with another one, and in the blink of an eye, it all just ends. So they just go for a little bit more of an aggressive play, catch them completely off guard. RB is not ready for it. He can't win out on the duel, and no one else can try to counter swing to, make it a trade. It's just great, concise play from the side of T1, who have just been really hitting their shots in that last map. We saw Xayah kind of dip in the previous one there. It came into Bind. He and everybody else on the side of T1, seemingly they got a round of aim lab in between these, because it was just nothing but crisp shots the whole way throughout.
That's a great point. In fact, getting those shots, there was a round, you guys heard me in backstage, I literally said like a goodbye Carpe. He had nothing but a sheriff in his hand, but he proved me completely wrong. They took that thrifty round back into their own hands.
It was crazy. I mean, I don't know how you make that happen apart from just precise gunplay, right? I mean, it starts off with DRX trying to gain some information, but then Xayah manages to get one still with a headshot, and then that sheriff happens. It's T1 kind of expecting what's about to happen, so they don't fully commit to it. In fact, they just hold. There is the showstopper kill from Buzz, But then Carpe comes in. I mean, it's heroic plays, heroic kills, but it happens through recognizing the fact that, okay, I shouldn't rush into this. I should hold back and also find some frags, pick up some weapons, get the spike plant, and that's how a lot of these rounds on Bind played out. Remember the one in Bats where Carpe just held it all on his own. It's not a lot of like Gecko utility.
Yeah.
He just held it and then DRX peeked into him.
I mean, again, when Carpe was announced for this team, we said, okay, the thing that we don't have to worry about is the aim. It's going to be the util, the game sense. Those are the things that are going to take time for him to develop to become a strong player, and we weren't sure if that was going to happen in time for T1 to be competitive. That's why we had so many doubts surrounding this squad coming into the season. But it was kind of clear from even Sao Paulo at lock-in when it looked like Carpe was the best player on the team, and it was everybody else that was struggling. We said, okay, he's got a much better sense of his mechanics and what he needs to be doing moment over moment compared to when they played at the Tarek Ludwig Invitational. So we were like, okay, there's definitely hope for him to come back in and become a strong player. The aim was never, in consideration for a fault of his, and he has just put that on display time and time again.
I think you're right. Carpe, the way he uses Gecko, I think it's a good note. It's very different than what we've seen maybe from Team Secret and some of the other teams and how they use Gecko, the way he uses util. He uses it after their duelists go in. Dizzy gets in there and blinds them after, once the duelist is already in. Now, we need a moment to admire Saya player. Let's roll a clip and just look at all his beautiful kills.
He just became an absolute monster, and this was kind of setting the tone. This is the first round that T1 pick up. They go ahead, they win out of the bonus, and he's just an absolute nightmare to try to deal with, to try to duel against. I mean, look at that adjustment, just immediately identifying stacks, the quick reaction from this guy. And remember the setup that he's got, where he's playing with his arms like 5 feet apart. The way that this guy is able to just swoop across, get headshots in the blink of an eye is absolutely disgusting. But we couldn't just go with Saya as our key player. We had to give Carpe his due diligence as well, because both of them were absolutely dominant.
I mean, I remember like videos from the guard back when Saya player was playing with them. He had those wide arms, wide shoulders, and he couldn't walk through doors, and that's exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, you're seeing these stats. Yes, Saya player does get a lot of those first bloods, but then Carpe comes back in just to follow through on that, and that's what you expect from a good team. That's what you expect from T1 when they're performing at this peak, and that's what you see because they don't really overheat. Saya player in those clips, he was actually holding for positions, just waiting for DRX to peek into him, and then he gets a couple, he backs off.
Yeah.
He doesn't continue going forward. It's kind of different, it's kind of contrasting, and it works out really well. And then for Carpe to do similar things as well. I mean, can they keep this up? That's what I'm thinking about.
We are about to go into Pearl, and some of you guys, you think Quack and I get along, but we do fight sometimes, and we were arguing a bit about Pearl. And you're pretty confident about DRX on Pearl.
Very much so. I think this Viper Harbor combo is something that they've perfected. They take map control incredibly well on this map. It's so big, there's so much space that they can play with, but then now we have Zest.
Yeah.
So what's the composition going to be?
It again, much like when we were coming into Blind, presents a little bit of a conundrum. Does he go back to Fade, which is what he played the last time that he did play? Because we actually kind of forgot for a bit that he played in the opening week versus Zeta because Buzz had to be absent. That was Fade coming through, and it was a dominant win. It was a dominant series. Zeta hadn't found their footing. DRX was looking hot right off the rip. Does he go back to that and then, Stacks then, does he have to fill in to play Harbor so that RB can shift over to Killjoy? There's going to be a lot of moving parts to try to make that work. Or is it going to just be kind of a two-way swap, RB back over to Killjoy, Stacks over onto the Harbor with Zest playing Sky, which is something that he's only played 8 times. There's a lot of questions going into this. But one of the things to consider and really keep in mind is that this is the 3rd time ever that DRX has been in a map 5 scenario. The 2 teams that have pushed them before this, Optic, over at Champions, Loud, just recently at Lock-In. Prior to that, the only other team to ever push them to a map 5 was T1 Korea in 2020. Obviously a much different roster, but it's funny to see how these orgs kind of echo back at one another. Obviously, and that was also DRX under the Vision Strikers banner. But here we are yet again, a map 5 scenario.
What do you think of this, Achilleos? Are you going to flip-flop, or how do you think this is going to play out?
Given what we've seen from them on Pearl, you have to expect that there's still going to be a lot of comfort for everybody on the side of DRX. The composition will make me maybe lean one way or another, but I think you see from Mako, the Jolly Giant, seems like he's still in high spirits despite having a rather poor game on Bind. We weren't seeing him hit the same shots. It was a little bit more whiffy from him, but they're remaining calm, T1 remaining stoic. So I still would expect that DRX should be able to clinch this, but it's again in the territory of a coin flip. This was never a very one-sided affair with my prediction for DRX. This was always teetering on the edge, and T1 are just further reinforcing that.
Yeah, I mean, T1, honestly, we haven't seen them play a whole ton on Pearl for this season.
Stacks Harbor? No, Stacks
Wait.
Sky.
Then does Zest play Harbor?
Or do they stray away from it? He is.
Oh, well, that's the first time that's going to happen.
Okay, so Zest is going to be picking up Harbor to keep Stacks on Sky. Seemingly, he feels more comfortable playing in this controller role rather than moving over towards that initiator.
I mean, we know him to be that main info gatherer for DRX, but now it's a completely different role. He has to be a sort of catalyst, a sort of roadblock to continue gaining map control for DRX if they are to play in that style. Meanwhile, Mako, we can expect him to go for some post-plant lineups still, but I mean, this presents so many questions. T1, we've seen that composition. DRX, they've played it before, but it's a slightly different style.
How scrimmed is this? How much work have you been able to put into this, in particular as we're saying Zest on Harbor, because it's not necessarily an easy pickup. Making sure that you have those walls in the perfect position to cut off sightlines, obfuscate your team on these entries, or keep them protected when the enemy's coming at you on the defending side. It does take a while. It takes a lot of workshopping to make sure that you have that down to muscle memory. Stacks and RB have kind of been the two that have that nailed. Now we're taking a look to see if Zest is very much the same.
And it's a lot of that coordination that you really have to nail down. Meanwhile, for T1, I mean, I'm looking at these B-side executes. We know it to be a very common sight on Pearl to have a lot of smokes, a lot of walls thrown up. But at the same time, T1, if they can actually perfect this, if they can nail this down and pinch some of those DRX positions, they might be able to walk away with this win.
That is the question. Who is going to win? Pearl is the very last map for today. We have T1 versus DRX. Who is going to clinch us and move on to the grand finals against Paper Rex tomorrow? Let's go to our casters, Will and Tasteless.
Well, this is it. One team goes to the finals, the other is out of VCT Pacific. We're tied up 2-2. It couldn't have been closer, it couldn't have been crazier. And I don't know which team's going to take it here in this final map.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, sure, we made our predictions, and, just because they are predictions, sure, we'll stick to them. But at the same time, momentum, currently, T1 really just feeling it, but also staying calm, right? They know they haven't crossed the finish line just yet. I mean, and T1, they look just so much more improved, even just in this past 1 week coming out of, playoffs, and then before that, Super Week. I mean, this is a team that is grinding to find the best version of themselves. And can they find it today when it matters most to try to get to the first ever grand finals of VCT Pacific?
T1 takes this. They will truly have usurped the Korean powerhouse DRX. So many people thought this was going to be short and easy for DRX, and it couldn't be farther from the case with T1 actually crushing on the map Bind. We now go to our final map here. T1 and DRX. Again, the winning team will go on to face off against Paper Rex, our Singaporean team, tomorrow here in the grand finals.
Yeah, now T1, their Pearl, I mean, it's been okay, but it hasn't looked great, right? They only got 3 rounds against Paper Rex, and then 8 against Global Esports, 9 against DRX the last time they met during the regular season. So hasn't exactly been a strong suit for them, but we'll see what they've shored up. They are sticking with the same comps. Now, of course, back then, a lot of the players still kind of finding their groove here. Especially, I mean, Ban, he's gained so much confidence coming into the later weeks of VCT Pacific.
All right, a push down, be long. And it looks like they are going to pull the trigger. DRX not going to try to fish for any info, just going to try to shove their way in. Yeah, they got Buzz over there, but he can't get much done. Is DRX going to try to turn back around?
I mean, they are just caught in this fire right now, and they can't really find an exit either. I mean, this is just trade for trade.
It's a total bloodbath over here.
Now T1 lower on health, and DRX, they decide to just take the initiative. Actually, Saya gets tagged one more time. Now, DRX has all the time in the world, right? They can wait to see if T1 creeps up, which is exactly what they're going to do. They think they have the leisure to make noise, and they will be so wrong as DRX waits for the push.
Yeah, good move there by DRX to go back and then wait. And, you know, you saw T1 beginning to advance, and they thought, oh, wait a minute, they're actually running to the other side. They let those footsteps become audible, and were they ever punished for it?
Yep, DRX finally getting another pistol round on the board. Third one they'll get today. See if that can lead to a bit more comfort, as DRX just hasn't really been able to escape away from T1 for too long throughout today's series.
Okay, round 2.
DRX sticking with the triple Bulldog buys as well. This seems to be their go-to now.
This seems to be their setup. DRX advances towards A, but decides to pull back around. Saya is very close here to the middle. Not able to see anything yet. He gets pinged, and he will retreat.
Yeah, has to use that tailwind as well just to escape into safety. So not able to create any more curveballs here in mid. He doesn't have that comfort. RB already going to kind of look for a potential flank, but DRX, they have all but made up their mind to go into B site. And T1, I mean, we saw them do this previously as well, even on Bind, where they kind of wait and they say, okay, you know what, let's make our pick. We choose A. This is where we will stack in the later half of the round. And DRX will be, you know, glad to find out that B site is free.
Yeah, the coin flip does not land on the side of the coin they bet on here, so an easy B site plant and a very strained position here for T1. They might try to come out and see if they can't get a pick or get something done.
Yeah, well, this is as typical as a round of Pearl gets, right? The attackers get the spike planted, one holds back B Hall. You have, you know, screens going up this way and that, and the defenders have to fight through so many different angles.
Oh, Buzz immediately takes Saya out.
Yeah, now Buzz was left alone with the Bulldog, so he's going to start to exit here. He's even going to pick up the share, just get a little extra advantage.
Little bonus there.
Yeah, and T1 looks like they just want to die to the spike.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. DRX is going to go up 2-0. Could T1 create the kind of normal ebb and flow of a Valorant match, or is DX going to start stacking these wins?
DRX, let's find out. I got to imagine Zesta Mako will buy you up to match here with extra rifles in the third round. Turn this bonus into a buy round for themselves.
Some Zeta support here.
Yeah, Buzz as well. I mean, two friends cheering for different teams. No, I mean, one of them will go home smiling, the other not so much. And that fan is the lone T1 fan in that section of the crowd, apparently.
You're in enemy territory.
Behind enemy lines.
You're going to have to let yourself get blown up with the spike.
All the rounds already started here for round 3. And T1, they try to push out aggressively to make sure that DRX cannot think about coming to B site, but DRX answers right back.
Yeah, I mean, a great shot to start things off already. T1 destabilized. And they're going to keep staying out here in long. They're not getting any extra picks here, but there's so much time on the clock right now for DRX. They're going to move the wave forward here.
Yeah, they already have mid control as well. They're even checking Art and B-Link. I mean, the map coverage is immaculate from DRX. Should they need, they could always try to rotate back. RB is just on a lone mission to get in as much space as possible to prep for a potential rotate.
And they also pushed fairly far into A with all this. Zeta does get the drop on Mako. Not the kind of player you want to lose here in a moment like this.
Uh-oh, yeah, this rotate not going to work out for DRX. They just have to leave RB to his own devices. He gets the kill, but that's still going to draw attention to A site, so the rotate back to B is a good call here from DRX.
Carpe going to hear those shots down there and just try to lurk back in the hall.
30 seconds
just
left.
Trying to weave that guiding light in between, make sure it's not predictable where it's going to pop from. And the plant should happen safely.
Yeah, pop flash on the outside. The spike goes down, but Carpe gets another. This is actually somewhat doable here for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, there are nanoswarms ready from RB, but he's very far. See if he's got those lineups. Yep, but the first one gets broken. Second one's coming in. They're ready for it. It gets broken as well. You can't buy time with that. The snake bite gets to decay onto stacks as well.
They're going to just keep biding their time here. Ban gets one. RB has to peek. They've got to hold it.
Yeah, and Ban's just covering as a shield as well, and he picks up the last kill.
Beautifully done there by T1, and I'll tell you what, it was a scary moment. It looked like it could have been pulled off there for DRX. Very good recovery.
Well, T1, I mean, they get the round they're supposed to, however, at a pretty heavy cost, right? They drop 3 rifles. Meanwhile, DRX, they've been really liking this half armor meta, so, I mean, they'll just come right back after that bonus round. Continue to buy up.
Yeah, you can see the confidence there. Ban, by the way, we were talking earlier, is this guy ready to play on a stage this big? Will the pressure get to him? He could not look more relaxed. He could not look more natural.
Yeah, and I just want to point out at the end of the comms right there, T1 just calling out, make sure we watch out for Mako's lurks, right? So they're very well aware that DRX will always plant one of their members here for that lurk. Oftentimes it's been Mako, but of course, with RB returning to that Killjoy, could be either of them.
Okay, so they dip into A and dip right back out. A triple stack over in mid here for T1. But is DRX going to avoid mid entirely? Trailblazer comes out to do a little bit of scouting.
Oh, it should spot them, yeah. So they know that they're just kind of funneled in here in attacker spawn. However, because of the side that the Trailblazer spots them in, T1 has a decent idea that the focus should be going to be. We already see that with the rotate. We don't hear any audio from Saya player, so he's going to continue inching forward.
All right, so Saya's going to have a very good lurk here. This could absolutely interfere with the B side plant if they can even get that off. It's going to be a quad stack over here at B as well.
Reckoning being used just to try to break up the site. Carpe is in trouble. He's stunned up. He cannot escape.
And it's still just 3 over here. Zeta gets another. Mako gets Zeta. It's another 2 versus 2, just like before. But now Munchkin's the only one left.
RB, he made sure he was aware that his alarm bot and turret were taken out. He's waiting for that flank. Wins that duel. Munchkin, will he go for the last second peek? He wants to, but he doesn't want to give away his position. Just trying to get him on the exit, and he does!
Oh, he saw RB. RB's going to have to try to run back. Munchkin looking to swing. And he gets him as well. That's huge. Munchkin here with a defuse. A clutch moment. The second round win in a row.
Munchkin used to be a hero in Challengers Japan, the last couple years, and then he took a break, and now he returned. When he returned, at times he was tasked with IGLing in the beginning part of T1, and it looked like his aim was just shaky as ever, but now, when he's the last alive, I mean, he is really holding it down for T1.
Nerves of steel here for Munchkin in what looked like it should be not an easy closer, but an absolutely doable closer here for DRX.
And I love the decision he makes to not spam the potential plant, because if you're hidden in that corner, it's going to be hard to hit, but then waits for the potential exit out of the site. Excellent decision making. Oh,
okay, everybody's blind.
Well, everybody's blind and smoked off, but everyone's just sticking to the fight. Do they know that Saya's here? They do, but he's still good for 2.
All right, a 2v3 now as Dax gets the jump onto Saya. Looks like the spike is going right up into A as we see T1 scramble to try to get into position. Ban going to be the first to come in here, try to hiccup that defuse.
Well, Ban is going to be able to just get the Cove out of the way, but here's the thing is that RB is ready in mid to potentially go into R, and he's not going to get there early, right? They still have members in main. He's going to hide himself for as long as possible. Now, Munchkin. Oh no! Munchkin puts a great alarm bot. They will be aware when RB comes for the flank. Absolutely doable from T1.
Stack still swinging here. Gets 1.
Oh, now left to the 1v1s, though. Munchkin, he's got to make his choices. He's got to draw them out one by one.
He gets the first. I don't think there's enough time.
The turret, he's just going to eat it.
Yeah. RB and the turret both taking their shots over there. Again, though, I got to say, my takeaway is just how good Munchkin is in a moment like that. I mean, DRX takes the win, but man, T1 is really making DRX work for these.
Oh, absolutely. And let me just also mention, I mean, both these teams seem to be intent on once the fight happens, we're sticking to it. And part of that comes down to the endurance, right? I mean, you just don't have the leisure to really draw this out and play every round methodical anymore. We've been, out here since 4 p.m. starting the match, but obviously everyone's been here for longer than that in terms of hours. We're already way past 9 p.m. 5 hours of matches so far.
Yeah, no, it's been an incredible marathon of games, and the play is still at tip-top level. A push down through B long. Let's see if Ban can get these initial picks. They're gonna flash and come in. Opportunities for shots to be sprayed in.
Yeah, DRX carefully checking every corner, even the pockets left open from the smokes. Ooh. Nice spray against Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta eating a lot of shots back there. RB pushes through. Saya already gone.
Does he expect a second? Well, he kind of did, but Munchkin will get that kill.
Yep. Well, I don't know if DRX is going to be able to control this that well. They're pushing forward. Zeta's very, very low. And that's going to be it. Zest cleans up. DRX with the 4th win. Every one of these rounds is a nail-biter.
It absolutely is, Tasteless. And honestly, sure, DRX just took 2 rounds in a row. They struck hard and fast, but can they keep it up? The fans want them to. You hear them cheering in the background.
You gotta wonder what Paper X is thinking watching this. I mean, these two teams look so good, right?
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is I mean, clearly T1 and DRX, they're both kind of, they match each other stylistically, but Paper X is out there in their own realm, and they finally proved that it can work against a team like DRX. Curious to see what their confidence levels might be going into the grand finals, no matter which team comes up. Now DRX, just early orb control, you love to see it. However, B main's already been pushed out by T1. T1 has all the information. They just need to hold on to Secret in the back of the site here.
Yeah, they bought some time. The Viper's Pit's gonna come down. Are they gonna come in regardless?
Yeah,
but Buzz here with a lurk.
He's already through. They have no idea. Oh, they have no idea. Oh,
what? Hold on, the lockdown's still there.
He tried to break the lockdown first and he gets caught.
Oh, this is gonna be a weird round.
Now the pit was denied from the defenders, but the attacker's pit comes out as well. Saya just trying to draw out members. He's just trying to keep them busy. Cannot get the shots. He only has a classic. He's just trying to keep one busy. The rest is up to the main force of T1.
Stack still trying to swing. Gets one.
Oh, but they're so low. They have to sit in the pit for so long on the side of T1. They have to save. There's no way to recover this round.
Yeah, they're gonna bail. They're gonna bail. This is gonna be a DRX spike going off here. 5-2 here, but very importantly so, T1 does escape with 2 of their members there, rifles in hand, and opportunities in the following round.
Oh, and I mean, honestly, while Buzz wasn't able to get all the kills on that flank clear flower shop, I mean, just the fact that he was able to go in and keep them busy to the point where Ban couldn't stand in his pit long enough before exiting the opponent's lockdown again to refresh the toxins, right? So that gets rid of the defender's Viper's pit. Meanwhile, DRX can just plant safe and early on in the site. That way their own pit covers the spike. DRX holds on to yet another round.
DRX, by the way, an extremely expensive round on all sides here. We've got Buzz here, ready with the Blade Storm if necessary. Saya going to be peering down B long here. Marshall in hand.
Yeah, the Trailblazer gets broken early. He sees it. He's just waiting for the peek.
Oh, and it does get it. Does get it.
Yeah, he even gets the slight tag onto Buzz as well. Trying to get another. Oh my God, he gets him through right to the corner.
So good with the Marshall, it's wild.
He's just trying to keep them at bay. Just trying to tag him up. Checking all angles. They're buying so much time. Now backup has arrived. They even have the flank ready to go from Ban. T1, they are holding strong, and they have those 2 rifles they saved over. Zeta is in back of sight with a Phantom.
All right, another wall comes up here. T1 has sandbagged this so effectively.
And I love that Ban just has not moved. He hasn't triggered that alarm bot. DRX, I mean, they have to assume that some movement has happened on the other side of the map, but they're just not sure how much. So DRX, they kind of feel pressure that they need to go into B site.
Yeah, they might have to just try to make something happen here.
And the Seekers, it's buying time. Oh, Saya not able to close out that last kill.
Yeah, Buzz gets the kill over there. Zeta, Carpe get 2. Mako returns the favor. Suddenly it's just Mako and Zeta and Ban left.
Now a 1v1, Viper v Viper.
But does he know where Ban is coming from?
I mean, he doesn't have any clear idea. The alarm bot not able to be activated.
10 seconds left.
Okay, he shoots the wrong side.
Oh, and now Mako's able to exit. And Mako purposely plants so that he has that exit where he can get safe.
But I think Ban might realize this.
Well, he's got to take the guess, right? Now, does he put up the snake bite? He's just holding to half.
He's going to hold the full.
Oh, he's going to hold the full.
Oh, my God. And Mako uses that opportunity, dives in, gets the kill. I thought he was going to go to half. I thought he was going to pull it off, back up, point the barrel of the gun up.
It's one of those things where Ban, I mean, he went for the gamble, right? He says, you know what, this hasn't happened too much recently. I'll just make you think. But here's the thing, is that the angle that Mako was holding, he could always check if you left the poison cloud, and Ban just had no idea.
Very tough call. Does appear to be a bit of a miscalculation, though.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there was a world where, you know, Ban tried to sneak in towards the defender's spot, but at that point, he just wouldn't have had time. So Mako just takes the correct guess, jumps down, and now it's a 6-2 lead. But now an op. It's not a Marshall. Oh, and he's going to have so many targets to choose from.
Oh! Stacks gets the jump on him, and a double. Ban's already gone, too. This round already out of the control here of T1.
And Stacks is coming alive. He's had some rough maps so far here in the lower bracket finals, but if he's opening up the sight for DRX, they may just be able to continue this streak.
So T1's going to go for a save. And, you know, it makes me think that previous round that we saw, it was Mako that called the bluff on a defuse earlier. I think it was on Ascent.
Yeah.
And so maybe that was part of the idea there, is that, oh, you're going to call the bluff this time around, and instead, you know, he calls it and says, okay, no, you're actually holding it. Comes in there and gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have the poison cloud, you're going to have the health advantage anyway, so might as well try to get the jump down. I mean, at that point, you'll have the angle advantage. And DRX is on the hunt. They have so many creds, they just want to starve T1 of their weapons. But they're not going to find any extra targets just yet.
Yeah. And so it's going to be another round win. Now, with the exception of the last game, every single map could not have been closer. On the previous map, map 4, we did see T1 kind of run away with it. I'm hoping right now for T1's sake that we can see them start to catch up to DRX, because they're getting frighteningly far ahead.
Yeah, they're really starting to run away with it, and it's not just the score. Sure, we've seen these 9-3 halves, 8-4 halves in this best of 5 so far, but the style and tempo they're doing it in, right? I mean, DRX, they are starting to get some of their rounds purely off of their duels as well. I mean, a lot of people are starting to recognize, we talked about it on the cast as well, DRX, the wins they were getting were because of their set plays, their execution, which was always what they were good at. But T1 was winning a lot of these rounds on pure mechanics. And now DRX is firing back. Perhaps the endurance starting to catch up to T1 as we're halfway through map 5.
Here.
All right, Buzz peering down B. Is Ban going to try to swing? All right, the Viper Wall comes back up. Oh, already Carpe getting the drop on a Buzz.
Oh, and Mako will be able to clear out one side, but there's so many targets on the other. Carpe stays alive.
Zest does confirm the plant. And this means it's just going to be Munchkin and Saya left over. Saya comes out, but he can't find the target. Zest escapes.
Yeah, you can tell Saya, he knows that he's running out of time. I mean, the post-plant setups here from DRX is going to be so much that T1 has to battle through. Oh, he gets a headshot through the wall. He knows they're weak. He's going to try to climb forward.
Oh, but Zest is there.
That's one down, though.
Yeah, but they've got not much time left, and RP's shot is good. Saya tries to advance. I don't think anybody's going to call his bluff.
No.
He runs back to the spike.
He's just going to try
to hold it.
He is holding right on the edge of the wall. DRX recognizes that as well, and they chase him off, bring him back in.
DRX is fighting back harder than ever. This map, map 5, is looking like what we kind of imagined all these maps would look like for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, just the speed and the tempo, the initiative coming out from DRX, and I'll be honest, I mean, I am a little surprised the timeout comes out so late, right? Just kind of letting T1 try to recover on their own.
It seemed like T1 was maybe floundering for a little bit too long. There is an art to calling timeouts, and without that much, you know, that many rounds left in a half, I mean, what exactly can T1 do to reconfigure? Now, we've had DRX ahead more than this, and it didn't mean anything. We've seen full recoveries.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can always recover. You're going to be able to get the side switch as well. So if if T1 can get up to 4 rounds, there's still hope, right? You take the initiative. But I think one thing that you need to talk about is T1's definitely rushing their initial battles just a bit. I mean, we can tell that they are trying to just commit a little too hard to these fights. And I think part of that is, again, I mean, a lot of people have noted this as well in that B site. I mean, that's why some of those changes are incoming in the pipeline. it's that the attackers can just walk, just take their time, walk in with a bunch of smokes, plant, get out, and get ready with their post-plant setups all the way down with the long sight line. So to combat that, T1's trying to push out, but if you're not winning the first duels, you got to find another way.
You absolutely do. Now, the thing about T1's play as well is that some of these aggro moves, you look like a genius if it works, but you look like a fool if it backfires.
Sure.
And so far, it's been backfiring, unfortunately so.
And a lot of that is, Saya was good for so many kills so far, and this map, he just cannot find his groove. He cannot make it click. So they just back off. He gets flashed initially, and T1 says, okay, well, you know what? We weren't able to get the cheeky early kill. Just back off and hold.
DRX gonna peruse down B long.
Oh, the crossfire was so good from T1, but they can't stay because of the reckoning.
Dan takes Mako out.
They're trying to make sure just at least one person's still not stunned. Just trying to keep that alive. Actually, Saya gets the pick onto Buzz as well.
Stax fights back. Sada's gone. But it looks like they're going to abandon this position. Munchkin winning that fight over there from RB. DRX maybe a little bit too confident. A lot of that just, falling to shots where nobody saw anybody on either side. Just good instinct on where to fire through the Viper wall.
Yeah, just trying to check all corners and follow each other's tracers. Now, T1, they've never been in a more comfortable situation. They're just watching for a potential deep lurk in a flank. But with the timer there, Munchkin's just going to wait. He's going to pop his nano swarms just to waste time.
The DRX, they can't relax here. They know that, right now, if anything backfires, it's only going to get worse here in this set.
Flashes have been spotted, and he cannot get the spike plant. Staxy needs to win this duel. Oh my God, he does!
Not enough, though. And there it is, the third win on the board here for T1. Can they get that important fourth win?
Last round in the half.
T1, it was a funny last round. It was a lot of shots fired through. Nobody could see each other, but the shots connected favorably there for T1. We may see a little bit more of a cautious DRX here.
Yeah, I think, now you realize, okay, T1, they've calmed things down. They're not rushing out to these fights, so let's just wait. Let's go back to classic DRX style. Saya trying to tell his team, this is totally doable. And T1, if they push out and they get no contact on B, surely they will continue to push and gain some ground.
Oh!
Okay, Munchkin just trades health for health. Both of them at about half HP.
Bit of a fumble there from the Blade Storm. Seemed like an opportune moment to maybe get some kills.
But Buzz is already in and Munchkin is stuck. Oh, the Nano Swarms along with the Snakebite and the early spray brings down Buzz. They're trying to chase out Munchkin, but he's still holding strong in back sight.
If they can keep this up, Munchkin continuing to get these kills. We have a big push in here from behind. Saya with the blades out. Viper's Pit comes up. Can they lurk well enough?
Oh, and he gets the spray right away. And now Saya can potentially updraft and dash forward, and they can just go for an instant pinch onto this Viper. Oh, they spot him as well. He's stunned up. He cannot defend himself, and it's going to be a 4-8 half for T1.
It was an incredible first half for DRX, but the crowd over here for T1 is going wild. It's undeniable, but they've been fighting back very well. And, as we've already seen today, William, we've seen recovery after recovery where this first half never seems to necessarily represent the ebb and flow of the second half.
Yeah, not at all. T1 is the one who regained momentum towards the very end of that first half. So, nothing that DRX should be too shaken up about. But again, pistols have been in favor of T1 so far. So we'll see how that continues to pan forward. 5-3 in terms of pistol round scoreline in favor of T1. DRX, if they can get this pistol, they'll feel so much better about the defending half.
So much on the line here. Whoever takes this map survives into the finals and has to face off against PaperX tomorrow.
Yeah,
this is, by the way, been a marathon of a best of 5.
And I was about to say, imagine you win this, and then you still have another best of 5 you got to go through tomorrow if you want to become the champions. Listen, it takes the greatest to do it. We'll see if either of these teams are up for the task. Of course, tomorrow, PaperX still sitting comfy with the 2 bans. They can ban both maps in that best of 5.
Right.
They will get choice of first map or first side. A huge advantage for getting there from the upper bracket. But, either of these teams First of all, they gotta be able to close out map 5 today.
Not to mention PaperX sitting here studying, farming intel, getting every little play, every little tick, every little characteristic. I mean, trying to prep that for a grand finals victory here tomorrow evening.
Yeah, the real winners here are number 1, the fans, but number 2, PaperX, because they got to watch 5 maps from both of these teams, right? I mean, they got all the intel they need about potential comp change-ups, potential style change-ups. You know, they realize, okay, Bind, the tempo from T1 has changed a bit. DRX, they're using Zest on every map. I mean, this is a lot that PaperX can, obviously it's only one day, but it's still something that they can somewhat prepare for mentally.
Here we go, into the second half of the final map. DRX up 8-4, but we know that comebacks are possible for both teams, as we've already seen it happen on both sides in the previous maps that led us up to this moment.
And T1, they're going to switch things up. They know that B is the usual go-to, but they just want to focus here on this A side initially. At least get that ult orb, that A main ult orb. Whoever gets it first, they can continue to kind of hold control on that side. Now, will they commit to this entry? I mean, you're hearing this turret as well.
All right, some shots fired in there. RB does get hit a little bit. Get beaten up a little bit. T1 now going to seesaw back over to the other side of the map, maybe to get that other orb, and then possibly spring an attack onto the site.
But this is very good, right? Because first of all, you take out the turret, but you notice that the Killjoy setup is there. So no need to fight against that in the pistol round. However, by taking out the turret, you make sure that DRX cannot just ditch the site. They can't just leave the Killjoy there. The threat is always there. We already see that Stax has shifted his weight towards mid. Now they can have an easier time trying to break into B site.
Okay, they are going to be able to ice out this part of the site. Shots fired in there, not quite fully connecting.
Oh, but the guiding light slows them just enough. They haven't entered the site just yet, but look at the map. Munchkin is at the entrance of A site, and he calls for his teammates. In lieu of time, Ping's coming out to potentially go through Art, but Munchkin has cleared the entire site. If he can stay alive, this is a free site here for T1.
And let's not forget how Munchkin has fared before in these moments. He's been super clutch. So to get an interception this early on would be huge. A wide wrap around here, but RB going to come through and peek. He senses he's there.
Oh, but Munchkin gets the kill, and he gets out alive. They know one's in secret as well. The turret just to buy time, but Mako takes that out right away.
Yeah, Mako now. Vision obfuscated.
And Saya already on the flank, on the lurk, through mid as well.
Mako having a hard time getting things done. Buzz is picked off here by Ban.
Oh, Saya's a little too far out. Is this gonna bite him back? But they don't stick the defuse just yet. They have no idea where Saya is.
Zest is so low.
Oh, Saya with his flicks. Oh no, Mako's just gonna hold it. Oh man, and Mako, he catches his opponent as they stick the defuse. However, he will not be caught unaware. Saya tries to go for the spray, force Mako off, and Mako does not budge.
T1 has put up such a fight, but things are looking more and more dire there. We saw the reload occur, and then he was picked off there at the very end. T1 scrambling now after, I think the most important starting point here to try to recover has not happened.
Yeah, and I just want to mention one of the other reasons that Saya couldn't make as easy of a decision to just walk in to check is that wasn't his own poison cloud, right? That last time it happened when Mako was the one defending the spike defuse, it was his own poison cloud. He knew that the decay would put him in an advantage. But this time, Saya was a risk one way or the other.
It starts the way the last round ended. Beautifully done here. DRX getting that first kill. Munchkin already out of the picture.
Well, it is just that eco. Of course, Marshall on Saya, always good for one, but we'll see if he can make miracles happen once again. They've already taken over arc control, and just within these 2 rounds, T1 starting to put a lot of pressure on different parts of the map. So that should work in their favor at a macro level, but if DRX starts to really run away with the round scores, it's not going to matter. It's not going to be much time.
Oh!
Almost tries to get the tag there.
Yeah, Saya going to try to back up over here. They've tucked Buzz right up into the corner here. This could end up completely throwing Saya off.
Oh, but Carpe actually gets the lurk kill in mid.
Yeah, you can see Buzz close it on Saya. Clean that out.
30 seconds left.
And the spike has gone all the way up right through the center. Are they going to try to come around to the back of A? It looks like it.
Yeah, they knew that Mako got the kill early on in A main. Now the question is, does Mako peek out? If he throws a snake bite, he will get spotted. All right, it's not going to tag Ban or Zeta, so they're going to be able to just stick the plant. Ban was given that Bulldog. Oh, he tries to peek out on the timing.
Cool tactic, but it didn't pay off.
But Zeta's stuck. They know he's here somewhere in bunker. He's good for one, but he cannot get the third.
This spike's getting diffused, and the 10th win is going to go on the board here. Again, we've seen T1 recover today in rough situations like this, but can they do it? It does seem like DRX is starting to get a little bit better on the peaks. A lot of what T1 was winning with was when they were behind, just basically having better mechanics, better gunplay, better instinct in these kind of 1-versus-1 situations. It does seem like DRX is starting to surpass them, starting to lap them, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's not to take away, of course, from T1's overall macro play as well, but again, it really the foundation was that they were able to win these duels, and then they were playing the map off of that information, off of winning these duels, getting that first contact. T1, they've got to be able to calm things down. Now they have the Reckoning. They're trying to go further early, and DRX tries to shut it down, and they will succeed initially.
Oh, Carpe starting to do Carpe things. Gets a triple. Momentum now angled towards B as we have Mako and RB scrambling to get back onto the site. If T1 can start to recover, it happens with this round.
Absolutely. Now Sheriff and Stinger only. I mean, that Viper's Pit, I can't imagine that Mako uses it. It's not going to stop bullets coming through on this long sight line. Those plant lineups already prepared and ready to go. Oh, I love the trailer. It's just waiting until you hear the defuse. Just making sure they can't stick it. Okay, hiding on the far side, but of course, snake bites, they are AoE.
All right, I don't know if this is going to work out. Trying to see what they can do here.
I mean, DRX are just going to have to run in and stick it right afterwards, and he is right at the very edge.
Hold on,
oh,
hold on.
T1, do they not realize? Okay.
Okay. For a second. That looks pretty bad. All right, the T1 side of the audience goes nuts. They had to pull that one off if it was going to be realistic to recover. But again, DRX is so close. Viper's Pit is ready, by the way.
Yeah, and let's just note, I mean, DRX has had trouble closing out maps so far in this best of 5, right? They've been sitting on that 10th round, 11th round for quite a long time in a lot of these maps. Curious to see if they're going to allow T1 a bit more margin again. Viper's Pit for Mako, but he is sitting in B link, so no real thought on using it in an early part of the round here.
All right, they don't get a lot of intel. Well, you're going to see that now the Viper's Pit set up over here.
Oh, but the early Reckoning and RB's gone, so now they can just try to get in. Now Mako's doing Mako things. He puts up the pit, gets out as the Reckoning goes through, just like the lockdown, and then he enters right back in before the toxin ends. The pit will stay up.
Yeah, smart move. Big wraparound here. T1 going to try to come over to the edge here. Stack sees him.
And they know the only way that T1 can really do this is try to get us around on the pit. Stash is trying to go for these pop flashes. He's just trying to keep them at bay, but Munchkin gets the surround crossfire.
DRX still has a fight in him. Munchkin lurking through here. He finds Mako. The pit falls.
Oh, and they find Zest in that last moment as well. Buzz left all alone. Gotta save that one rifle. And, oh man, Mako, he's done this, I think that's like the third time he's done it in a clean way where he's able to put up the pit right as a lockdown or the Reckoning happens. He exits to dodge the opponent's ultimate, and then he times it just right to get back in to retain it. That part was good.
Yeah.
But however, I mean, DRX was also not in a position to be able to like push back out of the site, and T1 will be able to eventually get that surround.
Well, William, the comeback is happening. We're starting to see T1 chain together these victories. We know we've seen them do it before. Could very well happen here now. And you made a good point. I mean, DRX has already sat with 10, 11 wins, and that's not an obvious victory. They do seem to struggle to kind of figure out the final pieces of the puzzle to put that together, close it out, and walk away.
Yeah, let's remember DRX still 2 timeouts left on the board. T1 only 1. They already used one towards the later part of the first half. Now, that timeout did lead to those 2 extra rounds, which is allowing T1 to stay competitive here on this very last map of the lower bracket finals. T1, they have that lockdown, Reckoning, and just a save round, half armors. Buzz just going to have that Hero Phantom that he saved over. Let's see, I mean, if he can get an early kill, that would lead to Bladestorm and tossing over the rifle. However, T1 just not going to meet them over on the B side. Now, T1, they've ditched B entirely, like not even Killjoy setups on that side. Curious to see what their ideas are here.
We do have some peering up into mid here.
You should run.
We got to really see how RB handles this.
Okay, just the lockdown being used right away. I mean, this is something that T1 does, right? Is that, you know, don't save it. Use it when we can get the advantage. And they're just going to try to clear it out. They've already cleared, thanks to the lockdown, they've cleared Art. Now they have a 2-pronged attack, but everyone from DRX is here.
Yeah, it is a 5-stack ready to try to defend this.
Well, that cove's not being broken anytime soon, as the opponents are on an eco, but... All right, Reckoning coming in from DRX. They want to go for this retake. They think they have a chance here.
Yeah.
All right, the utility's all gone, right? Post-plant, only 1 snakebite remains here. In fact, no snakebites remain on the side of T1. They just have to spray for the defuse.
They start it. Oh, RB with a double.
Oh, RB's defending so well. Zest is still sticking it.
He's going to hold it, and they get it.
Oh, my gosh. And just the speed at which DRX does this with the Reckoning, it forces all the early utility out of T1. And they have to spray it down, but RB defends so well on that Art side. Meanwhile, the main forces... you hear DRX shouting, just shield me, right? Just block. Just block the shots.
I mean, such a heroic victory off such a scuffed round back there.
Yeah, what a way to do this.
They let him spend that lockdown. They used their own. They just played patiently. Nobody overextended. Nobody did anything foolish. And here we are, DRX, 2 wins away from closing this out. T1 fighting for their tournament lives.
All right, that Trailblazer gonna have to be shot down. DRX knows that B-Link is entirely given up to T1. So that means mid control pretty much given up, right? I mean, we see on the map, Zest backs all the way. But Seekers, I love the Seekers timing. This is gonna let them know that they could potentially push out of B main if they so choose. Wait until that last Seeker turns the corner. So now they're starting to surround T1. It's like, okay, you took mid, but what are you gonna do after that?
All right, they're coming in. RB ready. Can he get any picks?
Oh, and the high tide slows him down as well. The Nano Swarms pops to buy time. Saya trying to get the pick.
Mako just here in bunker.
Oh, but yeah, but this has allowed the rest of the forces to enter the site. Mako's not going to be quite ready for this.
Spike down.
Oh, but his teammates were here to help. Carpe recovers it for T1.
Carpe keeps delivering here.
Whoa!
Oh, it stacks. What? Gets that flick.
Van Answer's back, and now Buzz once again with the operator this time. Just has to save it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame Buzz for running right now. DRX knows it's very likely T1's going to catch a couple more wins here before DRX can cross that finish line, if they do actually manage to pull that off. T1's been so clutch.
Man.
What was with that turn from Stacks?
I have no idea. I thought it wasn't even going to be envisioned. I think he actually, in some weird twist of events, Saya maybe missed the first shot and Stacks heard him? Because I think he was pretty much turned 180 from him. Maybe, we gotta look at the replay. I don't know if there was a teammate who maybe caught sight of him on the minimap. Whatever happens, Stacks just with an incredible flick. I don't think there was anyone on the other side, but
7-11. T1 is not finished yet. We've got Saya ready with a Bladestorm if need be. Same is true over on the other side here for DRX.
And I love that we're taking a look at the IGLs, right? You can just see both of them racking their brains. Both of them, so much they have to share with their team, so much they have to run through on calculations in their own head, and then transfer it in between each round during the buy phase. Zeta calling for something quite passionately there, and it looks like it's just going to be a fast A hit.
All right, Buzz backs up. Blades are drawn.
Yeah, but they hear the Bladestorm, so that should give them an idea that that's a reaction off of the push on A. Oh! The sneak right through the cascade, and Zest pulls
two.
Buzz gets another as well. This advance has been shut down, but Saya player trying to keep T1 in the game. The Blade Storm comes out!
He gets two! Just one left. RB here. He doesn't know where RB is. He's going to grab the spike. Does he plant it? He's going to go for it. There's enough time, but RB is scrambling to get in here. Remember, Saya can create so many more opportunities here with this Blade Storm.
Yeah, 1v1. Saya on track for the ace. And he doesn't know, so he's trying to watch behind him. He has so many angles to cover. He goes for the peek, and he gets the ace! Saya player puts T1 with an 8th win on the board.
Oh my God. At the 11th hour, Saya clutches it, and DRX knows T1 is catching up.
Oh my God, and we talk about T1 being able to claw back thanks to their mechanics when they need it. Saya proves our point in one single round.
Unbelievable. And the pressure is just building on both sides. Do we have a timeout call yet? Or are we going to go into this next round?
I mean, as everyone could tell, my voice could use a timeout.
I could, yeah.
That much is true. I mean, this
I'm like, do the players need hot water? Oh no, that's me.
Well, it is called.
Okay.
Thank God.
Oh my
we can
God.
Calm down just a bit. I mean, we are in the last couple rounds of this entire evening, Tasteless.
What a journey this has been.
This is...
And, you know, it's DRX with incredible teamwork, but every once in a while, these T1 players, their tactics are good, their ideas are original, but they also just pop off in these moments when they're, you know, outnumbered and outgunned.
Man, I mean, it really, you can see it in the IGL's faces, actually, that they know that it's all about just staying focused, right? It's not about doing anything crazy. You just have to make sure whoever runs, you know, the better calculations, doesn't make the mistakes, that's who's going to win here in the last couple rounds. 2-2 scoreline. DRX on the verge of getting eliminated in home soil for the second time ever. Trying to get to the grand finals.
All right, the birds high five past each other. We might have a lot more shots down here in the middle.
All right, and DRX are just going to back off. They realize no extra utility being used, but T1 uses this against them, right? They purposely back off, cut noise. T1 doing T1 things. They love to cut noise and creep forward. Now, the one curveball is that Buzz is holding a nice angle where he'll be able to jiggle peek and get that info early on enough.
But Zeta's going to be the first one to come around the corner.
But DRX suspects this. They suspect that the noise has been cut, but because look at Zest. They have backup ready to go.
All right, he sees him. Do they commit? Buzz goes to the next line of defense.
The high tide comes out immediately, but Saya just pushes through, but he has no idea that Stax is close by, and Buzz takes out Saya as well.
Ban fights back, though. It's a 2v2 already. Carpe low on HP.
All right, they're just trying to make sure they clear the site before they try to recover the spike. Spike is down. Oh, nobody tied by the guiding light.
All right, RB is going to go under and wrap around from the bottom.
Left.
I think he's going to be a little surprised to find Munchkin here.
Yeah, Munchkin is completely prepared for this.
Yeah, but is RB. Oh, he does suspect it, but Munchkin is lined up for the headshot.
Now they're both very low. Mako at full HP. A good spray from Mako could kill one or two easily.
Yeah, but because of that, Munchkin, he puts the nanoswarms down, and he's rotating all the way around just to force Mako to have to check so many more corners. The first nanoswarm goes out. I think he activated maybe both just to buy time. No, he activates the second one now. And Mako's like, where are you coming from? Trying to stick it.
He starts it. He can get it to half at least.
Oh, no. Munchkin, it's now just mind games. Munchkin just calls the bluff. Munchkin is calling the bluff, and Mako does not have time for the defuse.
Wow, the mind games back there.
I don't know many people who can stand up against Mako in the mind games like that.
Says, no, you're not doing it.
Yeah,
I know you're not doing it.
You
I'm
saw
not
him kind of
peeking.
sit up there and just kind of give a shout out across the stage. Says, not today.
And by the way, I mean, RB with the swing completely ready, but Munchkin is just a little bit too fast.
Oh my
There's been some very important moments here where Munchkin is just a few percentage points better.
And this is, I mean, this is what we used to say about DRX, right? Is that, oh, well, Stacks, he really clutches when you need to. Zest, he's so trustworthy with his set plays. And we're saying the same things for T1. We really are seeing a potential change of guards within Korean Valorant and already within Pacific with Paper Rex finally taking down their arch nemesis DRX in the upper bracket finals.
Creeping up into A. We have a triple stack here for DRX. And Buzz already gets a drop on one.
Isaiah is a little stuck. Oh, he can't find the exit.
What? Suddenly, T1 in shambles.
I mean, this is not a full buy round from DRX. They just have the one rifle on Zest.
We barely got started in this round before DRX just took so much away from T1. It's not impossible, but how is T1 going to handle this? They're going to continue to try to creep in on the site. Buzz is still ready.
Oh, I mean, and RB is just trying to buy time by spamming through the wall. Meanwhile, Buzz is set up here in secret with the Marshall. The coping uses smoke, but it's not going to be good enough. And DRX with a flawless. They will be able to create match point.
DRX is either going to have to go to overtime or they're going to win this. It's all up to T1 now to try to string these wins together. The pressure is real. T1 has been so close to causing the upset here at VCT Pacific.
All right, DRX, you can hear it in the comms. They're just kind of trying to chill out. They're like, yeah, this is how it used to feel, but T1, that final timeout. I mean, they only had the one left. They were trying to hold on to it for as long as possible. It looked like they were able to make the run back without needing to use it, but it's now or never.
This has been such a series. And if there was ever a team that could come back in this moment, T1 would be that team. They were down and out in maps before.
Man. I mean, listen, I'm sure the players, especially DRX now having match point, they would want to get this done and over with, but there would be nothing more epic than if this went to overtime. And T1 could do it. Just because it's match point, it does look difficult, but they've been able to really bunker down, zone in, trust in their fundamentals, trust in their mechanics. They just tried 2 rounds of cutting noise. DRX is starting to get a read on that. What is the change of Reckoning and Viper's Pit available for T1?
There is a lockdown on hand here for RB. If they do need to try to set up some kind of a retake or some kind of positional advantage.
Oh, DRX has the read on this.
Yep. They're ready here with a triple stack on B.
And
quadruple stack, excuse me.
Yeah, quadruple. And even on A, they're just trying to just buy time.
Oh, Buzz here.
They've already got the crossfire. He's ready for it. He jumps in with the shorty. He opens up the first kill.
He gets another.
Oh, the flash is good.
Buzz keeps getting these kills. It's just Munchkin with a decent amount of health. Ban recovers a little bit. Carpe down as well. A very healthy DRX and very good control of this match. The spike is stuck over here at B long. T1 has to fight back to try to recover it.
The only way they can recover this round and potentially this map is to win their duels, and they will not be able to get the first one. And Buzz will be able to close things out.
That is it, GG. We have seen DRX ultimately defeat T1 3-2. They will go on to the finals against PRX tomorrow. But what a hell of a series that DRX had versus T1 here tonight.
And let's just say, I mean, sure, it wasn't through a comeback, run back when they were down 0-2, but DRX finally get over the map 5 that's been haunting them in their shadows. They finally proved to themselves that they have the endurance, they have the focus to bunker down and close things out in the very last map. Meanwhile, T1, while it would have been a miraculous story if they won this best of 5, I mean, what an accomplishment. And there's Mako's mother once again. I mean, just teary-eyed. I mean, you've been watching your son's career. You know, I don't know how much Valorant she's been watching for how long, but you know, you saw the players' faces. You know how much this meant for them.
That's right. I mean, this has been an emotional night. And we really didn't know who was going to take this until just the last few moments of this. And what a play here from DRX to basically shove onto B long. They got Buzz at an angle that was just very, very unpredictable, very difficult there for T1 to deal with, and they got blindsided.
Man, I mean, wow, DRX goes up against PaperX for another rematch tomorrow, but T1 really made them fight for it, and I think it's safe to say DRX is no longer the go-to Kings of Korea. There are new challengers on the block that are absolutely worthy of the crown.
They keep the crown for today, but I'll tell you what, man, I don't know how long they're going to be able to hang on to it. And let's not forget it, a T1 we thought was basically like rank 3 in Korea at the start of VCT Pacific. What an improvement they made here.
Yeah, I mean, taking DRX to a very legitimate close map 5 in a best of 5. And not just off of heroic plays, but great map movement, great improvement week to week. The reps are there, but guess what? DRX will continue to reign supreme for yet another season, yet another year here within Korea.
VCT Pacific just keeps getting more epic. And tomorrow, I mean, what a match we've got in store here. DRX, I'll tell you what, they got this far. We expected them to get to the finals. Nobody knew they would have to work this hard to make it there.
No, not at all. But guess what? A lot of people wondering, you know, is the DRX coaching staff cooking a bit too much with Zest coming back in after all this time on the bench? And Zest says not at all. If anything, I mean, I think he had the hottest start on DRX, was able to keep them in the running for just a bit longer, and then everyone else comes alive. I mean, all 5 players, they had their moments, but I gotta say, Buzz, he was tasked with becoming that main entry again. And the way he was creating space, right? I mean, that just meant so much. Sure, it's off the back of his team's support, but what a way this team has come together for once again entering another grand finals here on home soil, and now rematching against PaperX.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. Tonight was about who can truly be the Kings of Korea. Is it going to be the old guard or the new? Well, the old guard survives, but Korea always has put a great pride in its teams being the very best, not just in Asia, but in the world, at the games they devote themselves to. And PaperX is going to be a real challenge for them here. And it's a real possibility that PaperX walks out of here as the actual victors of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've lived under DRX's shadows for the past 2.5 years. They finally have a chance to overcome them. And the last time they met in the upper bracket finals last week, PaperX did a speed run, 2-0. DRX, they will have to now prepare against the monsters of PaperX in 12 hours, right? They just played this grueling best of 5, and they have 12 hours to shore up their mistakes from today, to make sure that they remember what they prepped during the week against PaperX, and to come back rested up for a grand finals.
Meanwhile, PaperX, no doubt, taking notes, cooking up plans, scheming up strategies in order to dismantle DRX. The thing about DRX is they had to show a lot in order to survive.
Yes.
They didn't dominate, they survived. And so going up against PaperX, it's going to be interesting to see if DRX still has more to offer coming forward.
Yeah, I like that you pointed that out, because so many times in the past when DRX was pushed to the edge, or, you know, lose a map that doesn't eliminate them, or a match rather, you know, a lot of the reasoning, and I would agree, was that, oh, well, you know, they're not giving everything. They're testing their limit. They're practicing in different conditions.
Yeah.
They're trying things out because they have the margin, which, by the way, is totally legitimate. But today, that was not the case.
No.
No. I mean, they use all their timeouts, right? They bring in Zest. They go for these set plays. They tried as hard as they could, and they barely got away to go to the grand finals.
On the other hand, PaperX has been continuing to improve, becoming more and more comfortable, whether it was in our studio we were at before, or who knows how they're going to play here tomorrow, but they're in incredibly good form, and I cannot wait to get tomorrow. I want to fast forward to those 12 hours and just get there and start to see these games, because what a set of 2 amazing teams that we're going to have duking it out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if any of your friends missed today's lower bracket final, the best of 5, you got to let them know. I mean, you don't have much time to catch all the maps because it took a long time.
Yeah.
And then you got to prep yourself for the grand finals.
You've got 5 hours to then tell them to rewatch this, and then they've got 7 to get ready for the actual match that's coming.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner going to the grand finals. We're going to the stage to hear from Zest from DRX.
DRX가 풀세트 경기 끝에 결승으로 향합니다. DRX의 제스트 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Now every map was down to the wire, but in the end, it is indeed DRX heading to the grand finals tomorrow. I'm here with DRX's Zest for a post-match interview. Let's see what he has to say. 결승 진출이에요. 참 팀에게도 그리고 제스 선수에게도 큰 의미 있는 승리일 것 같거든요. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요? Now Zest, tonight must mean a lot for you and for your team as well. I mean, with this win, you guys are advancing to grand finals tomorrow.
일단 되게 중요한 경기였는데 이게 힘든 접전 끝에 이기게 돼가지고 너무 기분이 좋습니다.
Now, I mean, today was very important for us. It was the lower finals, and indeed, T1 gave us a tough time fighting for every round in the end. But I'm beyond happy. I'm super elated that we get to advance, and we have the games tomorrow to play as well. 그러면 오늘 선발 출전 관련해서 살짝 여쭤보고 싶어요. 좀 어떤 결정이었는지 들어볼 수 있었을까요? Now, Zest, you started today, and DRX is back to their old lineup. So, can you talk to me a little bit about this decision?
일단은 팀적으로 막 뭐가 그렇게 정해진 게 없었어가지고 사실 이번 퍼시픽 때는 뭐 출전이 정해진 게 없었는데 뭐 급하게 이렇게 돼가지고 사실 뭐 좀 급하게 투입된 건데 이긴 건 일단 기분이 좋습니다.
Well, honestly though, me starting in the finals, it wasn't really planned in advance. But my coaching staff told me that I will be starting today, and I was glad, I was super happy, more than grateful to be able to play today, and I tried my best preparing for today as well. 그러면 또 경기 전 인터뷰에서 좀 T1이 이렇게까지 강해질 줄 몰랐다라고 얘기를 하셨는데 오늘 또 직접 상대해 보니까 확실히 좀 T1의 성장세가 많이 느껴졌을 것 같아요. 어떠셨나요? Now I know in the pre-tape you mentioned that you never expected T1 to be this strong. Now facing them today yourself, how much did they surprise you with how much they've improved and how fast they have grown?
애들은 모르겠는데 저는 오늘 질 것 같다는 생각을 안 하긴 했거든요. 그래서 이제 전반전 어센트에서 역시 쉽게 이기겠다 이 생각했었는데 끝나고 나서 이거 질 수도 있겠다. T1 잘한다 이 생각을 가졌었습니다.
I don't know about rest of my teammates, but I didn't really think that we were gonna lose today. But after playing the first half on Ascent, I thought it was gonna be an easy win. But I don't know, somehow it turned out the other way. They gave us a tough time. So that's when indeed I felt like, you know, this could go either way. So we really need to put our 100% into it. 그러면 또 제스 선수가 있으니까 확실히 또 DRX에 안정감이 생겼다는 평가도 있어요. 제스 선수가 토너먼트에서는 많이 경기를 함께 뛰진 않았지만 그래도 팀워크는 여전하다는 느낌이 들기도 했거든요. 이 팀워크를 유지하기 위해서 좀 어떤 노력들이 팀 간에 있었는지도 궁금합니다. Now, Zest, consistency and stability is something that we can count on when we take a look at the old DRX's lineup. So, talk to me about how you guys maintain this level of teamwork.
일단 남은 준비 기간 동안 누가 시켜서 그런 건 아니긴 한데 쉬는 시간 없이 저희가 전부 다 열정을 가지고 개같이 굴렀고요. 그래서 열심히 맞춘 것도 있고 이제 이전에 하던 것도 있어가지고 빠르게 맞춰진 것 같고 그리고 마스터즈랑 챔스에서는 아무래도 더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
It's not like anyone forced to, but all of us just kept on grinding. I think all the preparation that we had for this match kind of like shaved some few years off of our lives, but I'm not complaining. And we also have been together. We've been playing together a lot during the international tournaments, and we've been together so much. We've been through so much together that we were able to pick up where we left off and to maintain this level of teamwork as well. And I'm pretty sure that we were going to perform better in Masters and Champions as well. 자, 그러면 최근 DRX가 조금 주춤하는 모습을 보여주면서 선수들이 마음고생도 많았고 또 오늘은 특히나 심리적 압박감도 좀 심했을 것 같은데요. 저 어떻게 극복하려고 했는지도 여쭤보고 싶어요. And I know with the recent hiccups that DRX has been going through, you guys are under a lot of pressure and under a lot of stress as well. How did you try to work through that tonight?
뭔가 저희가 극복하려고 한 거는 그냥 저희끼리 이제 저번 패배 후에 그냥 터놓고 이제 말한 거밖에 없는 것 같고요. 좀 나아진 거는 이제 연습 결과랑 경기 결과로 좀 나아진 것 같아요.
Well, we had a heart-to-heart after the loss against Paper X and also Team Secret as well, and our scrims and our practice started to show better results, so I guess we gained confidence from that. 그러면 이제 HP 오멘 질문 드리도록 할게요. 양 팀에서 역전승이 오늘 많이 나온 만큼 승부를 예측하기 힘들었는데 제스 선수가 생각하는 DRX의 터닝 포인트는 좀 언제쯤이었을까요? Now HP 오멘 question of the day. Today was all about both teams trying to claw their way back into the game with a lot of comebacks as well. So which moment do you think was the turning point for DRX?
터닝 포인트가 있었나 잘 모르겠어요. 사실 양 팀 다 터닝 포인트가 진짜 터닝이라 계속 돌았거든요. 이제 프랙처에서 저희가 돌리고 어센트에서는 저희 거 돌아가고 이랬어가지고 뭔가 딱 특정 포인트는 없는 것 같아요.
I can't really tell if there was a specific turning point. I mean, we just started, like everyone started going back and forth and back and forth. It's like we turned it around on Fracture and they turned it around on Ascent. So I can't really say what was our specific turning point for this match. 자, 그러면 결승에서 또 페이퍼렉스와 겨루게 됐습니다. 이제 페이퍼렉스를 만났을 때 페이퍼렉스가 2년 만에 DRX를 상대로 승리를 가져가기도 했거든요. 이제 내일을 위해서 어떤 부분을 준비하면 좋을지도 여쭤보도록 할게요. Now you guys will be facing Paper X tomorrow in the grand finals. Now the last time you guys faced Paper X, they walked away with the victory in 2 years. So what do you think you need to do to make sure that that doesn't happen again? And what do you do to beat them tomorrow?
PRX전 준비는 사실 이제 끝나고 가면은 다 쓰러질 것 같아가지고 저희 걸 돌아보는 시간을 가져야 하지 않을까 생각하고요. 뭐 이제 감독 코치진 형들이 이제 분석은 알아서 해주지 않을까. 저희 이제 가면은 자빠질 것 같기 때문에 네, 그럴 것 같습니다.
We're extremely exhausted, so I feel like we're just gonna go straight to bed and kind of catch up on sleep. And I guess the coaching staff have a lot to do, a lot of thoughts to review, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna talk about today's match, what went well and what didn't, and what we need to tweak. But I feel like we're gonna catch up some rest first, and I'll leave the rest up to the coaching staff. 그러면 이제 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 내일도 좋은 활약 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Congratulations, Zest. Best of luck tomorrow. And that was it for the post-match interview. 자, 그러면 오늘 하루가 이렇게 마무리됐는데요. 분석 데스크 끝까지 함께 해주시고요. 저는 여기서 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 분석 데스크 나와주세요. And to close out the day, I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
DRX move on to the grand finals, but today they were truly tested in VCT Pacific. As Tasteless said, they didn't dominate, they survived.
Yeah, this was
a crazy fight.
This was the hardest that DRX has ever had to fight to get into a grand final. It's probably going to be even harder for them tomorrow to try to win the damn thing because Paper X have looked so good. But this was them going back to familiar territory, and we were talking about this at the top of the day when we saw that Pearl was that map 5. We said if it gets there, if it goes the distance, it doesn't look great for T1 because of the dominance that we've seen throughout the year so far from DRX. Granted, Zest was a bit of a curveball that was tossed our way, but that now puts them 7-2 all-time on this map, only dropping it twice this year and being undefeated in Pacific League. So it was only at Sao Paulo where they were losing out on those maps. So this continues to be a very comfortable one for them. Maybe a little less comfortable after today. But you gotta, I think, give it to T1 for fighting tooth and nail.
I mean, without a doubt, you saw some of those rounds. T1 wins on sheer firepower, sheer tenacity, and just not giving up, just continuously going for those duels and having the game sense to know when to peek and when not to. But at the same time, when it comes down to teamwork, when it comes down to the executions, DRX has it down pat. In the entire first half, there was that streak that went on after, I don't know, round 5 or so. It just dominates. I mean, yeah, maybe they survived the entire series, but on Pearl, this is their map. This is why it's left open. This is why, you know, they don't really need to pick it right off the bat because they know they have this in their pocket.
Yeah, and this has been a thing that's given them such an advantage in Pacific with their map pool because they have overall looked very strong on just about everything. Obviously, Haven, as of late, was that kind of thorn in their side. But because they could just say, well, we're going to ban Lotus, and then whatever your best map is, you know, as long as it makes it through that second round, or what, you know, your second best map, it's given them such an advantage. T1 did a damn good job of being able to prepare, because I think they knew exactly where they're going to end up going, because they said, you know what, well, we don't want to deal with you on split. We've only played it once this season. We lost at DFM. But they did a good job of prepping every other map in this pool for DRX, and they were able to push them in every single game.
I agree. I mean, you see some of those mid-round adaptations coming through, especially like, for example, starting of the second half, the pistol round, where they did the long rotation over. Maybe not the win that you're hoping for. We know where this is going.
Yeah.
But you can see the preparation coming through. You can see that T1 really, really fought for this. And throughout the whole darn thing, T1 has grown so much. I mean, DRX still... This actually proves a lot because now we can see and now we know Zest can plug and play. Zest can play Harbor.
Yep.
And this changes up quite a bit, and PaperX has their work cut out for them, I think.
Yeah. Let's break this down. Round 7 was a very expensive round. We saw double util on both sides, first with a Killjoy lockdown and then a Viper's Pit.
I mean, it was also very long ago, so I'm trying to really recollect. But no, this was Buzz. He goes ahead, he tailswind into the side, and immediately you have a pit coming down, and then you see the push out here, the lockdown, going to be used. Just about exits that code. But then as soon as he tries to go and destroy the lockdown, Ban strikes, Shorty comes out, finds the kill. They cannot deny the ult. He doesn't get the Viper to drop the pit, he doesn't get the lockdown. Sia player is applying pressure around the backside, has to clear out the alarm bot, and then he's dealing, he doesn't know how many people are going to be swinging against him. Has to dash away, runs out of blades, suddenly just has a classic, which means that it's easy pickings there for Stacks to go ahead and finish him off. The counter pit in the meantime has come through from the side of Mako, and it went from looking like a very good scenario for the side of T1, denying the lockdown from coming through, keeping that pit alive, to then being completely and utterly unassailable for them to try to get in there and defuse that spike.
And that's like something that gave DRX that much momentum, right? This broke the economy for T1. Yes, the next round Sad player did get a couple of picks, but that was all that he could get because DRX still hunker down, they plant their feet firmly into the ground, and they managed to eke out even more wins off of that one on round 7. This really shows that how their executions function on a map like Pearl. I mean, it's just so perfect in terms of utility. It's really tough for T1, I think.
Yeah, very tough for T1. In fact, I have a question for you. This happened twice.
Oh, no.
This game. Do pros fake click?
No, they don't. They really don't.
They don't.
No, DRX
we know
certainly
where this
doesn't.
goes.
Yeah. Let's pull up one of these rounds where Mako definitely doesn't fake. Round 17.
Not being broken anytime soon as the opponents are on
I mean, what are you going to say? Honestly, for T1, they're fighting tooth and nail to try to keep themselves in this one. It looked like it was probably going to be absolutely over after this because, you know, a lot of people, you know, playing near the high level, even people playing at a high level, playing in professional play, would just get tilted beyond hell after something like this. But RB, that's really the turning point. We saw Carpe do it on Bind outside of B-Long. RB then does it here in this moment, finding those 2 Sheriff headshots. Just completely takes out that flank pressure and really allows for them to just funnel in. They get a couple of people stacked up in front so they can go ahead and hold the defuse. So even if they are spraying through making contact, they have to go through 2 players in order to make it happen. And they managed to pick up that thrifty win. It's the only technical thrifty that we had in this map, even though it sure as hell felt like there was a lot more. There weren't mathematical thrifties, but there was plenty others. But I again, give credit to T1 because not only did that occur, they pretty much immediately replied with another win, if I'm not mistaken, and then kept the series going and were able to claw an additional 3 rounds onto the scoreboard. So they didn't let that rattle themselves too much.
Yeah. In fact, there were rounds where backstage where Quack would be like, oh, it's match point, it's over. And every time he says that, we stay in for one more round. In fact, there's one particular round, I think you guys remember this, Sia player just comes in and destroys.
Yeah, we just lose our minds at that because it really looks as if DRX has it in the bag. I mean, Buzz gets another kill, Zest with an initial 2, but Sia player applies the pressure. He pushes past the high tide, gets a lot more, turns up the Blade Storm, and then gets even more frags. Off to the last one. He actually sticks the spike, goes back towards A main, and just waits for RB to peek out, even landing the pinpoint knife into his head. It's an ace. It keeps T1 in the game, and this is not one of the only ones. I mean, there are so many. It's heroics. It's a lot of mechanical greatness from T1, but there were also some where they were forced to kind of turn away or maybe just like Mako with the Viper's Pit, but T1 are so darn good at improvising. They have a set plan. Maybe it doesn't quite go their way, but then they actually kind of wrap back around B-site Hall and just find ways to infiltrate, take out Mako, take up space, and it forces DRX to their limits, and you can see that on this map.
T1 is very innovative, and it's proven to be one of their strengths and push DRX to the limit. But when you're on DRX, you got a guy like Mako, and that's why Kilios, he's got to be our key player.
Yeah, I mean, Mako, he had his struggles today, that is for sure. But in the end, he still did put up solid figures. We saw him struggling a little bit, you know, in some of the earlier maps, was losing out on clutches that he typically wins. But as we shifted back over to Pearl, and then especially, you know, in maps previous, such as Bind and whatnot, we were seeing more and more value from Mako. And this has just kind of been one of his stomping grounds. He had that clutch versus Ban, the 1v1, gets himself up onto Heaven over at B, times it out, drops down into the smoke to interrupt the defuse with only like a second to spare. This was just very classic Mako stuff, putting up incredible figures with a 3.2 KD.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the whole thing. He's always that reliable guy. You can never, ever count him out. I mean, how many clutches did he hit today? He might be the key player for Pearl, but...
Yeah, the TP one on Ascent.
Exactly, that's not counting the other ones.
Yeah.
Now, when I was walking back to this desk or chairs, there were people apologizing to me for my prediction for T1, but I'm not sad. I'm not sorry. What?
You should not be, is what I said.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I think T1 did even better than anyone could have ever expected. We knew there was a world where T1 could have won, but they did incredible. In fact, I think today is a really good evidence of how they're going to fare in Tokyo, Masters, and even Champions.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a bit of a farewell, and it somewhat is since they're now eliminated from the playoffs, but we still have so much more to see from these players since they are locked in. They are going to be going to their first, you know, qualifying VCT international competition. We won't count lock-in because everyone was invited. But they also look like a completely different team. These guys, again, we can't understate what the how low the expectations were. We saw them at that Ludwig Derek event. It did look good. There's a lot of doubts surrounding players like Ban early season, surrounding players like Carpe before we had even gotten a glimpse of it. And the level at which they were able to achieve, taking DRX to their 4th ever 5-map series, being able to push them to the limit, nearly close this out, nearly get themselves into a grand final in their inaugural season as a new team together. It's just fantastic to see, and you can do nothing more but praise the coaching staff, praise these players for putting in the work to grind away and get themselves to this point.
Continuously evolving, right? Achilles, that's exactly what they've done, because at the start of League play, a lot of these matches, we would have thought, all right, it's just the Sia player show. That's not the case anymore. Now you got Ban, maybe sometimes coming as a secondary duelist, especially on one of their stronger maps, Fracture. But then you also have Carpe picking up Gecko. He's able to come up with a lot of huge positional plays up on Fracture as the Brimstone. I mean, you have the flexibility. And then you got Munchkin, who's come up as this player who can come up with thrifty wins and clutch rounds.
Man's insane.
He almost got the one on Haven. We would have gone into overtime if that landed. You know, think about that for a second.
He kind of went from just being the guy who's like there with Bazio and Crazy Raccoon, helping them to get to international events, to now being a force to be reckoned with, both within the Pacific League as well as internationally, because I have high expectations for T1. I did not think that I was going to have this. I did not think that they were going to be in this position even several weeks ago. It's like, okay, you know what, Secret will probably make it, you know, maybe it's Gen G. Obviously, that all fell apart. But T1, I think that, you know, obviously you don't want to underestimate anybody. When you go over to a Masters competition, you have to treat everybody with respect, not have complacency. But T1 definitely demands a hell of a lot more respect after this performance here today.
100%. I mean, I'm a complete convert. I think my commentary from week 1 till now, 10 weeks later, is a complete 180. I'm sure T1 feels the same too. They must be very proud of themselves. DRX is no joke, especially when you force them the way that they did today. Now, our MVP.
It's been a long day, don't worry.
It's been a very long day. It's got to be Buzz.
His consistency throughout this series and some of the figures he was able to put up by the end, if you just look at everything aggregate across the board, Buzz was having an amazing amount of impact the whole way throughout. Whether he's playing on the Duelist, whether he was playing on the Killjoy, his presence was certainly felt. He had some fantastic moments, a 4K to close out that final round and get them across the finish line to punch their ticket into the grand final tomorrow. So Buzz, absolutely, very deserving of this. Once again, and I think he's the most winningest MVP that we have in all of Pacific.
Winningly winningest.
We gave him a lot of MVPs throughout league play as well, and I mean, he definitely shows up to it. He has that confidence as that Duelist player who does dive in, finds a lot of frags, and even sometimes with the Marshall, you can never really count him out as one of those players, and he's given that team so much value. He can play the Killjoy, you talked about it. This is something that I'm looking forward to for tomorrow, because there's another player who can also play the Sentinel and used to be a Duelist. It's Forsaken, Buzz versus Forsaken. There's so much that you can think about. I mean, DRX, they did so much today.
We've come on a really long road. I think the way things panned out from playoffs leading to today's lower finals, this is actually quite unexpected for all of us. Now let's talk about tomorrow. DRX have played a very long best of 5 today, and to face Paper X tomorrow, that's going to be a huge challenge.
It would be the most Paper X thing ever, though, to just lose this.
Come on!
To just get bodied by DRX again.
How dare you?
He's not wrong, though. He's not wrong.
Look, do I think that that's going to happen? No, absolutely not. Not a shadow of a doubt in my brain says that Paper X are not. They're not going to be pushovers, but it would be very funny. But obviously, we're hoping for a close series. We're hoping for DRX to be able to deliver tomorrow because it is a fast turnaround. It's not a lot of time to prepare, and as Zess was saying in his interview, it puts a lot more pressure on their coaching staff. So thank God they've got 4 coaches to work with to try to get them ready for that match tomorrow, because we want that grand finals to pop off. We want another 5-mapper to really deliver, because this series was already incredible. So to go out with Paper X just kind of stomping DRX the way that they did previously, that would be a very unfulfilling way to round out VCT Pacific. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that the coaches are able to hunker down and get some iced Americanos, as Koreans love to have, and they get right to studying, and they can prep the players for that one. Because if it's anything, if it's a 3-0, if it's a 3-1, that's going to be upsetting. 5-map all the way, please. Paper X, if you have to throw a map to get us to 5, do it.
No, they're not going to throw a map. Are you kidding me?
He thinks that Paper X has so many extra games to throw. Like, oh, get one. Throw it to charity for the audience.
If DRX has 4 coaches, Paper X only has 1. Maybe 2 if you count the desk, Alex's desk. But that's about it.
His
I mean,
literal desk.
Yeah. Okay. The one that he's bangs on. But yeah, there's like so much that Paper X have to prepare for at the same time. And they must have been watching throughout the entire day. How much can you really prepare for? Because they were thinking maybe it's going to be Foxy 9, Zess coming in. I think that brings a lot more control to how DRX plays, and that is the core that Paper X has continuously lost to in the past. It could go really differently.
Well,
maybe it is Foxy 9.
It could be.
Maybe they just wanted to get him to prep for Zest, and now they're going to throw Foxy 9 at him tomorrow.
That could be their big brain play.
Think about it.
Well, I hope it goes better than their last matchup against Paper X. And
yes,
like you said, Achilleos, I don't want a fast 3-0. We want a full 5 games just like today, because it was so much fun. Now, we're going to go rest. You guys go rest too. We're going to have an amazing grand final tomorrow here in Seoul, South Korea. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Achilleos, Quack, I'm Victoria. Good night, everyone, and see you for tomorrow's VCT Pacific. It's the last day, tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Bye.
Hello and welcome everyone to VCT Pacific 2023 Lower Final, coming to you live from Changchung Arena. We're starting today with a show match prior to the best of 5 lower finals between DRX and T1. Now, without further ado, let's throw it over to the casters to get things started.
Oh, Xfero, he's trying his best something impersonation, and he makes it work. Zenfree comes right back as well. Team Bunny thin out. The dismiss is good. Razzie, oh, he does follow through. Finally gets the kill, and calmly goes for the next kill from Cruz as well. Oh, no.
Texture.
Oh, no, we're watching a texture. Oh, no, it's happening. Razzie makes hide. No! Oh, that's one knife kill. All right, Xvero.
Well, I'll tell you, William, they need one here. Texture gonna try to push around, gets one.
Oh, go for it, Superbus, you got this.
Yes!
They know. No, they don't, but now they do. They're trapped. Oh, Zenfree. No!
Death by shotgun.
It's with the judge.
Today is the moment you've been waiting for. It's the finals weekend of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We are seeing the Korean matchup, so a lot of the audiences right now is supporting either T1 or DRX. Stage is looking magnificent. I can't wait for you guys to check it out and their walkouts.
Yeah, and immediately here we get a trade out here. Carpe and Mako.
He weaves right in between. He almost gets the kill, but Saya is good for another. It's just a bit wide. Buzz. Then maybe they could get the crossfire, but now it looks rather difficult.
Yeah, beautiful spray there from Stax. The third win in the row here from DRX.
Thunderstreak actually coming out from Zeta to just shut down the advances from DRX.
Whoa! Crazy round. He's on A. He's going to get the plant.
They're not sticking it. They're now going to go for it. Malako's good for one, and he gets both!
That was insane! He gets another.
With their duels, and they will not be able to get the first one. And Buzz will be able to close things out.
That is it. GG. We have seen DRX ultimately defeat T1 3-2. They will go on to the finals against DRX tomorrow.